Pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, this meeting will be conducted via in-person and remote means. This means that members of the public body, as well as members of the public, may access the meeting in person or virtually, or if you desire both. The meeting may be accessed remotely via the contact information below. When required by law or allowed by the chair, people wishing to provide public comment or otherwise participate in the meeting may do so in person or remotely. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the Topsfield website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. And with that, at 5:03 p.m., I will call the Select Board Work Session Hybrid Meeting of Tuesday, May 26th, 2026 at 5 p.m. to order, and ask if there are any announcements.
This meeting is being recorded by the recording clerk for the purpose of taking minutes. Is there anyone else present who wishes to record the meeting? Seeing none. While we are conducting town business using remote participation via Zoom, we ask that those of you not recognized by the chair or otherwise engaged in the discussion of the moment to please mute your microphone to avoid interruptions outside the conversation. And to the attendees of the meeting, a sign-in sheet is being circulated. The board asks that you please sign in to indicate your attendance at today's meeting. And lastly, the select board meetings can be viewed by going into the cable videos icon on the homepage of the town website.
Thank you. As has been our tradition the last couple of weeks, I will open it up for public comment, but recognizing there are some ground rules. Again, this is not supposed to be a debate or a back and forth. We've got a lot to do, so we'd ask that you limit your comments to 2 minutes or less. Because we have quite a bit to get through, we will start with 10 minutes of public comments and see where that gets us. So with that, are there any public comments? All right, hearing none. Then next item on the agenda is listed as the Mass Development Community One Stop. This is actually a discussion I believe will be better suited for the town administrator's report.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So considering we have a lot to cover today, and the immediate goal is obviously getting to some resolution today. My intent is to update the board during my T updates at the conclusion or towards the end of our 7 p.m. regular meeting later tonight. There won't be any voting. It'll just be a broad discussion of sort of a grant opportunity that we'll be looking to pursue with the support of the board.
Fantastic. And with that, that brings us to the FY 2027 town operating budget. We have, let me see if I can remember. We are looking to finalize the language and hopefully finalize and discuss and hopefully finalize the numbers as well tonight. Just so everybody remembers, we do have a FinCom meeting, a joint FinCom meeting starting at 6 o'clock. It's for us, it's not a separate meeting, but they're joining us at 6 o'clock. All right, with that, can I turn it over to you?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for some little more housekeeping, at concluding of this meeting, select board regular meeting will take place downstairs in the select board room at 7 p.m. So this will be where the work session happens. At 6 will be the FinCom joining us, and then we'll break off at the conclusion and go downstairs. Might be 6:59, or it might be earlier, but that's what the plan is. So just 3 core elements that we're hoping to achieve tonight. The finalization of the motion itself in the budget, and it's a little bit different how the motion is structured with 4 components, which we've talked about. The first 2 being housekeeping. We'll get more into that when we discuss it, and then the latter 2 being the town's budget, and then that being contingent upon the 3 override questions. We covered a lot at our last meeting, our last work session last week on Thursday around that and how that ties back to the attachment A structure. We went through the structure last meeting. I think Scan came in and we worked on Saturday and trying to just put a little details into the right places and making sure things were aligning, which was a good conversation, much appreciated. And then, so the motion's kind of a really critical part. That's the legalese piece of what we're doing. And then the second goal will be if we have, hopefully have time, it would confirm the edits I received from the select board, and there can obviously be more conversation on the italicized descriptive language. I tried to incorporate the feedback I received into one document, which is the version 5.02, which I sent out on Monday morning. So we'll look at that version for the italicized section as well as the motion, but the motion hasn't changed, hasn't changed necessarily. And then obviously the last piece will be discussing the attachment A and the adjustments in the 3 columns in the event that each of those overrides were to fail. What the reductions in our attachment A would be, resulting in the reduction in the town/elementary school operating budgets. So those are our key goals for this work session tonight. I don't know if there's any questions before we get right into it.
Do we have proposed budget reductions that are itemized against the 3?
Yes.
Those were sent out Saturday morning?
Saturday morning, we worked up a high level Thursday. Saturday morning, we sent to the select board and the finance committee what those specifics look like. And then tonight's, we have an attachment A that now incorporates those proposed adjustments into that document. And in a situation where no changes happen, that would be the document that we look to vote and approve it either tonight or tomorrow. But I know there is going to be some conversation around those items for the board. And with that, if there's adjustments we need to make, we'll take it from tonight and we'll update it for tomorrow so that it can formally be voted tomorrow.
I didn't see those on board docs. Were they on board docs?
The detailed one went up on board docs following the meeting on Thursday, I believe.
For tonight?
For tonight's meeting, the attachment A is now, which is the same version of what was sent out Saturday morning, is now up there in the attachment A format.
Because all I saw was this.
That's an old version from last week. So on board docs, I believe if you go on there, it was updated. The attachment A was put on about an hour ago, but it's reflective of the document I sent out on Saturday, which was not formatted attachment A, but the same reductions were sent out Saturday as what were then inputted today into the attachment A.
Okay. I didn't see that one earlier today.
And I'll just say this now before because I know it's, as we get through the different agenda items tonight in limited time, but I do want to say this, very much appreciate the efforts from our department heads and our staff. It's a different time. It's something we haven't necessarily navigated since I've been here, but everyone's been working really well to understand the situation and try to work together and putting something forward to the board that if all fails at the polls, we'll know where we are and we'll be able to take those next steps accordingly. And there was we'll get into it, but I'll just say there was feedback from the FinCom last week was helpful. There are 46% of the reductions on the town side is direct wage and salary wage reductions. There's some service reductions as well. We can get into that in more detail later after we get through the language of the article itself, but trying to meet its, from all the feedback we received, trying to do what we can to still maintain services as much as possible. Not having the reality of what we need to do to structurally change how we do business so that we're prepared for next year in the best possible way.
So what I'd like to do again is I'm thinking this in 2 different ways. We've got the language. We want to make sure that that's mint, and it looks like we got edits from 4 different people that have been incorporated into 5.02. So it sounds like folks had a good chance to take a look and offer feedback. I'd like to focus on just that part and then get into the numbers. They're obviously related, but I just want to compartmentalize those 2 things. So just starting with the discussion on the language, just to make sure that the edits that were sent in are meeting, what you folks were thinking of. I'm very cognizant of the fact that, again, one person can say change A to B, someone else can say change B to C, and someone else can change C back to A. That's what we want to finalize. I know my edits were pretty small, I think. So let me open it up if there are other questions
on the language. Starting with the recommendation component of it, we'll do it by section, if that's all right. On the recommendation, again, this is KP's language. It's 4 components. The first one is to recognize the appropriation at town meeting, which took place for Masco and Essex Tech, which was the base budget and the override were appropriated. At the time, it was contingency, meaning that we didn't know if the other towns were going to vote the budget through for those districts. Since our meeting, because we go first, especially with the Masco one, those have been approved. So we're now obligated. So the first component of the recommendation in the article basically affirms that we're now obligating, not subject to the override, but obligating the town, which is Mass General Law. We have to. That is a housekeeping item. It's not a debate we have to pay it. And so that's what the first section does. The second section rescinds the Article 3 appropriation. So we did appropriate Article 3 at town meeting on 5/5. But because there's been some adjustments associated with how much the town override is, and to make it as, again, clear as possible, we rescinded what was done 5/5, and we're now starting over in 3 with the new proposed budget number that represents and ties back to the most recent omnibus, which is on board docs. And that has the reductions in the planning support and the firefighter and the equivalent of 2 healthcare family plans being reduced out of the healthcare line items.
And for me, the simplest, that makes it the simplest, because if we were to just simply amend what we already approved, that would be legally strike out this word, add that word, and this is the simplest, wipe the slate clean, start again.
And the 2 main goals, just to go back to, we said every meeting, so I should probably say at this point, not to have another STM, so we need a budget. And 2 is make sure it's as clear as possible while maintaining the legalese components that we don't find ourselves in another STM.
So this is where I had an issue. Do you want me to wait until you've done your review?
I can just hit the 4th component of it, is basically that our 3rd part, which is the budget, is contingent upon the 3 override questions. So this, tying back to our attachment A and the reductions, allows us to ensure that whatever happens the following day at the polls, fail or success, depending on the outcome of that, we will have a budget one way or the other. And so those are the 4 components that this motion covers. And there was one recommendation at the end. I was not able to, I know KP Law looked at this on Monday, yesterday, gave an email for the board, which is up on board docs now. But basically there's the motion being technical in its nature and having to cover certain things in order to make sure that we achieve our goals, is why it's presented the way it is. And I did not, referencing constituent who provided some additional language at the end of the article. I sent this over to KP. And I reached out via phone, but again, that KP's been great, just limited capacity with all the things that we're doing. I have not heard back, but I am waiting for confirmation if that's something we can do, but it was not something the lawyer felt was necessary when she drafted the language originally.
Okay.
That you provided, and I reference
It's more fundamental than needs of reading.
however you want to call it. Yes.
I mean, should I go?
Yeah, that's my handoff.
Okay. So as I read this over and over, I started to develop some problems with it. Basically, we're asking the voters to vote to amend the motions from town meeting that have already occurred. But yet later on, we're told that these are a mandatory contractual requirement now that they pass the other towns, and even a statutory requirement. So the voter looks at this and says, well, if I vote for it, I am removing those amendments. If I vote against it, I'm breaking the law, because it's a statute that this has occurred and has to occur, but yet I'm being asked to base my whole vote on this entire motion on whether I want to, among other things, approve the cancellation of the previous vote or vote against cancellation of the previous vote. So if I vote against, I'm breaking the law, I'm voiding the contract with the school districts. And so I'm being forced to vote in favor of it, otherwise I'm a lawbreaker. Now, another thing with that is, a vote in against this, is not binding, because it's statute and a contractual requirement that those amendments be canceled and they be fund the full amount of the warrant articles, including contingent items from the annual town meeting. So we're asking them to conduct a vote on something that's statutorily required. We've been accused of being confusing. I mean, this is not only confusing, it's disingenuous. We're told we have an opportunity to vote plus or minus on this, but yet later on, we're told it's a statutory requirement.
All it's asking to do is to remove the contingency portion. It's not saying we're not gonna pay it. It's not saying we're not gonna fund it. It says by removing the requirement that the contingency passes. So this is what makes it, we are paying this.
But what if I vote against it? Then I'm voting not to pay it. So if I vote against it and against it wins, then we have to go back to the annual town meeting votes because they're still valid.
Well,
So, we're painting ourselves into a corner. Now, hopefully it will pass. We won't face that, but,
I think we
If
risk going to another STM if we don't do the first portion of the motion.
right, the only
We
thing,
have to fund it, but it was based on a contingency because we went first for the 3 towns.
basically, we're reporting to the town that, our hands are now forced. It's a contractual requirement. You even said it's a statutory requirement. So what we need to do is not ask them to vote on whether that's true or not. We need to report to them that it is true, and that the votes in the other towns under the contracts has basically rescinded our contingent votes or lack of
we
contingent
have to
votes.
officially do that. If what you're saying is we're just reporting it, then the motion that passed at ATM is still there that says paying this is contingent upon the override.
Right.
What this is doing is saying this is no longer contingent upon the override. That contingency will still exist out there. We gotta get rid of that.
You tell them that the contractual requirement supersedes the vote from the annual town meeting.
I'm not going to say that this contract rescinds everything you voted for. I think that's even more confusing and less legally correct. I'm not a lawyer, but that seems even less legally correct. We want to take that eraser. We're getting rid of the contingency part and we are paying it.
So if I'm happen to be against the budgetary funding aspects of this, I'm still forced to vote in favor of it. Because if I don't vote in favor of it, I'm letting this legal situation from the annual town meeting continue.
Just to be
So
clear,
I'm
there's
being-
only one vote here. You're not voting for
Exactly,
separate
that's the
things.
problem.
So if you vote against the budget, you're voting against everything there.
So in order for us to have a budget and walk away with knowing we don't have an STM, all 4 components have to pass. And because they're all mechanically get to one final thing, which is basically our new budget with the overrides contingency. The reason it's in one motion, its importance in one, is because the amendment allows us to then shift that from a contingency to an obligation. That's 1. We have to do it. Legally, we have to do it. And then 2, we have to rescind our appropriation for Article 3 at town ATM on 5.5. Because then the next one is, here's our new budget with reductions that the board and us and the team worked through to come up with a new override amount of 123. And then the last piece, like I said, is going to be that third part is contingent upon it passing. the three overrides or some combination of those. And if any of those fail, that number goes down by the amount in attachment A. It is trying to be as concise as possible, because if you break them out into separate articles, and one of those doesn't pass, but one of them does, they're tied together. And
So-
ultimately you would, sorry.
So if a voter wants to vote against the budgetary aspect, they still have to vote in favor of it, because otherwise they're allowing an illegal situation with contradicting the contract.
All this does is allow us to have a budget. What that final number is depending on the election. So this is our budget being proposed contingent on the overrides. That's it. It does some housekeeping before that, just so that there's no legal issues down the road. But that is what this article does. Establishes a town budget subject to those overrides.
So if the people vote against this,
We don't have a budget.
We
we're
don't
going to
have a
STM,
budget.
and we have to have a budget, so we're going to 1/12, so we're going to STM sometime in July or August.
I thought that was the purpose of having the three ballot questions, where we could have a budget, even if they voted against.
That's what we're doing. But if they don't, they vote, right, sorry, Mr. Chair.
The budget has to be approved first. If we don't leave Tuesday night, if we leave Tuesday night with a no vote, then we don't have a budget for people to even vote on.
So we'll have to come back to an STM sometime in the summer, later in the summer.
If we leave with a no vote on Tuesday night, we have a bigger problem than whether we've rescinded the contingency on Masco and Essex Tech.
If we broke it out and say it was confusing for people and they didn't want to vote the housekeeping component of obligating the Masco and Essex Tech, but they voted favorably for the other three, if we broke them out, we'd be coming back for an STM for that piece of it later sometime in the summer.
So if this doesn't pass town meeting, we need another STM, because we don't have a budget. And,
Well, yes,
and if it does pass, we still really don't have a budget yet, because we haven't seen
the election results.
the election.
You got it.
We have
A base budget.
We have a base budget. Yeah, we have a budget that is based on if no overrides pass. We have a budget that is based on if one override passes, or if any combination of those 8 different outcomes.
With this motion on June 18th, we'll know what our budget is. Solely conditioned upon how the results of the election are. And there'll be reductions in the town and elementary schools budget in the third section.
Yep.
Of whatever.
So
failed.
we're really not voting on a budget at the town meeting, special town meeting. We're voting on the possibility of deciding on a budget on the next day at the voting booth.
We are voting on a budget. Or you can think of it as we are voting, sure, on the possibilities of 8 different budgets. But we will have a base budget. There is a base budget. In other words, we can't come out voting yes on Tuesday and then still have to have an STN.
If town meeting approves on the 16th, Article 2 of the STM, which is our budget, we will be guaranteed not to have an STM.
Yes.
And then it's in the hands of the town at that point to decide if they want to raise more money to cover Masco, Essex Tech, and the town's components of additional money needed to cover pensions, health insurance, and other obligations. Or if the town says no, we will have reduction of those services as outlined in attachment A as a result.
Yeah.
It gives the people the voice and the opportunity to weigh in. What this will do though is will allow us to have a base budget at the very least that comes in at the levy and not above it if the voters so choose.
Right.
Or if they want to provide more funding to the town elementary schools, so we don't have to cut. That's their choice as well, in 3 different questions.
Other questions? Concerns?
We're still just doing language.
Just
Yes.
language right now, yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, I came in a few minutes late, but from what you've discussed, it sounds like the question before people on Tuesday is, do you agree to overturn what occurred previously? And agree that one of the 6 things can happen, to approve this budget. And if the overrides don't pass, none of them, these are the cuts that'll take place. We have to do this budget. Well, we don't have to. They could be discussed on the 123,000 for the town. That's not statutorily obligated for anything, so.
You can make
It
a
could be the
recommendation.
123 comes out. The other two things we do need to pay for. So they're agreeing to that budget. So at that meeting, there could be discussion on the 123,000, whether that gets included or not, and what those cuts would include. Because once the vote takes place, those cuts are in the motion, and those are the things that will be cut if the ballots don't pass. Is that right?
So to be clear, two things, we're not overturning, because the last town meeting did approve something. I don't want people, like, we have to do this. I know some people are out there thinking that we're trying to rejigger, we're trying to revote because we didn't like the outcome, and I want it to be just abundantly clear, we have to have a budget. We are not trying to revote something because we didn't like the outcome.
But this motion will cause those things to be amended, and those decisions won't stand, the votes that took.
Correct, yes,
Okay.
because we have to have a budget,
You have to
and
have
we
a
don't
budget,
want to
right.
do this again.
But that's-
And what we are taking out is those contingencies of paying the Masco and Essex Tech. Because that's a moot
Very
point.
confusing to the average person, so if you think they were confused before, that kind of language will really get them. It's like, we have to have a balanced budget. And at this meeting, the Tuesday meeting, we can decide to not put in the 123,000. That's totally at the decision of the town meeting. They could say, get rid of that.
They could ask to take out 500,000, they could add 500,000, just like a regular ATM.
Since we have to pay the other two, those
Okay.
have to be in the budget.
Yep, okay,
So the only
thank you.
thing they could pull out is the 123, really. And then, do you think they're gonna ask you to pull out more than 123?
I know not to guess anymore, okay? I'm saying it's the same rights that they have at the annual town meeting to amend anything up
Okay,
or
so
down.
that's the only piece of the three that can have some discussion and change, the town component. Because the other two we're required to put in our budget now, but the other two towns voted for it, Essex.
Correct.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
other two portions are in there.
So you,
So, yeah, go ahead.
But my question was about the other things that are being proposed to be cut. Is that all up for discussion at the Tuesday meeting, at the town meeting? Because somewhere you're gonna say, if you vote no, these are the things that are gonna be cut. Is the Tuesday special town meeting where those are discussed with people as to their feelings on what you're proposing?
Think of it as the base budget is what's being presented, right? And then if the way it's lined up, Appendix A, if you can add or subtract, and then if this passes or this doesn't pass, that's where those reductions
Right,
are
but those
coming
things,
from.
That's where the cuts are gonna be
But
made.
we are not gonna move question 2 from here to move it up there, or move it down there, or move it
I'm
around.
saying, part of the motion is where you're gonna make those cuts, if the overrides don't pass, correct?
so a town meeting, anyone can make a motion to make any adjustments, any line item within the budget. I would almost view it as not necessarily contingent or relative to the overrides per se, because we're presenting the budget with no new services, right? This is a level service budget. We've reduced things out of the budget that we perceive differently. And so you'll have a level service budget. The town is asking, or town elementary school are looking for $123,000 to cover health insurance and pensions, which has been a big driver on it. And at the end of the day, anyone though can make an adjustment to any particular line item like it's been done in the past at town meeting.
So if you say 9,000 for fields, that'll be one of the places, and someone in the audience says, I would like to amend that motion. I don't want 9,000 in fields to be taken out. I would instead recommend 9,000 in XYZ be taken out. That is the place to do that.
No, they would be then adding $9,000 into the budget that's been proposed. We are not going to be moving stuff around, which is in question 1, question
No, they
2,
wouldn't be
question
taking the
3.
base budget. They'd say the cuts are not gonna come from this line item. I'm proposing it come from another line item. Same thing, 9,000, dollar value of the budget doesn't change.
Sure,
Just where you're taking the cuts. That's what's discussable at the meeting, correct? In the motion, because somewhere in the motion, it has to say where you're making the cuts.
sure. Yep, it's gonna be it's not in the motion, it's in the Appendix A.
Okay, but that's what.
Appendix A,
people have to
STM.
change. If they don't agree with where you're proposing the cuts to be taken, it would be at that meeting, and they would come up with an amendment to whatever is being discussed to say, take it from this line item, not that line item. Is that, in my,
Legally, that's the correct
okay. I
and
just wanna make
appropriate
sure I
way
knew the
for
process.
formally an adjustment by the community when it's presented.
But that's what,
Mr. Elwell, and then we should keep.
Yeah. so two comments on that. That's to answer that a little bit further. We're now into John's role, John Guido's role at that point to determine that. It's, I mean, respectfully to the select board, they can present it, but the town moderator has the authority to determine how that's done in terms of that. The net is he has to make sure how that's handled in town meeting. He has to make sure that those numbers balance.
He does.
Right.
But that's if
If we
we want
otherwise-
people to speak up
Right.
and say, I don't agree where
Right.
it's coming from.
Right,
Change this 9
but
with this line item by.
at that point, once this is done, it goes to him, on that day, he's got to,
Yeah, but he doesn't say, yes, I agree with you, it should change or not. He just makes sure the budget in the end balances.
and tries to get us out of there without, as long as we were there last time. So
Exactly.
there's a balance there.
Right.
The thing I did want to say on separate of that though is a different way to look at it is right now, by law, we have a legal budget that's been approved. It's greater than our ability to take money. So we have to remove that before we can do anything else. And I think that's the easier way to think of what part, the first part is. Town meeting approved this much spent. We want to now do this much because the town thing. So, but for right now, there's an approved budget that we can't.
But that was contingent upon the override, which failed, so it's not approved. Otherwise, we would need a special town meeting.
It's been appropriated, it needs to be authorized.
Authorized.
If it's above Prop 2.5, it needs an authorization. at the
So
floor.
the author, but the budget still technically stands, and you're right with the contingency, but it's still in this vague state of standing.
Yeah.
That I think what I'm hearing, what I'm viewing it as is, this is just cleaning that piece out.
The eraser to the chalkboard so we can start over.
Jean from 16 Town Hill Lane. I appreciate the effort to make this elegant and simple so that it's one thing. So Mr. Metz's point, if you think about what happens at annual town meeting, we have an article for Masco, we have an article for Essex Tech. So if people don't want, we can vote at the polls, but at town meeting, we also have the opportunity to vote down an override by voting down each article. And then typically we would take a different approach and try and figure out what we were gonna do. But people have an opportunity at 2 places to vote it down when we have annual town meeting. So to Mr. Metz's point, we're kind of stuck. If people want to vote one piece of it down, they do have to vote the whole thing down and then go back. So if you hear what I'm saying about the contrast from what we can do at annual town meeting, this is
Yep.
very messy, and it does not give people the same ability to one by one vote yay or nay on overrides.
And I'll say that's because the town no longer has the ability to not pay
But
Masco
we have
or
the
Essex
ability
Tech.
to say no to the override, because the
Correct.
override question is tied to Masco. It is.
In
tied to
title only.
Essex Tech.
In title only.
No longer.
But-
Name only. It's not that we're not going to pay.
Listen,
and-
I understand we need to come up with the money, but the
I
question
appreciate
is
your
about
comment.
Masco
I appreciate
and
the
not
comment.
Essex Tech.
I appreciate the comment. Thank you. So,
I guess if they wanted, they do have 2 bites at the apple in a sense where they could amend this motion.
They can't.
Which-
That's basically, if someone were opposed to,
But we are
Mr. Hughes is
begging for
right.
trouble now.
So
I mean,
you
it's-
couldn't
it's-
say I amend this motion by deleting,
you can. Any motion can be amended on the floor
By
by,
deleting the funds associated with ballot
if done
questions.
correctly, anything can be amended on the floor.
And then
And to
voted.
Mr. Elwell's point, to within the scope of the moderator's purview. Our goal here is to present an operating budget, like we do every year. And every year, since I've been here for many years prior to that, from 2011 onward, we've been able to do it within Prop 2.5. And we present a budget that allows us to do the great services that I think we were able to do. We aren't able to do everything, obviously, because, we haven't asked for more. Fortunately, this year, that just to keep the level of services we're providing health insurance, pensions have been adding and adding and adding. We're at a point where unless we cut those services. And so the opportunity here is in this article, all the other stuff is parts of it, their obligations. What this article does is simply create a town budget subject to the overrides. And we have to appropriate the contingency, to your point, Mr. Chair, for the two schools. Ultimately, have to pay for it. So now, you said a name only on the questions, correct. It's really now town's obligation, elementary school, to cover it if further money is not raised to support those two entities. And that's why we kept Masco and Essex Tech on it, those questions, because those are relative to them, although the reality is if they don't pass, the impact isn't to those organizations, it's to the town and the elementary schools. So the bottom line is this article allows us to legally check those 4 steps that allow us to have a budget, whether it's reduced at the polls or not, is up to the townspeople to decide.
Okay.
And
So I'll ask the board, like, again, segmenting these two things. We got the language, the numbers discussion, we haven't even started yet. Bob, I heard you. Were there other?
So if a voter wanted to stand up at town meeting and say, I want to amend this budget by reducing it by one of these 3 categories, how would they do that?
The same way they would at any annual town meeting by standing up. You have to have 2 written copies given to the clerk. You have to say how much is going to change. It's that process is no different than at an annual town meeting.
So they would have to, at home, take whichever one of these 3 that they want to vote against, take those negative numbers and apply them to the numbers in the base budget and say, bring in a couple copies and say, this is what I want to have as the base
you
budget.
could do that, or if it's a single line item that someone wants to cut or fund, you can do that as well. You know, it is the right of the townspeople to do that on the floor. The next day, people get to vote what the town's proposing, and if there's with the modifications or none, depending on what happens at town meeting. But we spent a lot of time, obviously, on the conversations. We've been working towards, in a very short window, working with our department heads and others to try to identify what the cut adjustments would be in each situation. You know, the town as a whole, it's uncomfortable. Some of those adjustments might be, you know, that's whatever we end up coming out of tonight. Tomorrow, if necessary, will be what we present as the town's operating budget. And again, level service budget with some reductions already implemented into it.
So what I see is the language attachment A, which is gonna look like every other attachment A except for,
Outer bounds,
but it's not gonna be down to the level, what are we calling this worksheet?
omnibus.
No. The worksheet.
This one.
Yes,
So the attachment A has the detail now on it.
it's gonna have that.
It has, it
People
was,
will get down, drill down to that level.
Absolutely.
And they'll be talking about the $3,000.
Absolutely. absolutely. We have a draft attachment A, which is runs on board docs. And which we'll talk about tonight based on, we have that so you can see how it's gonna be structured. Again, if the board says everything is sufficient, appropriate, and that's how you want to see attachment A, there won't be any further edits. That'll be the version that we would bring tomorrow for a final vote. If there's, with the select board's discussion tonight, if there's adjustments we want to consider, we can make those adjustments and then tomorrow make those edits and bring it to the select board for that vote.
So voters are gonna have that information
Absolutely,
on the floor.
absolutely.
So I think maybe what we're all, do we have the ability on the floor to move that? If somebody says, I want $3,000 back in this, take it out of something else. How are we doing that on the floor?
So that's where a resident voter can come to ask for.
I'm saying how we ask for it, how are we accomplishing it to make a motion to vote for it?
We're not. I think I'm
Select
confused.
board won't. So basically,
No, but on the floor, somebody's gonna take $3,000 back. And we're still at 123,000, we still have to maintain an amount, we're gonna add it someplace else, or I'm sorry, add it and take it out.
not necessarily, it would, like, if somebody made an adjustment, they could make the adjustment to bring the number down.
Yeah.
We'd have to adjust it on the revenue side, I believe, because we need to have a balance on the revenue and the cost side, but
So,
depending on how significant it is, there's other adjustments we'll need to make in the process, but it's,
So you don't see it as shifting numbers, you see it as.
am I right?
reducting.
Can you confirm that? Is that how we were on the floor of town meeting? If somebody came in with a modification, we've had a couple years ago.
Yeah, so, but when we had it a couple of years ago, we were able to go in and quickly do an assessment and say where the money, that was different, that was an ad.
Right.
And we were able to say where the money would come.
3,000 in revenue for a
So
separate.
on this one, what they would have to do, I mean, first thing, and I can't speak to John, for John on this, would be
Yeah,
a moderator,
of course.
but what I suspect. What I suspect you'd say is if the numbers don't equal, if he says, okay, it comes from someplace and goes someplace.
Right.
If he doesn't have both of those, then I would say that would rule the question as not valid. The recommendation, the proposal.
Mhm.
You have to come in with something that keeps it at a balanced budget. So if he was taking 3,000 out, he would have to say and lower the tax levy by 3,000 if you didn't have, if you're saying, if someone came in and said, I want, instead of 3,000 from, I don't know, grounds, I want 3,000 from police taken out, fine. But they said, I want 3,000 from grounds additional taken out. They'd have to say, and lower the tax levy by 3,000,
That's
because you have to direct where.
a one and two-step process. It
Yeah.
can't just be one, those,
You can't just take, you gotta take and tell.
But it sounds like you understand how we're gonna have to do this on the floor.
I'm pretty
it's
sure.
gonna be
that-
very confusing.
Yes, I'm sure as respectfully as,
But I think that's what everybody's sort of asking,
Yeah.
is people are gonna pick out their pet project,
yeah,
and they're gonna want that reduced, added, whatever. And that's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna
And-
take it out of someplace else, or take it out of the budget.
And then, of course, importantly, that has to pass. And it gets put up to the vote for everybody at us.
We're just trying to get through town meeting.
no, it
Yeah.
has to pass. That particular item has to pass at town meeting, because all you're doing is you're voting to amend the proposal. So my ask is saying, hey, I want to reduce this by 3,000 and add the 3,000 to there. I am asking for the permission to amend the warrant article. That gets voted on.
If you change the amount, if you swap it,
You still have to vote because you're amending the warrant,
okay.
right?
Yeah,
You're amending the motion.
You're
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the two, go back into our two core goals here. One is to have a budget so we have no further STM costs and time. And two is to do it as intuitively as concise as possible. For the motion purposes, this is the legal check boxes that we have to check, and I think we're obviously gonna have to explain it really thoroughly, and I appreciate everyone who's engaging with us early, so they hear what we're doing, so they have an understanding. And then if people do want to dive into the specifics of attachment A, it is their right to do a motion, have to be approved. The moderator might want to hold those until all of them come in, or if none come in. Ultimately, though, I just want to reemphasize the next day at the polls, everyone's gonna have a chance in town, 5,100 people who are registered to vote. If they come, will have an opportunity to vote those overrides up or down, depending if they so chose. But if we do get into the granularity of single line items within what the department heads and the town and the select board are presenting, it's an option. It's again, emphasis level service budget, right? Their costs have gone up in places, but it's not due to any added services. We could reduce preemptively some of those services. We can certainly do that on the floor of town meeting from a resident if they so chose.
Which again, I want to stress is no different than the annual town meeting too.
Correct.
Attachment A, to annual town meeting. Okay, so again, compartmentalizing language. You good?
I got a couple of things that are significantly less controversial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask, are they substantive? Because anything that is grammatical, spelling, there's spaces missing, I'd ask that we hold off on those because we can make non-substantive changes.
No, it's not grammatical.
Okay,
There's two spots when they say the town, in the second paragraph of, the italicized explanation
What are we
area.
italicize, Mr. Chair? We're just on the motion right now.
it sounds like we're moving on to
Oh, I don't
italicized.
care.
Yeah, let's move on to italicized. Let's do that.
So just clarity, so we don't go back, right? We're trying to be,
Yep,
are we all comfortable then with the language as it's presented in the version 5.02?
yep, substantively, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Metz.
Okay, so, in the second paragraph of the italicized section, in the end of the second line, we say the town is obligated by, town is obligated to fully fund its own assessments. And it's really, I think we need to mention, it's obligated by its contracts with these respective school districts. I mean, that's really what's driving this. And then the same thing in the 1, 2, 3, in that same paragraph, the fourth line up from the bottom says the town is statutorily obligated. I'm not sure if that's true. Is there a mass general law that says, you know, Masco has to be funded this way? Or is it our contracts with the school districts that makes us fund it that way?
Mass general law for regional schools is when there's 3 or more, that's 2/3. They're the ones who approve a budget. If 2/3 approve the budget, then the rest have to. That is a statutory item, not necessarily the agreement between us.
But we do have a contractual agreement, right? The
We do
Masco have a regional
It has a
agreement.
lot of things in it.
But
It does not try to override, somebody could try to override the statute in
Right.
an agreement, and the state would have to agree to it and all that. But ours is,
He's saying it's statutory.
It's statutory.
It is.
right.
statutory, that's why it's statutory.
So I was suggesting we could say statutorily and contractually obligated. Because the town has a contract to do this.
Okay, by me.
How does it add any value? If statutory requirements beat contracts, what does adding a contractual language in there give us?
It gives us, it gives the voter more information, that there's more than just the state law involved. It's the contract that the town has signed and has lived by for years.
I don't care either way. I mean, it's more information. It's a little bit more ink.
I know we talked about, but whatever.
Yeah, at this point, we just need to. What else?
Do we want to include that just so I keep score as we go?
What specific sentence is that? So second paragraph,
Second paragraph, the end of the second line. The end of the second line is, the town is obligated by, and I was suggesting we insert by its contracts with these respective school districts to fully fund, et cetera. And then in the fourth line up at the bottom of that paragraph, it says, town is statutorily obligated. I was suggesting is statutorily and contractually obligated.
Just seems like extra words, but I don't care.
All right, so I'm gonna add on the fourth to last line, this is to emphasize that the town is statutorily and contractually obligated to fund the regional school assessment, and then there was an additional element above that, Mr. Metz. Can you repeat that for me, please?
Yeah, at the end of the second line, it says the town is obligated by, and after the word by, you insert its contracts with these respective school districts.
And eliminate law?
I would prefer law. It's more definitive and accurate, I think.
I'm sorry, it is obligated by law and its contracts with these respective school districts.
Okay. What do you mean?
by law and contract,
Yeah.
to fully fund its own assessments.
And then, I had one other idea, at the end of the italicized sections, we have a please refer to sentence, then paragraph above that says, since the tax is needed, et cetera. And then right above that, at the end of the prior paragraph, it says it is now 123,000 down from 260,000. But what was voted at town meeting was, what was presented at town meeting was 317. And what was voted at the voting booth, what was voted down at the voting booth was 317.
So town meeting, they appropriated $260,000 for the budget that was approved and appropriated. Sorry, I said authorized. Appropriated town meeting was the 260. So that was the
Right.
accurate number. That number is what we started with. That was appropriated. Now we reduced it down to 123.
That's more factually correct after ATM, in my opinion.
I would say that's
I would stick with the 260.
very basic to the
I
point.
was suggesting take out the 260.
What are you
I
suggesting?
was saying after the number 260, insert as voted at the annual town meeting on May 5th, which was a reduction from the 317,084 presented at such town meeting and as voted down on the
I think
ballot on May
I
7th.
think you might.
In my opinion, that's more confusion.
I think the purpose of that line is to show that the town has made adjustments from what we asked originally to now. I think if you get into modifications that happen on the floor and other things, it was a very confusing night, and I think bringing back those level of details of all the steps that were taken is only gonna make it confusing to the typical person reading it for the first time. That's
Yeah,
my suggestion.
the objective was, there's been a lot more, there's been a greater reduction than just from 260. There's been reductions from 317.
The operating
So
budget was
there's a greater-
always 260. It was just the additional raise and assess for the $57,084 associated with snow and ice from fiscal 26, which was about 1/3 of the
Okay,
total
you
cost.
convince him.
Thank you.
I'm done with words.
So just to confirm from the version, because we were looking for edits by, well, and I know Mr. Metz was in transit, so this is absolutely fine. I appreciate the feedback. So outside of what we haven't talked about, which is the red line from the rest of the board, Mr. Metz is adding to the second paragraph, the italicized section, where it reads on the beginning at the end of the second line, the town is obligated by law and its contracts to fully fund its own assessment, remaining sentence. 1, 2. The last sentence of that paragraph, this is to emphasize that as the town is statutorily and contractually obligated to fund the regional school district assessments, rest of the sentence. Those,
Adding the word district. That was not in there.
oh, sorry, sorry, you're right. Obligated to fund the regional school assessment.
Mhm. Okay.
So those are two adjustments. Board is good with those modifications. Good.
Mm-hmm.
So then we have in front of you, I did receive feedback from most of the board. I appreciate that. The highlighted yellow sections was a general comment from one of the members to in certain appropriate locations reference the elementary school in this section. It's not completely in there because certain titles have been used in the past, need to tie back. And so I took a shot at it. It wasn't a red line. It was just a general comment to put that in for discussion purposes only. It's not how it was necessarily presented at ATM, but obviously now that there's cuts associated with both the town and elementary school, in the event this fails, I think that's where the board member was considering adding some language around elementary school to be transparent that there would be cuts associated or adjustments associated with their budget as well. So that's the first. I just want to take these in order. That was one of the
Okay.
edits. I know, Mr. Chair, it was yours. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, it was.
Your email said that you sent me with that. It said elementary school are associated with this, and I think it needs to be clear that there will be adjustments associated with their budget as well, if it failed.
Yeah. I agree with myself.
I agree with you too. I think that further clarifies.
As much as I don't want that to be the case. Is anybody strongly opposed to those highlighted parts?
So you wanted to put in elementary school?
I wanted to make it clear that it's more than just the general
Yeah,
government.
I think it's a good idea.
What? Okay. See ya. Thank you. All right. Okay, Kevin, you said you wanted to take them from the top to the bottom. What's next?
So the rest of the document italicized, the red line is other edit adjustments that were provided. Member Mercy Link, all looked appropriate, reasonable, incorporated in there. And so I don't know, Member Mercy Link, if you want to walk through sort of your thoughts on those.
Sure. I mean, it was really more to clarify and also provide for a pause because it was one run-on paragraph. So one of the big things I did was just separate the thoughts. into
Yeah.
the paragraphs, which just makes it easy to digest if someone's reading it. And then I just try to further clarify some of the items like and rearrange the sentences so you knew exactly where you needed to go. So for example, in the third paragraph, I moved the attachment A dash STM reference to the beginning of the sentence because that's where we're directing folks to go to. I did the same thing with the fourth paragraph, so.
You,
I just tried to rearrange the language a little bit and just to make it as clear as possible.
and I love it. Subject to having chapter titles, for next year. Yeah, we're writing a book here.
Oh, legit.
But yeah, that's more information is needed, and that's what we'll get. Yep, I'm good.
Kevin, can I ask a question about, preventing some of this, these confusing issues in next year's town meeting? Does it
Can we
make,
stay focused on this year's? We will absolutely have a debrief for next year, no doubt.
I'll forget what I was gonna say.
Write it down.
Text.
Write it down.
Have it
Whatever.
this summer before we forget.
I would just, one other modification, just so everyone here, there's three things I'm gonna make sure I mention. So in the second paragraph, where it says,
You're fine.
second line, and elementary school operating budgets, I'm gonna add a yes there, rather than each of the regional school districts. And then,
Sorry, Kevin, what was that?
yep, second paragraph at the very end,
You're making that word budget plural?
plural,
At the end of
Oh,
the
yeah.
sentence?
Yeah,
and elementary school operating budgets.
Okay.
That's correct.
And then, the 5th paragraph at first, in addition to the town, I have and elementary schools obligation to fully fund the annual assessments from the regional schools. It was requested to take out the elementary schools in that one location.
I think that's fair.
Well, the elementary schools are part of the town budget, right? And if, and the town budget is now obligated to fund this.
I
So
think that's right.
as much as I would like to,
I wouldn't want
Exempt you, but I-
precedent of having the elementary schools be responsible for bailing on FAFSA and they can't pass it away.
It's more that it's the town and
But I
elementary
feel
school
like that
budget.
language starts.
that is essentially the state we're in.
Correct. I
Town
think-
and the elementary schools are obligated to use whatever adjective you want. You know, find these funds for Masco.
But I see what he's saying is it's the town's obligation to fund them, not the elementary schools.
The elementary school budget.
It's the town, not the elementary school.
Is the elementary school part of the town budget?
We are covered.
But the elementary school does not have an obligation to fund
No,
that.
line item in our budget fund FAFSA.
Correct. I see that point.
So that's taken outside the budget. You're just saying the town and all the components associated with the town, which could be
Town's obligation.
it's the town's obligation versus the budget's obligation of the elementary schools. I do understand that.
I understand that.
I think we referenced elementary schools multiple times
Yeah.
prior to that, so I don't, I think if we have it in there in other places, as long as now that we're rereading it and talking about it, I do agree with sort of where the elementary schools were added here. It was referencing to more of the budget
Budget.
versus just the general, the town, we're obligated, the big town is obligated.
Okay.
So we'll remove that there, and then the last thing in the last paragraph, please.
I will concede to you.
And then please refer to the attachment A for the detailed fiscal year 2027 town general operating budget. We changed that to say attachment A STM, so it'll be a dash STM. Thank you, Mr. Gant.
Good catch.
So those are the adjustments.
Where was it?
The very
Hold on, I
last
have to bring you back for a second.
dash
Oh.
Yep.
STM.
So that last paragraph where you're removing the reference to elementary schools,
Yes,
well, let me, because I'm about to propose getting rid of that comma after in addition to the town's obligations. Yes, I don't think the comma belongs.
Should town be, now become
On comments.
So we're taking the comment out, just,
I think you should take it out. I agree with Michelle.
All right, let's do
And
it.
that word town should now be possessive.
Yes, I agree with Bob on that. We're even now.
Hopefully we can find something.
All right, now
really
we're talking commas and apostrophes. I think we've passed the substantive part. Important,
Well, you
but past
changed
the
the sentence,
substantive
so.
part. So, do we want to take a vote on the language before we get into the numbers? And I recognize that the finance committee is also needs to come in with some questions.
Oh,
I have an older version, so I'm not too careful with the one, but you have a sentence in there that says the appropriations in the following roles, question one, question two, question three, in attachment A.
what paragraph are you in?
Well, I'm in the original, like, massive, first italicized paragraph. You refer to that the portion of the total budget that will be impacted by the passage or failure of these reference override questions. Has that been touched upon or adjusted?
so
I feel like that's not an accurate.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4th, I think is the paragraph now that you're referring to, Mr. Lang. As further detailed in attachment ASTM, the appropriations in the columns labeled question 1 town, question 2 Massanutten, question 3 Essex Sec reflect the portion of the total budget that will be impacted by the passage or failure of the referenced override questions.
I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, those-
Is it in your total town budget already inclusive of the 123 in your attachment A?
Yes,
Right?
yeah, that's true.
Your fiscal year 2027 general operating budget totaling 28,454 is inclusive of the 123.
As
Yes,
further detailed
right.
attachment ASTM, yeah.
So if that passes,
It's later question 1 town, 2, 23.
that would not,
Portion of the town.
that would not impact that column if that question one passes them, because it's already there.
So would eliminating the passage or just be impacted by the failure of the referenced override question?
If you kind of read question one is already exclusive of those columns. whereas question
It's
two,
not
question
impacted
three-
by passage.
Question 2 and 3 are also included in the first column though. Mm-hmm.
They also, I mean, your budget's gonna be impacted if 1, 2, or 3 fail.
They're all included in the first column.
So,
I think I know what you're saying, but I
again, column one would not be impacted if they pass, because it doesn't show anything else.
Right, so just take,
but nor would 2 or 3 if they pass.
right,
If they only impact the budget if they fail, any of the 3.
so just take that.
Remove passage from it. Does that cover it?
Think so.
To me, it sounds like you're saying that something's gonna change if this passes, and that's not true.
That's right. So if we
So I think
remove
you're-
passage, you're impacted by the failure of the reference override question.
There we go.
Yeah, 100%. I think that does that. Do you agree with someone?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we'll take the passage out,
The passage or,
or I'll just take a passage or, right, so it's the failure. So say impacted by the failure of the referenced override questions.
Okay. So, anything else on language?
Language, I appreciate it. I have the edits. We'll make those following the meeting, absolutely.
I'm just gonna make a statement, because I know we're gonna vote on this. Then putting town and elementary school in every point where we're referencing the budget is trying to trigger elementary school parents or whatever and get them to reconsider this. I just have a little problem with that.
Okay,
I don't know if I have.
you can think that. I disagree. It's the clarity part that's been asked of us. In my opinion, but we can disagree. All right, does the board want to formally vote on the language portion before we move on to the next portion and let FinCom vote for themselves their meeting in?
yeah,
Okay, so on the language, as presented with the edits. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. We're on Zoom. Thank you. We're gonna go by roll call vote then. Mr. Ruggles,
Aye.
Mr. Sereno,
Nay.
Mr. Metz,
I'm gonna vote nay because I still disagree with that initial paragraph in the motion.
nay
Rest of the stuff
sufficient.
I'm
Ms.
happy with.
Mercier Link? I'm an aye.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna ask, you go ahead.
I'll make modifications and distribute that tonight ahead of tomorrow's meeting, just so everyone has one last look on it before we have a work session tomorrow, one last look. Way if by chance there's something that you asked for, some last minute item you see, we can make that change and vote it,
But
but
no substantive changes because I believe FinCom is voting.
that was, yes, but to that end, it needs to be, FinCom voting tonight for this, now that it's been voted, I assume.
Hopefully you don't find any non-substantive edits at this point.
I think at this point.
I mean, ours is a recommendation. Yours is the vote that authorizes it. You know, this thing could go out saying recommendation pending. I
would
don't
be
think we
opposed
should.
to
That
that.
would just make it more confusing.
Yeah.
But the point is, I make a point that our vote has to be hardened, completely hardened 3 minutes before we walk into town meeting. Right? I mean, and the reason I say that is that as we walk through all this, if you guys find a change at 6 PM tomorrow, you have to vote it and it's gotta go out, but our recommendation then reverts back to recommendation 10.
Yep. And our goal is to not have that happen. I think that's everybody's goal.
But
So, I'm gonna maybe take a brief bio recess because I've been drinking a lot of water. And if you want to start your meeting,
First thing, order.
so the select board is in brief recess.
Fine, please. Please, 3, we gotta get one more.
Do I need to clear out?
So.
You wish.
Is that open? No, we're still in session. So. Yeah, but is that? What's that? Yeah, absolutely. It's in the vibrate.
Why does the explanation say school, elementary school, not schools? So I think that's in every case. Is that what you intend to do? Because attachment A refers to elementary school. It's the budget.
Now that
Michael.
Michael's sit in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want you to make changes. Nobody wanted it. Just.
It's consistent.
It's consistent.
That's good. These are fine.
So don't forget the apostrophes.
I'm sorry I couldn't make that meeting. We were doing graduation photos in Nebraska.
I'm gonna edit it tonight and I'll send it to you.
On the.
Put his stuff down. He's sitting right there.
Well, no, I don't do that. To everybody, anybody who wants to. do
Yeah, we can do
that.
that.
But it's just another set of eyes and ears.
West Point, she's going to West Point. Yes,
Oh, no,
yes, thank you. Yeah.
Nervous. She's a mom. Her daughter is going to a military academy.
She's paid for.
Yeah, but she's.
Okay.
If you're gonna get a car out of this, I know like the first day, I'd be like, I'm saving you money, I want something else now.
No, but she does act like you a lot, where she thinks that I have a pile of cash in the basement, but all of a sudden I'm not.
Saving you money, you're welcome.
Oh, wait a minute.
You're gonna pay her.
I, as a parent of a child who has gone to college thing, did say, no, she isn't. That presupposes that I have to pay for college.
Thank you. Thank you.
It is your.
College is.
It is not our
No, it
obligation,
is not.
absolutely not.
The parents are obligated.
They are not. Unless it's part of this, and I'm married very happily, but unless it's part of the divorce decree, you know.
Absolutely. You're 100% right.
Your kid better earn it.
Yep.
If your kid doesn't earn it, if you don't earn it every semester, you don't get it.
Maybe that's what everybody you're like. As I'm still on the family plan.
I was just thinking about, my son just graduated from college. And he's, interviewing for jobs and I was thinking about things like that. I'm like, I wonder if he'll come off my phone. I mean, he'll stay on my insurance till he's 26.
Is there how about one kid's on home plan, but it's married with?
And we're gonna call, while everyone's talking, we're gonna call FinCom to order if we can.
You're doing.
Today's meeting, we are calling to order with the goal, let me just pull up the agenda, so I can do this properly. To review, so pursuant to chapter 2 of the Act of 2023, this meeting was conducted via in-person and remote means. It means the members of the public body as well as public can access the meeting personally. Zoom may be accessed remotely via the contact provided below when required by law or allowed by chair. People wishing to provide public comment or otherwise participating in so in person or overseas. Additionally, the meeting may be broadcast later via the town YouTube channel and Topsfield cable. We're in order. This is a hybrid meeting with the select board who are currently on recess. Our agenda for today is to go through the warrant. Our goal is to both approve to provide a recommendation for the warrant, one way or the other, to understand the attachment, which might be part of our ability to recommend on the warrant. And then ideally, to get the letter. I'm swinging for the fence today.
I guess you got some sleep, Michael.
And that's in,
And that was,
37, that's 37 minutes or 40
no,
minutes?
we're gonna keep going. So at 7, the select board is gonna separate and go back downstairs. We will continue our meeting.
Yeah.
At that point, we will not be in, we will not be in a hybrid meeting. Our meeting, they are taking the device and everything with them. I believe our meeting has become in person. As part of that, because,
We're gonna keep the owl if we can, right?
yeah, you guys are keeping it. Yeah, no, I didn't even put
Oh, you did?
I didn't even do a video
No.
because.
We're gonna shut it down then.
Our
No,
meeting
just
at
get shut
7 is in person,
Okay.
is not
Okay,
hybrid.
so this
is
will
not
end at
Zoom.
that. Right, okay.
Okay.
So we can just use our regular cameras. then.
That
Yeah,
one,
be consistent with our regular.
does the FinCom's ability to comment on the warrant or the attachments ends when the select board leaves its up?
Yes,
So we're just on our letter at that point.
yeah. Well, no, we then have to recommend a vote. We can discuss and debate, but we recommend an action. Internally. So it's to convince ourselves,
We're voting our recommendation
yes,
before the select board.
no, because
No,
no,
but there will be no changes made once they leave, or maybe there's no changes.
Right.
Okay,
right, which is no different than any other time we vote.
seems different. I know it's not logistically.
Yeah. Okay.
Seems weightier.
Yeah, yes, it is certainly.
Voting the recommendation, they just.
So, next we need to discuss the numbers. What's question 1, what's question 2, what's question 3? We have the total numbers that are associated, the 123, the 140 and change, the 93 and change. We have a recommendation from the town administrator in terms of what cuts would be associated with which questions. They sum up. I think that's, or within a few dollars, they will sum up to the exact dollar very shortly. But again, commas and apostrophes are not what we're here to talk about. It's concepts and any strong objections. So let me open it up to the board in terms of any questions or first to Mr. Hartunian.
And I just, one thing on the structure of attachment A, spent a little time on Saturday morning with Mr. Gant. You'll notice a couple small little tweaks from the last conversation on Thursday. Generally, it's the same, but the edits that were asked to be incorporated, taking the italicized part out of the town, Masco, and Desek on the questions as an example, changing it just to say question 1, question 2, question 3. The narrative up top all aligns, I believe, with what the comments and feedback received by the board on Thursday. And then I thought this was a nice little touch, but we put a little gray on the 3 override question blocks at the top, just to sort of differentiate it from the base, or from the proposed budget for the town and elementary schools. So structurally, this is, we've been working off of a template of sorts. What you have is now the attachment A, with all of the departments, all of the line items and adjustments in each of the columns associated. It is the same as what was provided over the weekend.
Okay.
It's just on the attachment A now. So if you haven't seen the attachment A, it's no different than what was sent out on Saturday morning. And I can give a quick overview of sort of the process and what what's in here if you like, Mr.
If
Chair.
it's quick.
And I know we're short on time.
Amanda wants her to.
Did change one thing to make it actually tax the override amount. So I rounded the insurance and the school.
Okay.
So it will be a little.
But it does tie, it now ties, attachment A does tie to the numbers that we have,
Okay, to the dollar.
correct? So,
Excellent.
I just asked, I've got Friday, Sunday, but I have no Saturday evening.
I believe I sent it on Saturday morning. I sent the email on Saturday morning and Monday morning.
But it's in.
It's
one
on board docs
doc.
now.
Yeah.
If you look in board docs, it's been added.
It's draft external sample updated 5/26/26. Is that what we're looking at?
I don't know what it's titled. I didn't, but I think
The second one
it's
is
out
at the
there.
bottom and.
Attachment A, the version that we have as the proposed attachment A is the one that, Ms. Fox referenced the second.
Are you library?
It's on here.
Oh, no, I'm
Taking it back up.
No, hang on. Yes, I am.
That was
Library.
the town override summary, 521, right?
The revised
523.
Okay, you should be co-host.
Yeah, rather than attachment A, this might be an easier way to look at it.
It's like a condensed version.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right, but it's easier. That was my point.
I think so.
That was my, for me,
Yeah,
that's what I've been working on.
that's why we have the attachment A, because I want to make sure the board and the FinCom see what it's going to present as. But the document I sent in on Saturday is a representation that just line items, so you don't have to scroll through the
But
documents.
for discussion, that's an easier document, I
Correct.
think.
And it's got more of the detail that has been requested.
Right.
It's not just the line item other or.
This will not be part of anything official.
Just for information purposes, as we,
Well, it is official. It's on board docs.
You know what I mean?
it will not be a part of the warrant. The attachment A will. And the attachment A
Attachment A.
currently,
Maybe I'll rephrase my question. Unless someone's gonna go hunting for that before voting, they would not ever see it.
it's on board docs, but yes, I mean, it's.
There will be a lot more communication after we print this.
So do we questions now on?
Yeah, I believe Mr. Sereno had some.
Well, as I'm trying to find my way around this. So I understand there's an email from planning board and zoning board. They want to change the position that they request.
I did not see that email, but to be frank, I haven't gone through all my emails
Yeah,
in the last day or so.
I could provide some illumination on that, I think. They offered up, if there has to be cuts and if they have to participate, they would go from the 19-hour grade 7 position, they would go back to 15-hour grade 5, and they would struggle to make that work as part of their contribution to cuts if they occurred. That was their intention.
I think
But I notice here, there's no cuts on the planning board line item.
that's already been adjusted in our meeting 2 weeks ago when we reduced the planning support and the firefighter and the 2 healthcare plans. So that's, planning's already made the adjustment. So every department has some
Right. So
overview of this. Every department has some reduction associated with every department.
and what happened at that time when that reduction was made was the 15-hour grade 5 was just eliminated. The 19-hour grade 7 was retained. Is that my memory correct?
Funding's available to be flexible with each.
Currently, what's
Okay.
in the budget would be the 719, right?
It allows us to have flexibility for that if we chose
So if
to.
you wanted to go to a mix year, you could.
I mean, if we,
Within the same money, you could do it.
depending how the overrides go, if it's we're super tight and they fail, it might be something, independently to the point, and appreciate planning board and zoning board willing to partake in,
Yeah.
in adjustments. I feel like that would be something if, depending on the results of the election, that we might make adjustments so that we have some of the savings within the operating budget, our base budget at the end of the day. That would be my
What would the?
But that would only
savings
be in consult.
like $4,000 maybe.
That would only be in consultation with.
That's not net.
With the boards, right?
4,000 net.
That would only be in consultation with the boards.
The difference is 16,561.
We would have to add back in consulting for stormwater and other items which we reduce as a result of putting those other dollars in. So there's a net of reducing that out of, if you just take that standalone, it's about 29,000, and it's 23,000 for the admin. So it's about a $5,000, $4,000 or $5,000 difference between the two. That's why I'm saying it's not,
Still something.
it's something, but we were able to absorb that.
Can we,
I think we're out of order.
Yeah.
So I think that's what we're able to, in the proposal that we presented, it funds what the original request was before the budget constraints of the planning and ZBA chairs. I think it's important. They do a really important work here for the town and provide them with the services that they requested. And we already made an adjustment earlier in the process, so we certainly can, again, as results come in on the votes, we can certainly adjust what we do. We don't have that position hired right now. We're holding off until we have funding for it. If we have funding, right? So that'd be my.
Does it take the load off another line item in this?
4,000, about 4,000 net. Yeah.
Okay, so can I ask a question?
Wait, I know Greg has been waiting for a while. Was that the one?
That was pretty much it.
Okay.
I talked to
Okay.
Kevin earlier.
So I'm looking at the, I'm looking at the adjustments in the general government category. And I notice,
Sorry, what is the general government category?
It's pretty broad.
that's the beginning of the spreadsheet, finance,
Okay,
economic,
yep,
town
yep,
necessities,
yep.
town treasurer, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
So, I noticed we've taken 20 grand out of the reserve fund, which I believe is the FinCom reserve fund. And, and we've had some discussions on this previously about, what's the most of this reserve fund that we've ever used? And typically usage is typically 50 grand or less. I mean, is that right or wrong?
Yeah.
It's been multiple years of zero, it's been multiple years in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s.
Last year was 100. Took everything.
Yeah. So, yeah, and when Kelly left, it would have been 80, right, for that departure.
Yeah, so, if it was me, I would have taken some more out of the reserve. If I was,
I'd go the opposite and say maybe use this 4,000 and reduce the reserve as much as we can.
you mean maintain it as much as we can, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, keep it as close to what it was and not reduce it anymore. Yeah, sorry, I don't, how does this work when you're the chair? I don't have to recognize you. You get it.
Mr. Chair.
So I would, just to comment that we've shared this comment before from a FinCom, what our view on that one is, you've heard us speak about budget assumption versus cost cuts in the two. And at the end of the day, this is the last net. If we're digging into this net and we run out, the only thing left to do is go to a special town meeting and ask for additional money in that year. Or we have to remove we have to cut. If we find something in December, we're 6 months into the year, we now need to make a cut. Over 6 months, that's a year-long cut. So it's double the pain for that 6 months. So this is or if it was in April or March, 9 months have gone through the year, and now we need to come up with something that's in 3 months. And so it'd be quadruple thing. This is the one thing that's that net, the last net we have. So I just, from an assumption perspective, and we're cutting a lot of other budget assumptions. So this one scares me. For that reason.
So it won't scare Shay.
No, please do. Sorry.
But, and I'm looking at the salary changes in general government. And I only found one salary change, and that was in the accounting department. Is there any particular reason they were singled out?
They were not singled out. So there's adjustments to 6 positions that would be headcount reductions. There's, I think, 3 locations where there's hours reduced as well.
That's outside of general government, but in general government, I only saw this one line item was salaries. The rest were all expense items.
So that particular position was 34 hours a few years ago. It was added to 6 hours a few years ago after I think
34 to 42.
to 40. Right now, they're a 40-hour position. The only other 40-hour positions are the 2 executive assistants in the organization. All the other grade 6s and grade 5s are somewhere between 38 and 30 hours a week. So this would reduce that down consistently with the other departments that have grade 6 or grade 5 supports.
And the department head has been thoroughly thoroughly reviewed this with you.
The entire finance team spent a lot of time reviewing very difficult decisions. And this was obviously a difficult decision as well. But it's one that we're putting forward.
I still hate to be a pain in the neck. So the net difference between the two positions is 16,561.
No, the net,
Right, well, I'm sorry, the initial subtotal. So what are we subtracting from the 16,561? You had $2,000 in there for.
Yeah.
Where are you
professional
now?
services.
We went back to planning.
I have to do the math.
So off the top, it is, I think we had around $5,200 for consulting for the planning and zoning board for stormwater review items, which we reduced out for that particular line item. I think there was a request on the hours for the admin position to go from 15 to 19. And so there's some additional.
I think the letter I said they would be happy with the 15.
I wouldn't say happy.
They would try and make that work in a gesture of participating in the campaign.
So we all saw the presentation.
This?
So we all saw the presentation, the relativity around both the planning and zoning to Board of Health and Conservation, which are the closest comps for the town. Each department has 1.5 FTEs. A department head level technical expert, as well as an admin about half time. Other communities that have planners or planning support have at least one FTE associated with those two boards and the planning capacity. Some like Boxford up to 2 FTEs and others. So right now with the 15 current hours, full-time equivalent. So right now, I don't have the presentation from me, but it's up on board docs. It basically, we're significantly lower than any of the other communities with the support we're giving those boards. And they're very important boards, as we all know, all of our boards are, but you know, that we've worked very closely with those, the chairs and the boards through the cycle. And it was identified that this was something of request of grade 719. I agree. I personally see it as an operator that it would be a huge benefit, their request that came in. And I do appreciate their willingness to contribute further if it so made sense. But it's about a $5,000 or $6,000 net difference between hiring.
I think I just got $10,000.
I'd have to go back, Mr. Stringer, just because I don't have that. We've had those conversations months ago. I'd have to go back to see what those adjustments were. And I don't have that in front of me in the moment.
I thought a stormwater consultant, outside review was paid by the applicant. Is that right? That was my understanding.
So we've historically had a stipend for $5,200, $5,400, one of the two, that was provided to a municipal employee. It was David Bond up at the highway garage. He would do the do the inspections as needed as it came out, provide technical support on any application for stormwater.
It's bounced around. Where is it now?
So I don't have anyone with a PE on staff who can take that responsibility on. And so we've had that budget now consulting, but the reality is that's very low probably for the consulting. If we're looking for outside resources, we did come up with a pretty complicated way to make sure that the cost goes back to the applicant. However, managing that process is going to be convoluted, and there's a lot of steps for staff to.
That was always my understanding. They had to pay for an independent. Every subdivision I've been involved in.
Different. Sorry.
Why?
Because it's not the subdivision, it's a certain type of lower size that historically Topsfield has not required them to have that service. Like they have not required a third-party review.
Such as?
Engineering review of the stormwater or the site plan or whatever it might be that's being proposed to the planning board for a project. It's not my discretion, it's the planning board's discretion at the end of the day. They've elected.
I spent 15 years on the planning board.
Sure.
And never had any problem with reviewing one professional engineer provided documents, which you can trust to a certain point. And then if the need be, having the applicant pay for a review.
I would defer to the chair of the planning board, but I'll do my best to answer with her not being in the room. historically, what's happened is that on smaller projects, if you're putting a deck on the back of the porch, it's a homeowner versus
Why are we working?
it's the way it's been since I've been here and before that. It just, that's how they've
Whose
operated.
direction?
Not the town administrators. They're an independent board and committee, and that's how they've gone through their business.
I don't understand it fully, but part of what I understand is, that the board needs, engineering expertise that used to be provided on a more practical basis by by town employees, perhaps somebody in the highway department, for example, used to be able to do some of that, but responsibilities have shifted in such a way where that's not possible to be done internally anymore. So they need some engineering expertise. And it also provides a nice patina of independence in terms of independent expertise, in terms of the information they use to make decisions. So that's the little I understand of it.
That's the $5,000, $5,200.
Okay, so we're five-ish, somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 net.
No, 10,000. Take the 5,000 that he wants for this.
Then there was also,
Planning board. Planning boards, that's what they've had historically in the budget.
Is what?
You said his, it's just what's.
I'm sorry.
yeah,
And I'd also say that too, that one of the things that came through myself was articulated to the select board during the process was that by putting those smaller projects that historically we've stipend out, it does take some time from the administrative support. And part of the reason there was request for an additional 4 hours was partly that as well.
I understand. A lot of people are sacrificing on this budget.
Understood?
That's an easy sacrifice.
I don't know, I think, on planning, making sacrifices there it puts the town at risk significantly.
Yeah, you compare the staffing that they have on paper, not what they've had the last 6 months or so, but on paper, it's dramatically less than conservation or health departments. I mean, they each have essentially 1.5 people. If this funding comes together in a month or two, planning and zoning will have essentially 0.49% of an FTE as opposed to 1.5, and they have to share that person.
right, yeah.
So, if we ever got to the point where we're gonna squeeze at that level, I would take a few, half a dozen hours or so out of ConsCom and Board of Health before I would planning and zoning, just not because I have anything for or against them, but just to equilibrate a little bit.
So I just want to thanks everybody for the comments. I want to keep us kind of focused on the broad brush instead of these are important comments, just recognizing
Let me throw one.
the time, just let me finish, please. Let's try to focus on the bigger ticket. If we're down to $4,000 or $5,000, that's great. But not if we're ignoring the bigger, any bigger items. And I don't know if there are bigger items.
I have one concern that, at the meeting, generally, I think the perception was people turned down any new initiatives, any new programs.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, I think potentially we have planner support being taken out, but the planner, which was a new position, was still in the budget. And I can see people starting, I want to pull that out.
People can pull out anything.
I-
People cannot pull out, to be clear, people cannot pull out positions. They can adjust the budget, right?
Correct.
That's what happens at ATM, not positions.
Trying to explain,
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I
So
think
the simplest thing, the cleanest thing is to go back to the way it was and don't give the planning and zoning board the way, what they asked for.
Yeah, give it.
We need I do agree with Mr. Ruggles' comments earlier. I mean, those are two very important boards, committees that we need to make sure that we're providing as much resources as we can. We've already seen that we've reduced earlier what had been asked to basically build up, so they have this, not even to the higher, would still be the lowest FTE of any surrounding communities. That's been removed, so we're at little less than 0.5 FTE, and what's in the budget. Most other communities have the technical expertise, which is what was requested, that's grade 7 would be. Depending on how everything shakes out, we haven't hired the position. We don't even have a job description yet for the position. It doesn't mean we're gonna do that position, but this would give us the flexibility to make sure we give those boards what they need. And if the engineering becomes expensive more than we think, because we don't have somebody in-house, there might be some additional money in there to make sure we give those boards what they need. It's really paramount, it's important, that we support them. So that's how it's represented.
But we can't wait too long in getting organized to
I think
give them this
the
stuff.
perception is
They've been out without it for a
the
while.
town turned down the planner, and yet we still have it in attachment.
You know, there's some things that raise an immediate concern when somebody looks at them for the first time. And I know I'm guilty of that as much as anybody, but it's gonna need an explanation. And I think if we provide we believe the explanation, if we believe the explanation, the reasoning is sound, I think we can explain it.
And again, I think if what we're talking about is 4 hours in a slightly different position,
It's not the money I'm talking about, it's the title. We're taking out something dedicated.
we don't
There's
have
no
a title
title,
in
no
here.
title.
It's
Planning
just a dollar
support, it's
amount.
funding to support the planning and zoning. Well, once we know if it passes,
I'll withdraw mine.
I have the solution. You want extra money, take 8,000, put it in consultant, and put and give the 23,000 for the position.
Well,
Then you got money, you got your little extra than the 5,000 that you were originally looking for. I think that's fair.
And you save money.
And you save money. Take it back to somebody else who may need it.
they need it. They've
No,
needed it
no.
for some time,
No doubt.
and so I know we're sort of on
Yep.
the limited amount of time we have. I would also just say that a big level, I want to say, of the 357,000 is the number that we have to come up with. About 34% school with 128, appreciate their participation, and the town's at 229K. 105,000 is 46% of the town's reductions are structural in strictly salary and wage reductions, including some headcount.
yeah.
And so, I know there was a conversation around making sure like health insurance reserves, making sure we still can have some funds to be able to provide those services. Appreciate that. Balancing with that with some of those structural changes to make sure that we're doing everything we can to tighten up for future too. And so, there's a lot of different perspectives and I appreciate that. And all that feedback's really helpful in sort of how we've navigated and come up with the recommendations. I don't think it's 100% going to be one way or the other, but there's some really tough decisions that have been made and some proposals in here that.
Yeah.
I'll just give you my ideas for discussion and I'll just rapid shoot them. I think we've got a little bit extra room, a little bit of extra room in that street lighting. I believe Chief mentioned there was the 12,000. I don't think we have 12,000 in here. And from my perspective, I want to decrease the impact on the FinCom reserve as much as possible, probably because I am also risk averse here. I would say, and again, I'm going against what I said because it's only a few $1,000s, but anything in there. My other thing, I know I'm beating a dead horse, apologies, but I would prefer elementary school is not under question 1. But then just swap.
Well, I think all elementary should be in question 1.
When you say not in question 1, what do you mean? They don't get cut at all?
If question 1 fails, yeah, that
Oh, I
was my
see.
suggestion. We talked about it last Thursday and I got talked down, so. Just,
Okay,
I haven't gotten off that. Those are my only 2. Those are my only 2.
so
I think I would just like to understand the basis for 16,000. How did you come up with the numbers in each of the buckets?
So conversations that myself and the chair have had with members of the school committee, just to better understand the perspective and the priorities. There was a request, school, so push most, not all the money towards the school overrides, Mascona 6 Tech. However, trying to balance that also with how do we appropriate money evenly to get to your numbers, and sort of what you see is a little bit in the question one, 16,000. You have 60,500 under Masco and 51,500 under Essex Tech.
And what was the basis for that rate, those ratios? 60,000, yes, to get a number, but was it insurance? Was it, what was the thought process that went into
There wasn't an exact science other than, we were working with our partners at the schools, and, their perspective matters, and trying to make sure we understood what their preferences were. We have preference. Sorry, I am speaking around you but I know we did that.
Our preference is not being involved, right? Like,
Yeah.
not our guideline. We understand that the select board has to make decisions and that we fall in this decision-making process. The majority preference of the school committee is that we would fall under Essex Tech. Be involved with that.
Essex Tech and Masco, you said?
That is, it wasn't.
All in one override.
This is also not an informal poll.
No, he's saying spread across two.
Spread across Masco and Essex Tech.
No, I'm telling you what he's saying.
All right.
I've heard what you've said.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is our preference.
So, Ms. Fox, I would just say there's been a lot of opinions on all of these, but this is one where I've got some people saying all of it should be under town, and others saying put it all under there. It was trying to balance all that and balance all the numbers of how we appropriate money into different buckets. And so there wasn't an exact science based on a ratio or percentage off of some calculate, some number that's out there.
But to be clear, the total across all three that's based on the prorated amount, 55% of the Masco and Essex Tech amount.
Correct.
That is a very precise number.
So I guess because I was looking at the pensions that we have to cover. And I'd rather see 69,000 under Masco and nothing different under elementary school, and something else happened to absorb that 16 in the town. I don't think we should be part of it now.
Well, in terms of the two underlying drivers that are pushing this camel's nose under the tent, it's pensions and insurance. And the elementary school staff is absolutely embedded in pensions and insurance.
Right.
On an overall average, somewhere in the neighborhood of 50%. Although one is more than the other, but it balances out somewhere in the plus or minus 50% territory. So I don't see any problem with including them in the first override, because that was largely driven by pensions and insurance.
But the insurance, I think, because you cut 54,000 out, it was under guideline by that. I mean, you covered that guideline.
Well, yeah, but your guideline is not an economic event. I mean, the economic event is we have money we spent last year, and what we're required to spend for the exact same activities this year is much greater. I mean, that's the economic driver. And that driver is running down the road that the elementary staff walk, and it's running down the road that the town operations people walk. Right, Mike?
No, so don't ask my opinion, because I think the elementary's covered.
Yeah.
I think the guideline covered it. I think then when the town took $57,000 of levy capacity and applied it, that helped offset it. And the only thing that's left is the only amount of elementary stuff that wasn't covered was because we had to because there was health insurance came in high and pensions came in high. It's a $50,000 problem for elementary. It's a $96,000 problem for the town. So I think
That's because you took all of the added levy and crediting it over to there. No, but you're saying that should have been all credited to the health insurance for the schools.
Yeah, I said that part of it, yes.
Yeah, so that's not very.
But so it's a balance.
It's a swing, but yeah.
So I got two quick questions or issues.
The answer is town hall. I don't know what town hall means, so.
Town hall meetings.
All right. Town hall maintenance. There was a question what town hall meant town hall maintenance.
Okay,
Bob?
so, you know, I got great, excuse me, Dave.
Sorry.
I got great,
Here. Yours.
oh, sorry. I got great sympathy for, because of my profession, for departments that gotta produce paperwork like a factory produces widgets. You know, that includes treasurer, assessors, accounting department. So if it was me, instead of just putting all the salary adjustment in general government in the accounting department, I would put half of it in the select board salary and wages. So, now meanwhile, moving on to
So what would that reduction be?
1,750 each, I think.
But what would that? What would you want to cut in the omnibus to absorb that? Are you talking about
I
overtime?
don't wanna name names.
That's
Well, that's where we
why we're
are.
here right now.
Yeah.
All
Where we
right,
are.
I would,
Not just the number, it's the operation.
I would,
Exactly.
rather than take it all out of accounting, I would take, I would have Deborah contribute someone. I mean, it's a special project,
So
basically.
she's a salaried employee, which is a little bit different than reducing hours for a wage employee. So a wage employee, you reduce the number of hours. They're not being compensated less for their time. They're just less time being compensated. And like I said earlier, there was not just a random dart throw. It was based on what all the peers at town hall for comparable positions or relatively comparable are being adjusted to. There's also another position in the building. It's not under general government, but another place where there's this, a reduction of about 5 hours for that position as well. There's public safety, both fire and police contributing, the library, the entire rec department's up for a vote to see if all three fail, there's no longer a rec department. So it's very purposely based on comparables, based on the needs and based on what we're going to need to absorb. But it's important that it's relative to what other
Yeah,
positions that do like positions.
I know you put this through a process and I respect that. If I was there at the beginning of the process or I was at the room, that's what I was in the room. That's what I would have done. I wouldn't have put it all on the accounting department. Now, second issue is.
Again, it's not all in the accounting department.
Well, okay.
It wouldn't matter.
I wouldn't have put 30.
We're talking about people, so I want to make sure we're clear. It's not targeting. It's definitely purposeful based on operational adjustments that we'll be prepared to do if we need it.
Okay, but there's not gonna be fewer vendor payables, right, coming in. I'm not gonna be.
We will get it all done.
Fewer accounting.
We will get it all done. We'll find a way to get it all done.
So, under public safety, we have some reductions in, salaries for, police and fire. I mean, are we still maintaining a round the clock, two-person
Yeah.
staffing level?
Yes,
Even with those reductions?
yes, we have to.
All right,
Matches up to you. Call.
all right. That was my question.
What's that?
Andrew's looking.
Mr. Prazer.
So currently our reductions are listed under salary and wages. So I just want to point out that we have a bottom line spending authority in our budget and
Yeah.
that we would not be involved with those specific salaries. We'll figure out, if necessary, we'll figure out how to do it.
Where it comes from, because you're that one
The
line.
difference between elementary,
Do it?
so but schools are bottom line budget, to Mr. Prez's point. The town has to identify specifically prior to exactly what those adjustments and what people are voting on. That's the difference. So if theirs does not pass, the 128 in its entirety, everything fails, the schools will then have to identify what that is. It could be salary
At
wages,
their discretion.
could be something
So
else.
should we put their reductions in the subtotal line for elementary rather than the salary line? What? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm not issuing an instruction. The question.
Could you override and just force them into line 163? You know, so that these are blank and it just shows it in subtotal. Rather than classifying, because to your point.
Yeah, put in the line total elementary schools and then it's in the subtotal as well.
So he's saying 161 and 163,
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
as long as that's legal.
So we'd have double check we have a warrant from a couple years ago where I think we used for the override for schools, one number for the override contingency budget.
Sorry, so there.
When you did your last override,
Yeah.
it was, so I think we just suggested, we just had the contingency line item and a bottom line number next to the overall cost for the elementary schools. We can double check the attachment A from a few years ago, but I believe that's what we did. We can double check what that is.
The elementary, so we're not sure, but we're looking into it. So,
John,
we're not sure whether we do it, we're gonna look into it.
we'll double check.
Okay,
If we can, we'll flex that.
all right.
But to the, even if, I would wonder, I'll double check KP2 in the event that we identify a specific category here, whether it has to be in salary and wages or other matters, I'll double check that too, to our bottom line number budget.
I'm looking at the town override summary sheet, which I think that you've already, which I find is a very helpful summary.
Yeah.
How are we gonna find out what each of those line items means?
I can go through them. We kind of went right into edits before we got to the overview, but that, I could certainly
Because
go through and tell.
I know that's a lot, I don't wanna make everybody throw their end of time, but I don't feel like I understand what literally any of the.
Is that the 177 subtotal or the 120?
He means
All three columns.
123.
If it says we're gonna cut 2,000 for professional services, what does that mean?
I know.
Any of them, every single one.
Well,
Let's quickly go through.
Because I'll tell you what I'm actually, I wanna know, is it gonna be a cut in spending? Are we just tightening the budget and the spending's gonna be the same? Or is it something like a reserve or a cushion that we're eliminating?
So Mr. Chair, do you want me to go through these? I can.
If you can do it quickly. I mean, they need the information. FinCom needs the
I would say,
information.
I don't feel like I could vote on this without knowing what the cuts are.
Sure. Elementary school, we covered that. That's across all three categories.
But what would
Just-
be cut?
just give me-
No, that is not for us to determine though.
Just before you do, which email was it in? Because I want to throw it up.
It is on board docs.
I opened
It
this
is on board.
I opened this from Kevin's Saturday morning.
Saturday morning email.
Yeah, and it's a Saturday email from Kevin.
Yeah, I've got
It's
this.
in town over.
Nobody
Yeah.
know what cuts are.
But it's the town override summary that you're looking at dated.
Their bottom.
Oh, there's a,
So they'll be,
You gotta
and
slow down a
there's a
little.
third.
Yeah.
we won't know.
And we're gonna say these hours in this place of this person.
But we can't even say, oh, you tried to.
We don't have, that's not for us to say.
But we won't know.
We don't.
I don't even, I just wanna know, we won't know.
We won't know.
It was identified.
That's if it happens, then it's elementary.
We won't know until after. If it fails, then we wouldn't know until we have an emergency meeting late.
But there's not, the school's not gonna, before the election, say, vote yes on this, or else we're gonna lose this, this, and this.
They might, they say, well, we might lose.
Well, he just told me he's not gonna know.
That's why you say we might lose.
Yes, we can say what we want.
You could say this amount of money is equivalent to this and this.
I think we would probably just say a dollar amount because we don't like to throw out positions unless we know we're covered. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna get deeper if we don't know we're covered.
And the town, unfortunately, like I said, we have to be very transparent. And ours might, if they're all passed, we're having conversations about people and that matters. So we want to make sure, like I said, we're very conscious of all the impacts of the operations and the impacts to the departments and the team as
Is
well.
there any way to put that spreadsheet on board docs?
Which one?
That one.
The one that was.
I think it is on board. docs.
is,
Is it?
no,
I think it's
it was
outdated.
not. As of a couple hours ago, it was not.
I put it up.
Oh, you did, okay.
I bought it an hour before the meeting started,
Okay.
when I got it,
But that, to me, that's the most helpful overview, right there.
Oh, I think it's.
Yeah.
This,
Summary,
Town override summary.
override summary.
So I think the request for those still high level, like micro machines.
Correct.
Yep. So I'll go.
2.5 seconds per, I'm ready to go.
All right, so as we know, for the town's component of the override, we reduced the firefighter of 60, we reduced the two family.
You can
plans.
skip that one.
So we're down to 123. Elementary schools spread across the three.
Got that.
They'll explain what and how they want to articulate that. Select board conferences was reduced by 2,000.
What is that?
So there's a line item for the cover the cost
MMA
for the MMA
conference.
conference and other
That's
conferences.
the conferences you go to.
The conference they go.
Or it goes to actual.
I actually went to MMA and I actually found grant opportunity, ended up with $123,000 grant.
So that's
So
something
it's
pretty.
money,
good.
yeah, so it's money well spent.
Apparently not.
We've got to make.
Well, they
it
get
cut.
so, just don't have the.
Go ahead, legal. Legal and,
Myself.
legal is.
Legal is our legal, we're trending right about where the budget is. We've normalized that to some extent, but you never know what's gonna happen. So there's a little bit of a reduction in the legal cost, but it's $3,000, sorry, $5,000. Professional over two of the line items, or two of the cost centers, and then the professional services in the line item was referenced earlier by Mr. Serino. We have a line item there for when we, because a small organization, sometimes we need third-party support when it comes to helping us with different items. That's been reduced. It's been constantly reduced over the last 6 years from what the original number was. Reduced.
Gotta go faster.
Faster.
Town hall maintenance is a line item for sprinklers, elevator, that's being reduced.
This is for the town hall building per
So
se.
no specific projects,
Building
just
envelope.
freaking the line item.
This is not for the one for the
Got it.
whole.
No, that's free cash allocated fund that we use. We merge that with each of the different cost, department
Got it.
buildings and their
This
budgets.
is town hall.
Electrical street light, that was
That's
something where with the LED savings, we're recognizing right up to the savings amount. The reduction with the clerk, 500, miscellaneous, it's gonna be in the other category. Assessor,
Quick clerk or treasurer.
clerk, assessor,
Are you looking
and
at
treasurer
the same one, Kevin?
are all $500 across.
This is a.
Yeah, there's, it's here.
Oh, okay, you're going left to right. I thought you were going top down. Sorry, go ahead. Stay standing.
Hey, I'm gonna, okay, give me one second, I'm gonna kick this up.
We just need the total, not
Go ahead.
Salary wage reduction, so we talked about that earlier in the department, general government, 2 hours, based on that, gets us still above what the position historically it had until a couple years ago. One passes is one reduction, if the other passes the other. 500 miscellaneous from COA. Board of Health vaccines, $4,000 coming out of that line item.
But do we spend that ever or no?
Depends.
When was the last time we did vaccines?
So we are on a tri-town grant that expires this year. They've been able to supplement our vaccinations in the event that we're not refunded, and now they're limiting the number of cohorts they're gonna fund. We would then be obligated to do it. If there is an alternative with a pharmacy, it's not a 2-second answer.
I got you.
So it's a better way to put it though. We're gonna stop if we were gonna do.
We're not
vaccines,
anymore.
We are not gonna do them anymore.
But we have some money in there in an emergency situation, like we have like
Back in?
something that.
Yeah.
Never going back in.
You smiling too much when you say that.
Ebola
It's just understand, everything that was last year, said they're gonna go back in, they did. These are permanent cuts.
Or what's the one that?
Oh, yeah.
The Harvard.
So the library salary and wages of totaling $19,000. And we also have the rec coordinator position spread over all three.
Like the 9,000, but the salary of the library, that's what? That's fewer library hours or that's
That's a reduction of somebody's hours or a layoff in its entirety.
somebody's hours or the library's hours?
In library.
Reduction of the,
In the library.
if we
The
reduce.
library will be open the same amount.
I can't commit to that. That's, if this stuff, we're gonna have to reshuffle what we do to make sure we hit the number, but ultimately it's salary and wage reductions based on cuts of salary and wages of
Just got
within that department. And we'll work with the library director and all the players in that to make sure we do it.
Yeah, I got
Keep as
you.
much operation as possible we can, but also there could be a reduction of some.
So rec is a cut. Building salary, wages.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
so then the miscellaneous 1,000 out of the rec, it's only like 5,000, that's a 20% reduction out of that entire department's other category. It's not well funded, but that's okay. We'll set the budget works. This doesn't pass. Building salary and wage reduction, there's 2 in there. One's a reduction of the admin position down 24 hours to 19, and the other would be the local inspector that we have big, that's in the budget to support some of the
Building
inspections.
inspection.
Building inspection. And there's a lot of things that were mandated now. There's this. It's life safety, a lot of times what we look at, and it's a hard cut, but it's necessary. Get to our composting, that's overtime for highway and park and cemetery, and so our cost is 8,000 in overtime during the year, 8,000 to haul the material away, and we generate about $8,000, $9,000 in fees associated with that. So the net cost, we're saying 6,000. So that's a reduction of opportunity for the guys to work. It's something that they rely on.
And a reduction of hours at the compost facility.
There'd be no composting. We're gonna forego composting
Reduction.
So that's at the DPW.
Yeah.
on the-
every Saturday
Just
from
closed.
April until
Right.
November-ish. We are open in the morning for people to drop off. We have at least one person up there managing that. We have to have eyes on the building and what people are dumping.
So we're just gonna close the gate.
Can't do
Saturday, can't.
the-
Can you double the price? And keep it, break even?
We're reducing basically the net impact of this at the end of the day. I mean, yes, we could, in theory. It would be basically people coming. It would be,
Too late for this year.
it would basically be like once a month or once every other week at a cost of, right now, I think we're $75, we could bump it up double probably to 150. It's gonna be a significant increase. The potential's there.
I think it's pretty popular.
I know, trust me, it's not.
My
something-
neighbors use it, I don't want them dumping it on my property.
All I'm saying is I know we
Okay.
wanted, there's been a lot of conversation about structural changes.
So-
This is one that we don't have to by law do.
Right.
It's something we have done and it costs us money to do.
Yeah.
So the idea here is eliminate those cost centers that cost us money.
It's a reduction in services to zero. It is not a
Road,
budget.
bridge and sidewalk. This is the add back.
This is the try,
This
as
was
we
cut
took
last year.
37
2 years
was cut.
ago.
This is the attempt to add money back.
And now we're taking that back down to no, and I promised Gary Wiles, who, when we were trying to balance last year, gave us 37,000 out of road, bridge and sidewalk. I will say, part of it is calculated. We have been very successful with our chapter 90 money coming in. With the great work that Mr. Wiles' his team did to identify the roads that are now gonna be accepted. That's more miles, that's a little bit more money coming in. So the idea here is reducing it, even though there was a commitment that we we're gonna do everything we possibly could to get this back in this year. Then I said it can only do half. Now we're at that point where we can't ask for replenishment of that line.
What's the anticipated impact?
When chapter 90 dries up, we won't be able to fix sidewalks and certain roads and bridges. The number was a 6-figure number years ago before I was here, and it's just, as costs have gone up, that line item's been cut.
So we're adding,
So really, it's reducing roads and the fixing of roads and,
Ultimately, at the end of the day,
Supplies, back over trucks.
yeah.
I just wanna,
Yeah, but at the end of the
last
day,
year we cut
you know,
37, the intent was to add all of that back. We're only adding back
resident doesn't
17.
care that their supplies, they care that the road's smooth.
so what we.
So we already cut from the original, but this is another.
We got 37 round
Yeah.
one, then we dumped it down
Got it.
17 out of that. Now we're down to
This is no comment on that's a.
This is for us to
Don't
be
get out of
able
that.
to discuss and debate.
There'll be no room. These are last
I
year's
hate
cuts.
to do this, but you just explained that this 20,000 was extra money.
Not extra
It's
money.
not extra money.
It's a cut that was made last year with the intent of it being added back. That's why I'm saying all cuts should be assumed to be permanent. There's no room to add back.
I'm saying take the 20,000 out of this reduction. Put it back in the roads and bridges budget.
Okay.
So what are you gonna cut in its
Yeah.
place?
I'm gonna cut a planning board position and by $8,000. And then I did have a question. I'm sorry, I'm a little upset that I don't have this form in spreadsheet form. I don't have the email from Saturday. I don't have it on board docs. Okay? That's not,
Can I forward,
I'll forward
can I forward it over to you?
Please do.
And it's on.
I don't-
There's $11,000 in the police. What do you call it?
Yeah, I'll get to that. Let me.
No, the police academy. That's not showing up. You took the budget out of
It is.
10,000 out of it.
All right, so road bridge, we got that. So now we're going field maintenance, I think I know what that is.
Yep.
So,
Snow and ice.
so that.
Guys, give me 1 second so I can catch up. I just wanna get this forwarded over.
So I want to emphasize the field maintenance. There's 3 components. I've met with the president of TAA. Tough conversation. We've made some really good headway. The team has with improving the fields. Some of the stuff we provided, porta potties, fertilization, irrigation, those items in this scenario, we would be reducing 21,000 in its entirety if all fail. And as a result, these are the things that would be on the table.
Do we have any money left for fertilization and watering?
Not a lot. If we did, it would be based on other operations during the year coming in favorably and then pushing that over in there if
So if
necessary.
that grass dies and goes away, we're looking at shutting the fields for a year or two, replanting for cost of thousands of bucks.
You could break up the field piece. People will pay any amount of money.
We are looking at.
That's what I think with that. Yes.
You could break those.
For
For
balancing today, I can't,
Yeah.
these are not something we can budget into revenue right now. The window to get to the finish line was cuts,
I got it. Yeah.
Well,
not revenue, but we are, all my departments 2 weeks ago were asked.
Yeah.
Not asked, they were told to come to us with suggestions on fee structures. We're gonna be building in front of the select board, building fees. We're gonna be putting in there other items, that we've identified for restructures.
And that's for what fiscal twenty, next year?
It'll be coming next year at some point.
We
We
could
would
start
make-
this June.
Those are revenue adjustments we would make too, to kind of help us, for the future year.
Kevin, are you required to have porta potties on playing fields, either by state or local? It varies, from what I saw local, but I don't know
I don't believe there's a state statute, Essex County.
there's not.
Required.
But what about local?
That's in the organization. Topsfield, Middleton, Wakefield, they all have to supply them.
So if we don't have porta potties, we can't have soccer?
No, I mean,
I don't know. That's a great question.
It's just,
I ran a soccer.
so the next one's snow and ice. We have historically, last 5 years, we've been at $257,000 annually on average for snow and ice. Only one of the last 5 years, we've been below the budgeted number, which is 215. This year nominally added 15,000 into that number. This would, again, kind of like the road, bridge and sidewalk, reduce us back down to where the starting point was last year. And that's a reduction 555 across the 3 buckets.
So all you skiers, we're praying for rain. Sorry.
So that just brings it back to last year's budget.
Yes.
Remove.
But I mean, if it snows like it has the last 5 years on average, we're gonna have a $40,000 variance.
Thank God I couldn't come this early.
The fire department, we were looking at, adjustments across 2 cost centers for fire department, relative specifically to call. And then under police salary and wages,
so just to confirm though, that we would still,
we wouldn't backfill the positions.
okay,
So it would be held at the number when those reductions take place.
so the impact to the town resident would be that there would be.
Less likely somebody's coming back when the
Yeah,
call comes out.
so it would be the 2 people who are physically on.
They're still on.
Yeah, it'd be that, and there's no, more increased likelihood, there's no backup support, and if they're off somewhere, there's no response until they get back.
Or mutual aid.
Or mutually, yeah, thanks.
And then on the police, there's 21,000 in reduced salary and wage. Spent a lot of time with the captain looking at those numbers. It's a number, it's tight, but we made those adjustments. It will eliminate our ability to do extra speed car. If we get a bunch of complaints in neighborhoods, sometimes we put a half day, put somebody on. We wouldn't be able to do those extras from a public safety standpoint. There's a junior police academy that we're likely gonna be postponing. It's supposed to happen this month. We wouldn't be able to do that next year either if all failed.
Do we charge
Where
for
does
that
that reflect?
junior academy?
I'm sorry.
Do we charge for the junior academy?
Comes out of our budget.
That was, I think, 11,000.
Where is
Almost half
that
of it.
reflected? Where is that reflected?
It's built into these numbers. So it's not, we've got to let the operators operate too. Like right now, I don't have an itemized line in the attachment A that says junior academy. So we fall under salary and wages, but the conversation, if 3 of these all failed, we'd have to come up with $24,000 in adjustments. And we've already had those preliminary conversations, what that would look like. And junior academy is one of the items we would look to having to not do any longer. Very popular. It's incredibly popular.
So extra speed car, no junior police academy.
Things like that.
We do approximately $20,000 a year in community events. That comes out of our budget, so that includes the junior police academy.
Yeah.
So this is a lot of the community events that's gonna be reduced.
Such as the strawberry.
Correct.
Strawberry.
I would just, what's important here is that people understand, the town residents at the end of this understand what they're voting. So we're not gonna have police strawberry festival? Or the festival would have to pay for that type of thing, right? I mean, or the Christmas on the Green.
I could go through all of it.
Yeah, no, but I just want,
Before we do that, so the select board has a meeting that started a minute ago. We were supposed to be done with this. I was optimistic, so, can you continue going if Kevin,
yeah,
Yeah, I can hang here if you want.
and then I
Yeah.
asked, we're not gonna be able to vote on the specific numbers, but you can get the information that you need.
Yeah. So then-
less than
so-
ideal,
Right,
I
right.
understand, but.
So we're gonna finish up Schedule A tomorrow?
Well, there's like 3 lines.
No, not that, I mean, this attachment
I don't think we're gonna make, if there's adjustments that you wanna consider, it probably won't happen right now because the regular meetings.
A. Right, I understand.
So
So
we
we are gonna cut
Yeah,
back
okay,
to
so
it.
Ultimately, FinCom's vote is on the warrant, recommendation on the warrant, not on Schedule A. We may or may not, based on what the FinCom members feel, be able to recommend or not recommend. We'll see. And then tomorrow we'll have to see about FinCom.
And if you have to recess until tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. So, can I ask you, Mr. Chair, is it helpful if we go down there, do what we absolutely have to, and then come back up here?
Check back in and see where we're at, because we're gonna have to work on the letter as well.
Okay,
And
okay.
do that in. So we're leaving.
So the select board is going to recess for this 7 o'clock meeting at 7:13.
Just a welcoming down.
Yeah.
We're moving there.
Both glad to-
I think I need to vote, right?
Select Board call for recess at 7:13. According to that, you also need to provide a time on when you will return from your recess up here.
We will return from recess at,
Up here or down there?
up here,
Are we taking all our stuff down there?
yes,
Yeah.
Back
Then
up
we're
to the-
gonna-
at 8:30? Are you still gonna be here, or is that
I'm pretty sure
pointless?
we'll be- No, I'm pretty sure we'll
Okay.
still be here.
We will come back
Sorry.
up at
But we gotta get-
8:30, even if it's just.
We get the look, yeah. Yeah, and if not, we'll go down, I'll wait and let you know that.
Okay,
You're right.
yes,
Chair McDonald,
that's me.
motion.
Do we need to vote on it? Is that where you're?
Select Office of the Secretary, current recess at 8:30.
Yes.
And the before conference are any second, and we need a roll call vote.
All right, Mr. Sereno?
Aye.
Mr. Ruggles?
Aye.
Ms. Mercer Link? Mr. Metz?
Yes.
I'm an aye. Thank you for keeping us straight.
Here or?
Yours.
Okay, so then we will keep the meeting going. You just reset the meeting.
Yeah. And again, apologies, this
Thank you, no,
is more discombobulated than when we have a lot more time.
And we can rejigger our positioning if you want.
Yeah, I don't like-
Stay right
Find a
here.
cooler spot.
Yes, you gotta get the coolest spot. Maybe it's
It's
usually
not
you.
cool over here.
Those people produce less beef.
It's not cool over
Yes,
when we're gone.
yes. Maybe the air conditioning system will reduce the heat.
Less people, a lot of pack.
A lot of hot air.
This is the hybrid meeting, so the camera stays up here. The owl stays up here.
Yeah.
Maybe I just need to break.
And we'll do- Yeah, that's fine.
So we hit the last.
Yeah, as soon as, yeah.
Some of us have to go downstairs to select board meeting, and we wanted to know if there's anything else you wanted to, from Dan or myself.
Anything you need fire,
We're just going on open it on right now.
Well, just understanding what these operational. I know you've discussed it, but. You know, so that you want to hear about it.
I asked if you were
It's
feeling.
balancing, continuing to do the services we can with stressful adjustments.
but see, what I've been trying, I think what you're.
Yes.
Well, that's what I've been trying to capture is what does it actually mean.
I didn't say.
We understand. Thank you.
was on.
So guys, is there anything for,
I did.
as we dig in, is there anything for the change?
That was
No, okay.
I heard. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So then we'll go through these quickly and then maybe a couple of questions. Because there is, still 2 more police department ones, you know, so when he comes back, we'll do that.
There's one that used to get.
We didn't.
The,
We just got a little snack, we're ready to watch the parade, I think, where is everyone? We didn't realize it was all moved inside.
Okay.
only ones wearing masks.
All right, so we're gonna bring everything back, and we're gonna say, Dave, we're gonna bring everything back, we're gonna try and get through the next few items on this, so we understand more about what's actually being cut in these situations. So we're at police, no community events, no junior police academy, remove the extra speed cars, are some likely items. You want to keep going?
Yeah, sure. And then there's reduction of a reserve, police officer.
Okay, so that's,
That would not be replenished.
okay, so that's the next line item down. So there's 21,000. The impact of that would be the community events, the extra speed car, things like that. The reserve officer, the impact of that is,
About $3,000.
no, what's the life impact, the impact to the town, not money.
What does a reserve officer do?
So it's ultimately it's backfilling shifts and making sure when we have police details, things like that, that they have more, it's volume to allow us to make sure we have things filled that we need to fill. So if you're cutting a tree down, you go through the list, you don't have somebody, one less person take that. If there's a community event, it's one less person who might be able to take that. We're a small department, so we have a lot of activity in town.
So if all of those events are paid through separately, is this really the cost of the incremental cost that reserve officer has for their training, those kinds of
That's the
things?
cost.
Yeah, okay, so
Not any shift, it's just the cost for having that fixed person on staff.
this is similar to the call fire, where you just have fewer people who might be able to fill shifts.
Although we did reduce that based on the historical amount that that we've seen from those individuals. It's been a little bit higher, so we're conservatively dropping 333.
Just a question though.
Because those are when the call goes out, you either come because you're around or you don't.
Yeah.
Reserve officers, call firefighter part-time. That should be our lowest cost resource and maybe one of the most flexible.
They don't,
Does it make a lot of sense
it
to
does,
target them?
because unfortunately, we only, from a full-time roster for both public safeties, if we cut a full-time person, we would not be able to have 2 and 2. And from a public safety standpoint, I do not, from a liability standpoint, and just from what I think is appropriate, and the board agrees, having 2 people on is critically important. And if someone leaves, that's when you backfill it with a reserve, because having somebody in a situation where last night or this weekend, we had a felony arrest.
I understand the police. Mayor's gone through some examples.
They had multiple weapons in the vehicle, like
Correct.
could have gone bad real quick, and not having a second person's a liability. We would never put our people in that situation.
Right.
This is just a fixed cost, and if, we're looking at the people based on data and numbers, if you're not coming, there's no value to us, because that's a fixed cost for you to just be on the roster. But get those out first.
We understand you got a 222 is a minimum.
We don't have official minimums. We don't have it in the contract, but there's not.
To make it work safely.
Yeah, again, that's the town administrator said we have no minimums, but I would.
I understand.
Going down to 1 officer.
Poor choice of words from an engineer.
The reserve, so we don't backfill that expense is going. On the 21,000 we're cutting, is there a risk in the budget that we would still be doing activities that we would end up actually paying for?
No, we just don't do it.
We're saying no to these things.
So
The expense
policy
is going.
change. So typically, we've been able to absorb costs for Holiday in the Green and other events. As an example, for every festival or quasi-town related events, right? So we have people on their boards or we're participating with the setup of the events. For all intents and purposes, people, they think it's our events many times too. The idea here is that we would ultimately not be able to provide that sort of resource the way we have. We're gonna build, it's gonna be expensive, and that's gonna be a big hit for these volunteers who are spending their time trying to put some really great activities together. And what we likely will see, because it's expensive, some of these events that we've historically been able to do, because we've been able to work with them to make sure that they can make all the numbers work and what they raise, we probably won't be able to do some of the events. So we're genuinely risking, if these don't pass, Holiday in the Green or many other events, it's up to the volunteers if they can make it work and raise the money, but it's expensive.
If I could just reiterate one thing, the chief and I, as you all know in here, are very big on community policing. This is one of our priorities with this community. We're gonna do everything we can, and when you see the chief and myself here on the weekends and things like that, there's no additional cost to that. We're coming in, we will continue to do that. That's not gonna go away. But my biggest concern is when we have roads that we have to shut down, the Memorial Day parade and things like that, and these other events, there is a safety risk there. We 2 of us can't be in 5 different places at once. The biggest concern right now with terrorism is crowded places, the fairgrounds, the parades and things like that. You guys have seen all over the news with people, unfortunately, using their vehicles as weapons. I do get concerned about that, not having the personnel down there. we will do everything in our power to make the community safe with these reductions. But there will be a cost to it. You know, and I do get concerned about that on a safety standpoint.
So like an event like a Holiday on the Green, how much is that costing the department right now roughly?
So the chief and I are always there, that's free. We typically have 4 different posts. And again, that's not a detailed rate because we're not charging anybody. We're doing an overtime rate. Our average overtime rate is $65 an hour. You know, usually it's anywhere from 4 to 6 hours.
Yeah.
So, you know, on the high end, it's costing us, say, and again, on the high end, $2,000.
Yeah, so that would then have to be raised by the Holiday in the Green Committee.
Right.
So that's the impact, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep, anytime.
So we'll come back up to those in a minute. The other ones, so we were at the last couple was the health insurance. This is reducing assumptions.
One more single assumption, correct.
Is
Again, balancing what I've heard from select board members, but also in other areas, trying to balance the.
single.
Seven. What, how much?
We're using 7. I think she rounded it to balance it, but I mean, people come on, people come off during the year. It's not an exact general cost of 7,000.
So what would be our, I don't know, buffer, for lack of a better word, on health insurance now? Nothing? It's exactly what people are.
Last year, we had to, not this year, but the year prior, we had to ask for the first time ever, we had to ask for a budget transfer into the health insurance. That's one you never want to be down to the dollar. We've gradually the last 5 years by cutting that budget, gone from 84% down steadily over 5 years to last year being over 100% of our costs to what we had the budget
Last year, fiscal 25, you're talking about.
25.
Okay.
And so this year we were able to come in we're a little bit below, but it is razor thin. And when you have one plan costing $27,000 and a single plan costing $8,000, you have one person who goes on the plan, changing life, new person comes on it, replacing another position, whatever that is. They take that insurance, we're obligated. That's why it's super scary to go down to 2 and 1, but that's where we're at. We've just basically sliced back to where we were 2 years ago when we ran over budget. And all this, I just want to emphasize too, all this affects free cash at the end of the day.
Yeah.
All affects free cash.
Well, we recognize that effectively we're not gonna have free cash. Which precedes another set of problems and efforts that we'll have to discuss.
Stabilization, then bond rating,
Yeah.
big impacts.
Yeah.
Residual. Trash, 3,000. I mean, we budgeted with the new trash fund pretty well. There's a little bit of room in there, but with these gas prices going up, there is some surcharges we're now seeing, and it hasn't seemed like it's coming down anytime soon. This continues for a period of time. We might-
gas surcharges in the contract, huh?
When it goes up to $4.50 a gallon.
It's like
or
a fuel
diesel's even-
escalation clause, right?
Yeah, it's never been hit in any of their contracts ever before.
I pay well.
They wouldn't do it otherwise, because what happens is they'd be underwater right away.
Yeah.
And you,
So this is really just reduce what's the justification for reducing the assumption on 3,000 by 3,000?
It's hope and a prayer. I mean, there's always variable and fixed costs associated with trash. We have a year's worth of data now. Ultimately, we've generated more revenue off the new plan consistently. It's more equitable. How it's applied. You know, there's a lot of communities doing universal trash fees. We have not done that. Beverly went up to $425 from $100. Boxford was $400. There's a lot of communities that have implemented that universally. So if you're a single senior living alone, you put a little bag out every week, boom, you just got hit with another $425 surcharge. Yeah, it's real. And that's something we wanted to make sure was as equitable as possible. If you have a family like me, 6 people, I need a second bin all day long, I'm paying $180. That's still a heck of a deal relative, but we're still getting a lot. We also want to meet those expectations.
It's just an assumption. Yeah, I know, we're saying, so if I can go back up to the top before I missed, select board conference.
Just a reduction. That cost won't be,
Won't attend.
This is
if they do, it won't be
This is the 523 one.
not reimbursement for conferences.
You got more details in the 523.
Okay, so legal.
It's tight, but we're gonna cut a little bit there just to
reduce use of legal.
On the legal one, that seems really risky given the current environment we're in.
So a few years ago, we had a few back-to-back litigation that happened. We've won all of them, but ultimately it cost us money when we pursued certain things. We've normalized those, few of those that have come up and settled. Maya covers us on a lot of cases. But when we have to pursue people who are not pulling permits or causing safety issues, which we've had to pursue in the past, that's where we incur costs, but we have to, because if we don't do anything and everybody ignores the rules, people are being unsafe, it's gonna be, we'll have issues. But we normalize that to an extent, so, dropping that by 5 is not ideal, but it's,
Okay,
we bumped it up a couple years ago, we can bump it down slightly.
professional services, what are the specific ones that drop here?
It's taken 20,000, which used to be 25, which used to be 30, now dropping it to 15.
Yeah, but what,
So there's a lot of things we don't have expertise on. We talked about the planning support as an example. We wrote the RFP for the highway garage, which is gonna be a great amenity once they break ground. We don't have the expertise or skills. No one in this organization does. So what we did is we hired a third-party consultant, cost about $7,000 to write the entirety of as part of the cost of doing business, but it allowed us to have appropriate legal RFP that we put out. And now in a year plus, we'll have a restaurant downtown generating meals taxes, generating meals.
so I'm gonna put in here, I'm sorry to do that, but I just, increase the risk of not having the right expert resource. It's a spend assumption and the risk that we're.
There's liability if I assume something because I don't hire a lawyer, or if we assume something because we don't have an expert in the room, and then someone's trying to do a project in town and doesn't happen the way they want it to, because we don't have the money, we could be liable for litigation.
Reduce and this is the maintenance one, sorry. So what is the town hall maintenance that actually won't be done, or?
I can tell you last year we maxed it out. I had to delay a sprinkler replacement and that cost us about $2,000 because we didn't have it in the budget. We rebid it, came in $2,000 higher this year. Bid is now a spending freeze, but right before that we authorized the work because it's getting really bad. But the cost, basically what it is things start breaking and we can't replace them and it could get worse. Tom knows, he does a lot of this.
Yeah. Okay.
But the townwide maintenance did not get a cut.
Appropriate free cash was already appropriated we can't balance a budget using free cash.
But the point is you can use that
Still
for
have it.
town hall if you run out and things like that.
Right, we usually spend that to entirety, and so is the town hall. We usually max it both those out there tight.
So there is a backup source.
Well, depending on how much breaks.
Well, I would say a different way of saying it is maybe we were already spending all of it. We have a wider pool that we can decide what we're not gonna spend on. Right? I mean, at the end of the day, the assumption is we're just gonna have to do less maintenance this coming year by $2,500.
Not a problem, Jim.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good budget to townwide, wasn't it 25,000 or something? I forget.
For town hall?
No, townwide.
30 maybe?
35?
35.
So it's a good size chunk.
Yeah, we went down for a couple of years during those years, the free cash was limited, and then we were struggling, it was tight, so we were able to bump it up in the free cash.
Last one I had was the 3,500 for salary, wages and reduction. What is this one?
Accounting department.
Accounting. So,
Going back to the hours we had.
Available hours for consultation. I mean, ultimately, I don't respect that. What I'm trying to get at is, why should the person walking in the door or living over there care? What's the impact going to be to them?
It's balancing operations with what we can do for cuts. I mean, it might be Amanda has to pull some more hours to do a couple things to get it done. She's prepared for that if necessary. But they won't unless there's things not getting done as efficiently as we were before. But that said, we've managed under 34 hours for the position. Like I said, this is the only position of 40 hours that's a comparable position. That's why it was indicated differently earlier. That is the purpose.
So, yeah, I know Kevin has to run downstairs. So before we go further, what I'm looking for now is just to make sure everyone here is comfortable that they have. Because our goal was everyone wanted to know and understand what was going to be the impact as best as we can, knowing that these are just, general things, general assumptions. So elementary schools, it's a reduction of the budget. There is nothing that we can tell as to what that's going to actually be, because that's a voted thing down the road. Let me just do this. Give me a second. So that everyone can see all of these, I'm gonna actually reduce the size.
Mr. Chair, while you do that, can I just make one last point?
Sure.
So we had a operational override, a lot based on insurance health, right? There's other costs that have gone up, but those were the biggest buckets. We're presenting to level service budget now. We've reduced out those two positions. Oh, we made cuts early in the process in other line items throughout the budget to cover those costs. They're new, so we took them out. So it was approved 5-2 previously by the FinCom and support for the override of 260 plus the 57. For all intents and purposes, we're now 123. So we've made further reductions on the override. We typically don't get into that level of granularity in the process if the override doesn't pass this number, and I know we had support there. This is much more detailed of what we will do, but it's now being presented on attachment A. So I appreciate the conversation. Just ask when you're considering your vote. None of these were easy decisions, none of them. There's people behind a lot of these, people we care about. But we know what the position we're in. And I hope that, nonetheless, we can move forward together on this with your support on a reduced override at the end of the day. So appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. So running through these quickly, I just want to make sure everyone had, before Kevin runs, there's no questions about this. So then when we're discussing the impact. So elementary schools, it's, the sum of it's $23,000 or so.
128.
128. 2,000 on select board conferences not being funding of that.
Elementary school check for a second.
Yeah.
Just a process question. Did the elementary school committee vote to reduce it by $128,000?
So we ultimately, remember a couple of years ago, the select board didn't agree with the override and they just didn't put it on. We have that, the select board has that authority to basically make a determination on what we're gonna fund. School committees, we've spoken to them about, at the end of the day, they know we could have, we won't, but in theory,
I didn't know what the process.
we could ask them to make a $357,000 adjustment. What we did is we asked them to make 37% of the cost and we'll take the rest of it, which.
So the short of it is no, but I do know there's been a lot of dialogue back and forth with the school committee. So they did not vote this, but they are aware and acknowledged it.
They did not give it up. I asked Andrew that. Did you back it up or did they take it from?
Yeah, I'm sure they don't want it.
Well, as they said, they don't want, we're sitting right there. Nor does the police department, nor does the fire department, nor does right? I mean,
recreation.
Yeah, I'm not placing value on one versus the other. I'm saying that all of them.
But the one caveat, the elementary has earned their budget with overrides. Right?
Yeah, they make guidelines.
They've made guidelines in there and they've always earned their budget with overrides,
In town, and we did it purposely, nothing new in the budget.
Okay.
That's all. It is what it is. It just.
It's not enough money.
So elementary school, get it. We can have that. I just want to make sure we go through and so everyone understands. We can debate and discuss this afterwards. Everyone understands and doesn't have questions about it. Select board, legal, the reduction, professional services, town maintenance, electric streetlights, the clerk, a reduction in, that's a spend assumption reduction on the clerk, general spend assumption reduction. Assessor, the same thing for 500,000 and same thing for the treasurer, $500, 500,000, man, that would solve this whole problem.
And then some.
Fewer hours for consultation. Oh, this salary and wages, which was this one from? The 35.
Accounting department.
Accounting, okay,
But it's 7,000.
total, yeah.
It's 2 hours and 2 hours, roughly.
I just didn't have accounting in my notes. COA spend assumption, that's just other. Board of Health vaccinations, basically stopping any of those or stopping $4,000 worth of that, making sure.
A little more than, I think it's a little more than half what's in the budget. So basically, if something happened, we rely on mentioned, we've been able to not use those funds the last couple of years. You see that in the budget reflected. Yeah. That's because of the Tri-Town PHE grant, very good chance that those funds won't be available.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the impact is, at best, you'll get half the available vaccine clinics if we need them. Reduce rec department, incremental reduction down to effectively zero across the three of them.
Let's get the library shade.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, library wages.
Yeah.
19,000 in wages, so that's hours. To your question, that's working hours, not open hours. But you got to believe in that probably impacts the availability, because when the thing would be open, but we don't know.
And that gets us to the minimum hours, by the way,
Yeah.
19,000 is minimum of hours to maintain,
Yeah, yeah.
without a waiver. That gets us down to that number.
Okay. Good thing. Right. Mars.
And I would just say publicly, that's it. I wouldn't recommend anything with a waiver on that. I think that's
Yeah.
appropriate amount of adjustment for the library. Nothing's appropriate, but that's most will ask. They do great work.
Reduce supply hours possibly to zero for the recreate, down to zero. And it's a spend assumption associated with that, well, if you're doing less hours, it's probably $1,000. The spend is probably, reduction is probably not unexpected.
Does that bring rec to zero?
The 1,000, no.
No, but.
He leaves up $3,000 on the line item so that in the event that, sometimes we'll use that for offsets in programming or, flowers, like that might be an offset. Usually we get a donation for the flowers, but if it bill comes in $1,000 higher, when you come up, might be rec, we pull from there.
This is other, not wages.
That's for the 1,000, that's, yeah.
Reduce admin hours for the from 24 to 19 and reduce the local inspector hours for building salary wages.
It's decimating building, but
Composting, salary, no composting is what it means.
no composting unless we, in the future, I'd say we'd probably be taking a year off. Could bump if we hear big backlash, say, the only way we can do is if we cover our costs and then some. And that would
How
be
much does a sticker cost now?
75. So we're raising about 9,000. So cost is about 16, 17. That's overtime plus the hauling cost because it's not free to get rid of it. And so you're looking at probably doubling the cost to break even or close to doubling. So you're looking at 140-ish if we get the same amount of people. You have to assume though, with more expensive, less people are going to buy.
Why do you think outside of the box, get a reserve, part-time, composting, instead of paying time and a half
Okay,
for a full?
so that's it. Yes.
So contractually, we're not allowed to do that per the union contract.
That's
Okay.
That's at the margin.
So overtime,
So
we
that- yeah,
pay
that-
all day long for doing that.
And that's not gonna fix that for this budget
Somebody's
right now.
weed whacking, I'm okay with that.
Road, bridges and sidewalks, this is the 20,000 on top of reducing the, on top of the chapter 90 money and
Doesn't that just kick the problem down the road?
all of these do.
So chapter 90 is offsetting it for now. In an event, in a year's time, chapter 90 drives up, which is possible. States having trouble raising money and appropriating UGA and other funds like this. What would happen is we really have to do our sidewalks and bridges and roads. And if we don't have the chapter 90 money, we supplement with this. We would, if that dried up, the chapter 90, we would likely in a future year, if the needs there, come back. And like I said, I made a commitment to Mr. Wiles that I think for the next foreseeable future, we'll be looking to try to replenish this because it's important infrastructure.
Yeah.
We'll see where it looks like in the future. We don't know if it's gonna be something we could bring back or not, to your point. It might not be
So,
We have to assume they're permanent.
at the moment.
yeah, it is,
The assumption has to be these are cuts forever.
yeah. And that's a choice. So reducing field maintenance nearly to zero,
It's important like that.
7,000, 7,000, 7,000.
Yeah, the field maintenance. There were a couple elements in this, Kevin, right?
Yeah, it's a mix of miscellaneous is the best way to put it. There's real chunk items.
At one point, I think you mentioned electricity for Pie Brook for irrigation.
It's about 8,000 a year.
But my comment
Seven.
was, I think we have to by law irrigate to keep the grass
Don't
green
by
for
law,
DEP.
don't have to irrigate. We have to make sure that the root systems are healthy. Meaning if it gets drought conditions, we have to hire an outside water tank, come in and spray, which will cost money.
Why can't we just turn the sprinkler on when we need it?
Could. It depends, but if we shut it down, but if we shut it down, the likelihood that over time it doesn't have breaks or things causing issues with it. I'm just assuming there might be, anyone who has an irrigation system or something similar, you're like, you turn it off, you come back to it a year, you're like, everything's broken.
That's why the field is so nice versus Clark Park, because we had to irrigate.
That's right.
All right, so we recognize that the issues are what will happen here, and that includes porta potties, that includes irrigation and fertilizer and field maintenance. Reduce down the snow and ice, that's a risk. We're aware of, reduce call support on the firefighter.
3 in total. 3 on the roster.
Yeah. And then remove extra speed, the police, no speed car, no, or reduce, or remove it, no junior police, no, community event support for those community-based events.
that trailer that tells you you're
No.
speeding?
No,
Just a car that sits on the street near your house and pulls people over when they go flying by.
what's number one complaint we have
Yeah, it's speeding, sure.
is speeding. We get calls on that on a very regular basis. And windy roads, small roads, people drive fast. It's cut through for a lot of people. We have 97, 93, 95 and Route 1. And so a lot of times, like people come through Wenham Road.
Is this a car with radar in it? Is that what it is?
Well, it's not the car, it's the person sitting in the car that's getting paid.
Yeah, I realize that.
So we might do some patrols with the existing guys on.
With the two that are on.
But it wouldn't be dedicated, being there in different areas. So that's what we're looking at. But that's like number one thing that people call. So.
Number of resources, the police department reduced one of the reserve officers, reduce a single assumption, that's a spend assumption on trash, and then the FinCom reserve. Which is 20,000.
Those are FinCom reserve,
No, what's that?
8,000, 12,000.
Yeah, 20,000 or $100,000 becomes 80,000. Okay, any questions on understanding before we go any further on anything? Okay, do you have another question?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask that, it says FinCom reserve, it's specific. I read it the first time and I thought it was salary reserve, my incorrect assumption.
What's the status of the salary reserve? What's the status of the
We
budget?
have 3 open contracts right now that we've stopped negotiations until we've released till the June 17th to June 18th.
Tell them we got no money.
They know. Trust me, I've addressed the fire department, they're in a classroom setting. I told them everything where we are. I've addressed with the union president what we're doing now. Same thing with DPW. So it's been some tough conversations, but necessary. I get it.
So,
Mike sent around a recap sheet and there was one number in there. Maybe you could clarify, Mike. I've never seen it before. This was the levy limit, how close we were to the levy.
So we'll get to that later.
Okay. I
want to finish this and make sure we have, because he's got to go downstairs.
I'll be back. We'll be back.
Are there any other questions on our understanding or comments as he goes downstairs? Comments on the items that are listed here?
I'll make one comment. So the reason I asked for the explanation is I was worried that I outlined it. There's really, in my mind, 3 categories.
Yeah.
There's real cuts. There's like margin of safety you're getting rid of, and then there's reserve cuts.
Yeah.
So as I was going through, I was marking each line and then summing them. I do believe that 80% of these are real cuts. About 12% is margin and 6% is reserve. So it's not like greatly putting the town at financial risk.
Right.
The cuts are tough. I understand that, but they are real cuts. That was my worry, is that they weren't.
Absolutely agree. That was all of our worry. So I'm glad you did that on the fly. Other comments?
I just note a lot of the stuff is stuff that was essential unfunded over guideline that got back into Article 3 over the past 9. We've taken out a lot of that stuff. That's all. So I'm not. Yeah.
Anything else? All right. It's gonna be frustrating, but this is the process. From my side, having this column G is important because this tells the voters what, I'm gonna say something that I believe to strongly to be the case, but others may disagree, and we'll talk about this in a minute. I think that our budget, the town's budget, is at a point where our options are, and we've talked about this, it's cut services or add taxes. There isn't find something. So, there's this pot of money. So that doesn't mean that all these services should or shouldn't be there. I'm not placing value on anything. I just want to, when the comment comes back was, well, you guys you can find other places for it. No, I don't think that's a valid statement. And that is frankly, intellectually, lazy. It's an intellectually lazy comment. It means you haven't dug in to understand what's there. You're saying, oh, you go find, I don't like it, you go fix it.
I would agree with you. I think this year in particular, I think it's tipped.
Yeah.
You're cutting meat now.
Yeah.
There is literally no belt tightening left.
Yeah. Bone cutting bone.
structural changes are the only
Yeah.
option going forward.
long-term, yeah.
You can't,
So but I say that because, this has to be for the town emotionally nerve-wracking beyond belief for the last couple of weeks. That doesn't mean it's gonna happen. It doesn't mean it's not. It just means, I want to just recognize that this has been tough for the town. Yeah, excuse me, employees for the town hall and for the town and everyone.
just a general question, if all the overrides pass, could we still make some of these cuts? The reason being is to give us some levy buffer. I think we're gonna be in real tough shape next year.
Mr. Austin, we wouldn't do it because the town has voted, right? So like if it all passes, that's our budget. There's no,
We don't have to spend the budget.
but that's what I was getting. So operationally, like there's certain things, this has triggered certain conversations on certain line items. I would say if this passes, we're asking for it for a reason, with the reasons you all just said. And we are setting ourselves up if it fails for operational changes and issues with free cash, which results in possible stabilization and downgrading our bond. Like those are things that could happen.
Well, yeah.
So there's a lot here. But we'll manage the heck out of it and we'll find savings as we go because we need to still find that's the savings wherever we can.
The way I look
Every
at
nickel,
it,
every dime.
it's gonna be an override every year. There's nothing left here to avoid an override.
Just to cover pension and insurance.
Yeah.
I think Kevin is holding the short stick in this way, is it's the schools that are doing this to us with their grid. That 5% jump every year is what's driving the school's budget.
That's right.
Yeah, that.
Without attaching value to it or judgment.
Yeah,
It is a
right.
huge driver.
That is a huge driver of that. That
No doubt
5% step just for.
What's interesting is that the elementary school, that drops down to 2.5% now for the most part, because the vast majority of them are at the top of the grid.
Okay.
That's not, the question will be for the elementary school is as they retire over the next coming years, how does their budget swing back from that?
It won't swing.
back.
That's
right.
Vis-a-vis Masco in the last,
Yeah.
that's been paid off.
Yeah. So anyway, but across the board, this is all part of the challenge. You've got to go downstairs. I just thank you for your time here. Maybe we'll see you in a little bit. We got to discuss, debate and letter.
Thank you for your time too.
Thank you, Kevin.
At the end of you are volunteers, but we spent a lot of time in this process typically, and then we're continuing it. It's been a lot of meetings. We appreciate your consistent involvement and thoughtfulness in the process.
Thank you. All right.
Mutual.
All right.
Thanks.
Good luck down
We'll be
there.
back. I think we're coming
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
We have like 26 items though tonight, so it might.
Oh, I saw their agenda. I was like, yikes.
All right. So from where we are now, just contextually, a reminder. I want to give us time to discuss this, but the context of it is really, we are recommending positive action or no action on not this, but on the wording in the warrant. Right? This helps inform us. So any questions on this and the impacts is really to help us inform us on what we should or should not, how you feel you should vote on your recommendation. We're going to discuss that here. We're going to try and get to a recommendation, understanding that the select board has approved has approved that word, the 3-2 vote for that.
Do you have a copy of it?
Yeah. With some of the change, not with some of the minor changes there, but I do have 5.2 and I can put it up here. And they were minor, I agree. And whether we meet tomorrow or we meet later on, if there are any changes, we can change our vote and we can vote again up to and including at the meeting that will be scheduled for, what do we call it, the pre-meeting, the pre-town meeting, up to and including that. We have always had articles that are pending or that we've gotten more information and we've changed our vote. I don't want us to change our vote, but I want to make sure that we understand that that's the flow through between now and then. This is all being done in a very rushed. Ultimately, the pieces that have to be there are the warrant, which has been approved, and article this, which the select board votes on, attachment A. Sorry, not this, the other one that was here. And then our recommendation comes after that. Right? So,
So if you vote positive action on the motion, does that appear to people in town that you support everything in attachment A, or is there a separate recommendation from you guys relative to?
well, we would put it into the letter, but at the end of the day, what it does is that, and it's similar to Article 3 on anyone, it says that overall, we're recommending this. It doesn't mean we like everything in it, because you'll never get to that. You'll never get 2 people to agree to every item that's in there, let alone 7 or so. But what it does mean is, in effect, is we are standing up and saying, town, you should vote in favor of this. We believe this is maybe the best isn't the right word. This is
least word.
the least word. So this is what we could come with, and we accept that this is what is acceptable.
Okay, and could I share one other thing, and then I have to go, just because I think it's confusing all the different piece cards, but having been in the planner job for 4 years, I can tell you, I was paid $22,000. That's the grade 5 for 15 hours. What's in there now is $40,000 for a grade 7. So it is a $17,000 increase. The 5,200 stipend that Kevin was talking about has nothing to do with planning. That was what the Board of Health agent was paid to review engineering plans. Since the new replacement does not have that skill set, it has been entirely outsourced to a vendor, and the applicants pay that. So there is no more engineering intelligence that we need. There is no requirement that we had. The only reason we were asking for the additional hours is that there was administrative work associated with the stormwater now that Jerry is no longer here. But we can absorb that, and or Martha and Bob talked about it, Paul. We said we could have absorbed it. We could not do some things. I worked heavily on rules and regulation changes this past year. That's not there this year. So the 15 hours is fine. They just want that position filled so that they have support again. The planner position is really something that Kevin wanted to do other bigger thinking projects or whatever. It was never anything that the planning asked for, other than to give the right pay to that admin position. So you truly have $17,000 incremental in the budget now for the grade 7 versus what I was paid. So you could take out that 17, Martha and Bob are fine with it, and have that money. So it doesn't cut the support at all to admin. That was an ask really from Kevin, and I understand he might have bigger thoughts or whatever, but it was never to support planning and zoning, because that position actually wasn't even going to attend the meetings. That was in the original job description. They were doing other things. So you do have 17,000 there if you so choose, or if the select board so chooses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, would be great. So questions, comments, thoughts? I want to give people a chance to opine on this before we talk about the warrant itself and feeling about that, or we can do it all together.
No. I've thought, my complaint is the same as last time. I don't think it's gonna change anything. Distributing the elementary across all 3 overrides is. That's it. Everything else I kind of understand it, and I feel bad people have to go through it.
Yeah, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting. There seemed to be some tension on the select board as well around that, at least including it in question 1.
Right, but
Yeah,
but at this point, it's important just to get through it, and I just said it once, and I'm not gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
Barking up that tree.
Yeah, no, I understand. So you're saying is you would have liked to seen the 16,000 built into the 60 and the 51, not in.
I'd like to see all 3 of them in one override. There's the schools. Separate.
Oh, you would have liked to seen the article, Masco and Elementary is one override.
No.
I mean, I'm sorry, Masco and.
All town, Masco override would be funding the elementary plus something else. I would not have spread the elementary over 3 separate overrides.
Would you have done over 2 or over 1?
One.
Oh, so tied it to Masco.
Just something that can handle $128,000. Masco is the only one that has $128,000 of.
But their budget's already approved. It doesn't matter.
I totally get it. I'm just saying
Yeah,
I would put the elementary,
philosophically, I agree.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's all. So it's, you guys heard my reaction when I first read it. I kind of,
Yeah, so in effect,
yeah.
I'm just trying to understand the whys. In effect, are you saying that you think that by spreading it over, they're trying to encourage yeses across the board?
Yes.
Rather than, I get the, okay.
Yeah, because I think they're gonna turn out the elementary parents. Yeah, with that.
But so that's one of the things that this should not be part of our discussion, is how do we motivate people to
Right.
vote one way or the other? That's why I asked though,
Sorry.
how are we spreading this out? Some things I think should be consolidated.
Yeah.
I don't think, it necessarily should be tied to Masco or Essex, except that it's education. But the town can't absorb 104, the town can't absorb $230,000.
Yeah.
More than, so.
So let me ask you a different way. Is there an objection to the elementary school getting tagged? Is there objecting to how much they're getting tagged here, and or is there a concern about how it's being allocated? Obviously, there's an allocation one that I'm hearing.
It's, the objection to me is it should be based on some reason why we are tagging them, other than just we don't have the money. And so I was trying to tie it to the pensions or, I think health insurance, the reduced health insurance, we're under guideline now with the health insurance. So it's not the health insurance anymore, it's the pensions, and pensions is 75% town, 25% schools. So I was trying to say, well, okay, if we looked at it from that perspective, how much then do we ask them to contribute? Because they did come under guideline. And we gave the town 202,000 of levy capacity based on the school override last year. And there's just so much that the school should be absorbing. So I was surprised that it was $128,000.
So you are objecting to the amount, not just the allocation?
I thought we could be 121,000 based on something that I tried to.
As opposed to 128?
Yeah.
7,000, yeah, right. Okay, not that 7,000 isn't.
No, but it's
Is
just.
inconsequential, but, okay.
I will say, Eddie, just looking at as Masco and Essex Tech override is 234. The schools are taking, actually, 50% of that. They are high 40% of the town budget. So I was thinking, I don't think they should be hitting question one. I think that's inappropriate, but philosophical. But the rest, it's like, we got to come up with the Masco and Essex Tech money. I kind of think every part of the town budget should just be hit proportionally.
Right.
If you were to just do this, I mean, you could have done this exercise in a couple minutes, just bang it out proportionally, and then people got to find the cuts, and the school's kind of in line with what their share would be. Process question.
Yes.
Is there the expectation that this is going to change based on our or others' feedback? Or this is
I think this is, I don't think it's locked. I think it's near locked. Okay, I think there's a possibility that tomorrow that Greg or, Bob or somebody says, no, I really want you to do this instead of this, and something could change. But I think in general, what you see here, or Raphael didn't want the FinCom reserve to be hit to this amount. He'd like to see that reduced. So who knows? But in general, the assumption I get across the team, they've only got tomorrow. I mean, this thing is part of tomorrow. Yeah. So I think this is pretty committed.
So what I'm concerned about is what we heard people who came here. I'm concerned that there's going to be a town meeting floor, there's going to be amendments to the budget.
Potentially worse than the preliminary meeting.
I didn't think about that, but yeah. Yeah.
Now, public.
Yeah.
Now,
This is
people
all for
can
you.
look at it,
On course.
and whatever our recommendation
we
is,
haven't
or
voted on
whatever the select board, whatever the recommendation for Schedule A is, and once the letter goes out or whatever, we have these fixed amounts, you know, the override amounts are fixed, right? What they're made up of is going to be interesting. People do that kind of line item veto. And I think it's very possible that there will be. So, you know, our discussion or our letter is going to be based on whether we think that the budget, regardless of the overrides, whether they pass or not, that the budget itself is a reasonable budget. And, you know, then it's up to the public to first approve that. I mean, they could take out 123.
So, yeah, so that's a risk we're gonna have, and we're
Right.
gonna have to manage that. That's frankly John's to manage and us to be ready to react to and run calculations quickly. Any other concerns at anything you want to comment on at the cut level before we go and start looking at the actual warrant article?
The elementary school you asked, I don't think it belongs in here personally. It's philosophical.
In question one, you mean? Or at all?
At all.
At all?
So you think it should be on 128,000 out of the town?
Yeah.
Where?
I don't know.
You can't, don't get to say that.
Hold on.
You don't get to say, sorry. I understand, but this is, okay.
I think a lot of these, we're scraping, we're nickel and diming. I think that's obvious. We've done this for years and years. We've done a great job bringing the budget and actual close. There's no more.
Yeah.
And this is a good example of what we're doing. And for small money, there's a great pain for little gain. We're taking 1,000 here, 2,000, 5,000, we got quarter jumps, $8,000, what the hell are we doing? The only way structurally, is reduce a few full-time people. That's the only solution I see. And it may not be practical here. We may need a study. We were talking about it, but.
So which people?
You can't cut the
I'm not gonna.
contractual ones, right? Like they
No,
said that
you can still.
you have to give notice.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
so that what you would have to do is cut more, because instead of doing 12 months, you'd be cutting 10 or 9 or 10 months, because by the time you gave notice, you'd have to pay them for 2 months before, right?
And is there like an unemployment fund? I read something that.
Yes,
We just replenished it.
We just exactly.
Yeah. So-
That was my.
I don't think any of us are really comfortable with a lot of these cuts, you know, they're really. We're gonna end up at the end of the year. You said last year, Che, we could end up in March. We're overspent.
Well, we're gonna definitely be here next year for next year's budget, or the following year's budget. But to what you're saying, I agree. There is a chance with some of these, although I liked your calculation. There is a chance that with some of these assumptions that we assume wrong, and we're in a pain point in March.
But at least we have a smaller reserve to take care of it.
Yeah.
I will say, I mean, I think I tried to be more polite with the select board today than I was last week, but I don't think that everybody's understanding. I'm viewing these cuts, when they are made, they are permanent.
Yeah.
We have seen with the health insurance buffer, roads and bridge, there's no money to bring them back.
Yeah.
Because the override situation next year, I think is gonna be worse, and free cash is gonna be bad. It's gonna be the last 2 years combined of next year. So there's gonna be no bringing anything back.
Yeah.
So I have a philosophical problem with reducing the FinCom reserve permanently.
Yeah.
To balance the budget this year.
Yeah.
I think that's a mistake.
And we've all shared that.
Yeah.
I agree with.
I think that is a huge mistake.
I agree.
In addition to the other items that we're
Earned
getting.
it all, they would have been in deep trouble.
Yeah. Agreed.
In fact,
So we all agree on this, for effectiveness of tonight. So what? This is what's there.
I'll tell you.
Having said that, is that gonna cause you to say, I recommend no action?
Possibly.
Okay.
Yep.
I think it's a serious thing. We're getting rid of the reserve permanently. We're trimming margin on 45,000 other items permanently.
Yeah.
I think it's putting us, that's why I sat around and reviewed our financial policies over the weekend. I think it's a violation of some of those. I think we're putting the town in a worse budget position next year to balance this year's budget,
Totally agree.
which I think is not a good, which I think is not our role.
No.
I was just trying to take notes to bring back, but the financial reserve, the concern, what was the other one you said?
So I went through all these cuts and classified them as like real spending cuts, or are we just trimming the like budget to actual? So I think on about 12% of these cuts were just trimming,
Yes.
which is creating financial risk because we're not reducing spending. We're just saying the money we're allocating against that spending. No, I think we're not, but we're like,
We're saying we are.
we're saying we are, or our margin of things like snow and ice, like we're reducing that. We just asked for an override because of that a month ago. It's like, that's not a real spending cut.
So all of those give you pause as well?
Because taking the perspective that the cuts are permanent, I think you have to assume they are.
Okay.
So you're putting the town in a worse financial position forever to balance this year's budget. And with the viewpoint that I think the budget situation is going to be worse next year. So we're gonna be asking for a larger override, which we've seen the town's appetite for it is basically zero. But we would have to ask for an even larger one next year just to replenish the margin of safety. It's not gonna happen.
Or have to be those structural cuts.
But then you'll be laying people off just to build back the FinCom reserve, which is like, it's a hard sell.
Yeah. Or build back the 500 for the clerk or the legal, 5,000 for the legal fees. I mean, the ones to me that concern me are the legal fees. There is FinCom reserve. The bridges and sidewalk kind of, but snow and ice.
Snow and ice, yeah.
Those three.
Those
Snow and
things
ice.
give me a lot of pause.
Snow and ice.
So I guess to some of it, I would just say, I think the trimming of fat, potentially trimming of muscle and bone, I think it's gone too far. I think we gotta peel it back and then make a structural cut to make up for it. Cause it's just, I think we're creating too much financial risk here.
Totally agree. Instead of all of this, if we cut 3 full-time people,
Which ones?
highway, fire, and police, one each.
So,
Don't write
Okay.
that down.
no, I understand.
No, but I.
So to that end.
If the town choose, you call 911, there's no firefighter.
I mean,
Yeah, so the reality is you have to cut 2 fire or 2 police, not one of each. Because you can't run a shift with one person.
Yeah, you gotta.
So what you have to do is you're pulling out a shift, your night shift.
yeah, it's up to the town to
Yeah.
decide. They're not, look,
Well-
we're short on a person in highway right now.
Yeah.
Just don't replace them. There's one.
Yeah.
You speak much better than I do, but you really, I think, I totally agree with you. I think we're in tougher condition economically right now than we realize, than a lot of people realize.
I think so too. It's different.
It's
Last
different.
year, there was no free cash, but there was a view to, oh, next year, we got a path, we know it's gonna come back, and it's actually huge, right? It would be one thing to make bridge cuts and be like, oh, it's gonna be better next year. We'll be.
No, this is not.
There is no bridge.
And we're cutting the funds for it.
Yeah, there just is no bridge.
But
Just the perspective, and happy to kick back on this. I think the challenge that we've had is we haven't had time to actually evaluate what.
That's exactly the problem. And we talked about that in FinCom. It takes some time. It's not.
So this is like, we are putting together some Band-Aids on things that we don't know yet, and like, we've talked about before next budget, looking at all those things, looking at those positions and actually doing those more better cuts, if you will. And I think that it would be nice to have someone from each team to like, to discuss that with us at our finance committees, you know? But I will say, like, a lot has gone into this, but we just haven't had the time to do some of these
Yeah,
really,
fair enough.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I said a lot of the same things as a finance person sitting in the room, like, it needs to be sustainable. And I saw some improvement, even just being gone last week, I did see some movement from maintenance to people.
Yeah.
And that's hard to say, and that stinks, you know, like, that no one wants that, but I think that it's really hard to just cut a whole person without doing the right research. So I challenge you guys to just keep that in mind as you're going through this year. Next year, by all means, we've got the time.
I should put the caveat. I wish we had to make no cuts.
Yeah, we all know.
I'm just saying philosophically,
Okay, so I'm gonna.
I'm a pro overrider, but I think the reality, like,
Yeah, I think we should look at how the police department ran FY 20 and 21, because if you look at the actual expenses, those 2 years, they did a great job staying on a skinny
But we
budget.
can't do that tonight,
No,
right?
But
So
we're being challenged to say, what would you cut? Now, that's,
So that helps again, but that, I agree with you.
yeah,
That absolutely validates the points, Amanda's points that, we spent 5 months studying doing these budgets with this many people. Now we're trying to do it in 3 weeks, in 2 weeks.
disaster.
We're trying
Right?
to do it, yeah.
Yeah, so totally agree with you, and that's part of the problem. That's where I keep going, my hat goes back and forth, because everything you said, agree 100% with. And then I go, shit, it's 2 weeks.
Right.
I don't want to run into, if I, finding that balance.
I don't, I would say I've got no place. I'm not above making a rash cut.
Yeah,
I just think
yeah,
it could be the wrong one and you got to adjust after a year, but like, it may be better than the alternative.
yeah.
it's already voted on this. So we voted, oh, you're right, we didn't,
Absolutely.
Can't do nothing.
we don't want to have,
Make a mistake.
you're right, I'm sorry, I withdraw.
No, they voted that they didn't like, what was it?
Yeah,
They voted in
they
non-support.
want the budget, but they don't want to pay for it. If you
No,
just
no,
did
we didn't give, well, no, in all fairness, we didn't give them an option.
Yeah, right.
We didn't give them the option to say, I want this over this. We just gave them an option for taxes or less taxes.
Yeah.
We didn't give them less taxes means this, which is why that column G is so important. And I agree with you, and I agree with you as well, that this is better than it was a week ago, because I would have been.
That was the root of
Yeah.
most of my questions tonight was reacting to what it was a week ago.
Yeah.
And I think there were very few real cuts.
Yes, yeah. And some of these cuts are not incredibly painful in the short term. Some of the actual cuts, like the call firefighter or the call reserve police officer, because that's not going to manifest itself until it does. Right? We're not going to experience something until
Right, you're not gonna wake up on day one and feel that.
feel that, right? It's not like you're standing out at the soccer game going, oh crap, I gotta go home. All right, so thoughts, what I'm asking us to do is to be able to opine and recommend an action on the warrant. That's what we have to do. So what more from here before we get into language do we need to talk about here?
I'm really struggling with the FinCom reserve transfers.
Yeah.
And really and truly, I just don't think it's smart.
Agree?
It's worse than that. It should be increased in my estimation. We're getting tighter and tighter and tighter. We're gonna have more overspending. We're gonna need more buffer, I
We'll
think.
think of our guideline next year, so maybe doing a quarter every line. To get that line back, that line's gonna go up 25%.
I agree with the principle, but I think the FinCom reserve has not been wisely spent.
Explain.
It's been for things like, well, we spent too much on the lawyers, we had some overtime, let's see, so we had some legal bills, and I think I mentioned Shan, just sweeping a lot of, there's stuff under there, so I don't think it's been picked. And then, of course, my favorite was the front loader backhoe, what FinCom reserve was done for that, for $4,200.
I don't think we have the discipline in staying within the budget in some areas that we really should.
So understood, then I'm just putting on, I don't necessarily agree with this comment.
Yeah.
Then reducing the FinCom reserve means your net's lower, so you better damn well have that discipline or otherwise.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for that. It's just,
I think it's a bad idea, but I don't think it's been wisely spent in the past.
Should we also say that, I mean, that's also, if it's not spent, it's direct to free cash.
Yeah.
And we talked about this a little bit last week.
Yeah.
Not leaving it.
Yeah, no.
We're in no danger next year, free cash wise.
Oh, I don't-
of not being able to maintain our financial policies.
Oh, we will not be able,
There's no way we're gonna do it and offset the tax rate.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
And by anything, there's just no way.
I agree. So for now, this year, that reserve is a problem.
Yes.
Okay?
What would you replace that?
Yeah.
FinCom reserve?
Yeah. Where would you replace 20,000 with?
Yeah.
Where would you like to see it cut instead?
$16,561 from the planner.
So keep the planner,
Grade 5.
grade 5.
Correct.
Okay.
and change the title. That's gonna be a real sore point.
Yeah.
I have a part-time planner up there that everybody voted against, Kay. It's a lot of talk.
Okay,
That's the kind of stuff we don't need.
yeah.
It's gonna, I think this is gonna turn into potentially quite a mess.
Be a learning aspect.
So, and I'm gonna learn. So at least taking 16,000 of it, this,
Yeah.
all right, so let's hold that comment, let's share that comment with
Oh, to make up
everyone.
And, oh, okay, to offset the, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't support reducing it at all. I think the town's asking for a disaster.
If that thing came back at, let's start with 4,000, or the remainder, like we identified 16,005, and said that stays.
That's
Then, I mean, it's not okay, but
It's better.
it's something that then gets you to, are there other concerns that then are keeping you from saying,
No, that would be the
one.
for me.
okay,
I got an issue with snow and ice, to be honest.
yeah.
That's just that's not even a risk, that's a reality.
So the one advantage is snow and ice, although it's just kicking the can down.
Free cash next year, which we're not gonna have.
Well, or not, you can also put it into the following year's budget, which you're not gonna have. I know.
But we tried to do it this year.
No, we tried to do an override. Well, we tried to do it as an
Into this
override.
budget.
Yeah,
Well, we're not gonna run the
Yeah.
budget.
yeah, we tried to do the override piece.
Yeah.
I'm not advocating it at all, but yeah,
Well, they can take the snow and ice deficit and just dump it onto next year's taxes without
Right.
running through the town.
well,
They'd have to do an override, that's what we tried to do this year.
No, so if there's a snow and ice deficit, the DOR will let the town administrator, not going through the FinCom or anything.
not just as a one-time,
Right, yeah.
I thought we looked into that for this year. Heidi would be interested to hear this.
Yeah, okay.
You can.
Yeah. If there's a snow and ice deficit,
yeah,
they can just go out and they can just take it out, they can raise and appropriate it without having to run it through FinCom and the select board and all that stuff.
It's like saying you can do a one-time tax increase to fund a snow and ice deficit.
Yeah.
I thought we looked into this and you couldn't do these like one time.
If it's under the levy limit, you can.
oh,
Under the, but we don't have room in the budget.
The problem is that I did not, we were trying to absorb
But I'm
100,000.
just saying hypothetically, I'm not saying what happened,
For sure, yep.
I'm not talking about 2026.
So, yeah, you can do that if it's within the levy limit.
but we're at the limit, so that,
Yeah.
The Municipal Empowerment Act was gonna set up a one-year operating override, like a capital exclusion, but it hasn't passed.
You can slide it over in the assessor. We just add it to the tax levy, my understanding.
That's what we're trying.
if you're, as long as you haven't bounced against the levy. Max,
Okay.
but we're at the levy limit.
Yeah.
You see how close we got this year? I couldn't believe it.
So we're at the levy limit, so staying for you driving this, so that's not an available option next year for us, it really isn't. To be able to do that, so that 15,000 is a risk item.
So what I was just talking.
There we go, we're back. All right. For the record, we had a system reboot on the laptop that's running the meeting. We're back. And Adrian is guided. So from that side, we've got, these two are the two that we're saying we're really concerned about. And then,
So it's $35,000.
yeah. 35,000 across those two. 10% of the budget of the override.
Exactly, yeah.
Request. I will, I'm. Okay,
So what I was just talking to Amanda about was philosophically, on the 12th, when they were looking at what the finance team felt comfortable cutting at the town level to make it 123,000, I think that's what should be in column H. And then to tell the public that we can't absorb $233,000, so we're gonna have to make some painful cuts too, including elementary. This is not about saying, let's encourage people to come out and we're trying to get people to understand, we're okay with these cuts in services, you're gonna vote no.
Yeah.
We have to be willing to, to impact those budget line items. But
There is a dollar amount where everyone says no elementary school. Period. I mean, the point I'm making, or no police, or no this. There is a dollar amount that your taxes would go up, where you would say no elementary school, or no, you know what I mean? Because you were kicked out of your house, couldn't afford, there is, and I said it only to emphasize, any one of these, we're not placing value on them, we're recognizing that there's a dollar impact, that there's a balance, and we gotta balance that.
To your point, I think it's unlikely that people are gonna pick and choose on overrides. I think it's either all no or all yes. It would take a pretty discerning citizen to be going through the line items, figuring out and saying, you know what, I like 1 and 3, but I don't like 2.
No, but it'll be based on dollar amounts, right?
Maybe.
I think some people may go in and even on the revised town override, so no, we voted for no town override. I'm gonna make a motion.
Oh, at town meeting.
I think that's a possibility.
I was talking at the ballot.
Oh, at the ballot.
I think it's unlikely that people are gonna pick and choose. That's just my view.
You think they'll vote all straight?
But voting all yes or all no?
Great. How does it, where we are right now, this is what we've got. These are the two that you guys want me to express, we'll express back as real concerns. And we have to decide now, are these the two major ones, and that the rest you're like, it's a bag of crap, but I can hold my nose.
Yep.
These two are ones you were really having a hard time holding your nose on.
Yeah.
That's right.
Next question becomes with those, and I will take this back. Ultimately, we have to, you'll take it back as well, and maybe they get up here, we can tell them that. Let's go look at the warrant itself. Because that is.
It is. Refresh. Not what he's adding to it, but. Yes.
The default document, not my notes.
Right.
Let me find. Shoot, I gotta get back to Word Docs and get it.
It's all, town override summary, 5/43/26, updated detail. It's the last.
All right, I'm gonna do something scary. I'm just gonna share my screen, not just my specific things. It's just more efficient. It's okay, I don't have any.
Get some chats coming, I got 5 chats.
Yeah, from the, Zilly. It's people saying, that the town the sound disappeared as a big one, but.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, until earlier during the select board meeting, I didn't know how to use board docs. I couldn't find anything. I didn't know it was like buried in the agenda.
Yeah.
Talking about it's on board.
Yeah.
It's well known to those who know it well.
I'd never even heard of board docs until tonight.
And people keep mentioning it. I'm like,
Oh, shoot. What are we talking about?
I'm pretty IT savvy.
Yeah.
Like, I cannot find any of the materials.
Sorry.
Oh, it took me forever.
I
Oh
was
my
just saying,
God.
just tonight, I realized where things are on board docs.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
You have to make sure you go into the working session too,
Oh, yeah.
not the regular select board
But you
meeting.
can also search on the left-hand side.
Correct, they're right there.
Within that individual agenda, though. Yeah,
Is it?
I think, I don't know. Who am I to say? I just learned this.
Okay. Here's the, let me take a second. Don't crash on me. Please don't crash on me. Processing, thinking. There we go. Okay. So this is the warrant. Reports we'll deal with. Get to do. Yeah. Absolutely.
But this is before all of the edits that they made earlier, right?
This is without the edits they made today, the minor relative.
Yeah, I think that was more in the italicized, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It wasn't in the recommendation.
Yeah, there weren't really, I think, yeah, there was virtually none in this section. So vote to amend the vote taken on May 5th. This is basically, as Raphael said, wipe the slate clean.
This is to say also that it's no longer
Contingent,
Nashville budget, it's town budget.
yeah, the contingency,
I did appreciate Bob's point though, that this is, you gotta understand what you're voting for. Because yes, you're wiping the slate clean, but in that same vote, you're voting for this new budget.
Well.
well, I think that's what part,
It took me a long time to
Three
understand
is,
what he
that's-
was pushing.
Yeah.
But I, like, oh, normally you'd vote on Article 3rd. You're just approving the budget.
Yeah.
Yes, there was also some confusion at town meeting about what
Right.
people were voting
Okay,
for. But
so
on this, you're not just wiping it clean. You're also approving a budget.
subject to.
Yes, but
so,
it's,
contingencies,
yeah. because, well, let's do it this way. If you didn't do that way, I guess it doesn't matter. I was gonna say, you could wipe it clean and then not approve, and now you're even worse off.
we had a moment like that at,
Yeah.
a couple hours maybe at
Yeah,
town meeting,
yeah.
where we didn't have a budget.
Is that why it has to be one motion, Jim?
No, I think they're trying to do it as one motion. I don't know why they're trying to do that.
Because you could do the first two separate, clean it up.
Because I don't know. And at the end of the day, this was a lot of time with the lawyer, and the lawyer wrote it, so I don't have an answer.
I'm not advocating for change. I just think it's super important for people to know.
Yeah.
Because someone gets up there and be like, oh, this is just to wipe the slate. And then people are like, no, when are we gonna vote on the budget?
One-
You already did.
Yeah, yeah. So what I think in whoever
Normally happened at town meeting.
whoever presents this article needs to get up there and say there are three parts to this. Part one, are you guys already done?
Part one's a base budget.
Well, we weren't. Part one, yeah. Part one is to rescind, and part two are to rescind the votes that were done in the article. Part three is to replace it with the new proposed version. To your point.
Yeah, I just think it's an important distinction.
Yeah.
I do notice there's a direct reference to attachment A there. So we are approving attachment A as well. That's the way I read it.
We being the voters, yes,
Yeah, the voters
Yeah.
and our recommendation.
yes.
So, so what Bob was saying is that if we recommend positive action, let's say, we recommend positive action and the town votes us down, so they say no to that, they have to come up with an amendment, or we have no
budget.
We have no budget. So that's,
So you.
We need to vote base budget through a town meeting.
But if that was to
That's the
happen, because
problem.
Yeah, right.
hopefully it passed, but so there's basically one article.
Yeah,
If it doesn't pass, are you just done for the night? Or you can then do an amended?
well, they,
Or you would have had to amend before the vote?
no, you can come back, because you can call back and say, I recommend that we revote this and or amend.
Okay, so it'd be unlikely you'd be another meeting, but.
well, so let's say right now,
The first one was-
454, 186, contingent on the passage of these other 300, some odd $56,000. So if someone came up and said, I want to amend the budget to be 28,097,398, which excludes all this amount.
Yep.
Then they'd have to come up with, well, why items are you gonna cut?
No.
We're short-sighted, okay.
How well?
You have to update.
I'm not sure. Let me just try this for a second.
Yeah.
And then, I'm not saying it's going to be in any way the case, but somebody might be upset that they came back and didn't do 0 for the town. They won't get 123. we already voted it, maybe we own the other one, whatever. For some reason, that should have been zero, shouldn't have got 123. Somebody can make a motion that essentially zeroes out that column for town, question one town.
Yeah.
And removes those amounts.
Yes.
From the budget in the previous column.
Yeah.
And adjusts the,
So in effect,
appropriation.
in effect, take in effect what we are saying would be done if the question failed on the ballot for the town as well, right?
Same kind of thing, but
Right.
it could be done at town meeting.
But, yeah,
And it could be, you make the motion, and when you make the motion, that's what's on the floor.
Yeah.
And it's up to the floor
to decide.
to make any
Yeah.
decision or just vote for it.
Yeah.
If somebody gets up and make a motion of some sort, move this to there, that to there, or move a whole thing out or whatever, those are amendments on top of what the motion was, and that's fine. And so you haven't left at all. People are making.
No, but, yeah, so we all get that. So what Heidi was saying though is you have to say the other side, which is not just, I'm gonna reduce this by 113, but I'm taking it out of here, 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 and here on the appendix A.
You had to do something A.
Yes.
And, well, here, would normally leave, added a contingency.
Right.
It's a minus, so you have to say.
Well, you'd say that all,
Here,
yeah.
and used accordingly.
Yeah.
Your total budget.
Yeah.
That would get that much.
Yeah, no, we got it. We understand. Yeah, we understand that. So, inherently, the struggle that I think Bob was speaking to was there isn't an option to actually vote against each of the three items that are going to be voted in the override. Having said that, there wasn't an option to vote against the override pieces separately last year in Article 3.
Last year or this year?
Last year. This year, we only had one in Article 3 because the others were in 5 and 6.
Correct.
We now have in Article 3. We had two separate overrides last year because in Article 3 because of the elementary schools.
Oh, there was 202.
And it was done as a single vote because that's how we've always done Article 3. I don't love it, but we have historically always done Article 3 that way. And we're down to this is Article 3, not Article 3, 56. I don't love it.
There's a chance we come out of town meeting without a budget, the way this is written.
There's a chance we come out of town meeting either way without.
I know, but if you had one, there's a base budget, it falls within Prop 2.5. Got the extra stuff. Much safer, easier to understand. Just don't love the way this is written.
Enough to say, everything else being solved, enough to say no?
Yeah, you're missing it.
I won't vote for this.
Okay. So you're gonna recommend no action?
Yeah.
Good, so I don't need to talk to you anymore.
Right,
because-
okay, right. No, totally agree.
Easy, no, you should tell you bring good value and good thought, so it totally, something that should be considered. Looping back.
I was waiting for one member.
Yeah,
If you want to
okay.
give a recap.
Yeah, I will. So beyond that, where we're at here from this piece is, this is what's here. This is what's been approved from a language perspective based on a review with the town and a review with the lawyers and then a vote by the select board. What other questions, comments to accept this, ignoring Article A? And I'm not gonna ask us to vote that way, but accept, attachment A. Ignoring that for a minute, what else concerns on this? That would inhibit your ability to, ignoring our attachment A, inside this in of itself would impact your ability to vote for or against it, positive vote against it.
Can I just quickly
Comfortable as is.
call the select board meeting back out of recess at 8:40 PM, 10 minutes late, sorry. Thank you, continue.
And we are still on video. Just for everyone. Okay. Anyone else have concerns on that? All right. So I can do a recap. of where we're at. So in looking at this, the one concern that Mike raised, which is understood, but is a back and forth, this is Article 3rd, and I'm going to phrase it this way, and correct me wrong. It's replacing what was Article 3rd, 5th, and 6th. So inherently in the past, when we've had an override that is in for the Masco, or an override that's explicitly for Essex Tech or any of those get wrapped up in a separate vote at town meeting. But an elementary override or series of overrides has always historically been bound into the town's Article 3rd. So the struggle we have here is that two of these are associated with the cause of them are Masco and Essex Tech. But the town is the one that's impacted, that ultimately has to incur the wrath and the cost and the expense and handle it. Going into town meeting, ultimately, though, it doesn't mean that town meeting has the ability to opine on any single one of the overrides, right? You get to vote at the ballot, but you don't get to vote at town meeting that I like this one, but not these two. You could go in and try and amend, but other than that, there is no option for you to say in town meeting, I support this one, and not this one of the three. And that's where there is some struggle. At the end of the day, at least one person is going to vote no based on that, or recommend no action based on that. But in general, that was, I think the rest of us were in a place of we don't like it, but that in of itself is not going to cause a no recommendation. This is based on conversation, not a vote. And I'm looking for others to correct me if I'm wrong. Where we do have pretty consistent concern is still on Appendix A, and it's the FinCom reserve and the snow and ice were the two. Snow and ice has been almost inherently above 100, or noticeably above 100 and was it 216,
215.
215 or so, has consistently been across that. We're making other budget assumptions that are reducing assumptions by about, that are assumption based. We did a quick back of the one of our very talented members did a quick back of the napkins assessment, and about 80% of these cuts are actual cuts, is what I think we came out, and about 20% of them are budget assumptions. Noticeably better than it was a week ago, and we all noted that and recognized that. Those two were the two, though, that we're still uncomfortable with. The snow and ice, because we predict that, we've said, 2 weeks ago, we were saying we need to do an override. And now we're saying, so that one, and then simply because 20% of these cuts, or at the end of the day, almost $70,000, $80,000 of these cuts are assumptions. And so we're taking 20,000 out of the FinCom reserve scares us.
Taking 20,000? Oh,
reducing that because that is the last net.
And I will say that calculation was not including some of the health insurance buffers that are getting us already to 123.
Yeah.
That's 54.
Yeah.
Those are not real cuts. Those are budget assumptions.
Right.
So that would change the calculation
even
actually materially.
Yeah. At least one of those is.
Those are just no longer in the override.
Yes.
But those are.
At least one of those, and I would almost personally give them one of those because you cut the position. You actually cut.
So it's just the one, it's 27.
So the 27 is legit to do that. But
Can I ask something like my favorite, street lighting?
Yeah.
Is that a budget assumption or is that an actual? Because we have a number from National Grid that says it could go down by 12.
I counted that as a real cut.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
So we could, okay, thank you.
Assuming those savings are real, which I didn't have a follow, I would have. asked a
No,
follow-up.
no one knows
Yeah,
until.
but we don't
I gave
know.
you credit for the cut.
But,
And then-
but because there was an LED, because there's an action that was taken that we assume is doing this.
But what we got comfortable is electricity rates are rising.
Yeah.
I think even if the savings weren't there
There
before,
was-
they may be now.
You know what? But there's the thing, there was a year we shut off the streetlights. This was 15 years ago, but we shut off the
But we also have
streetlights.
a contracted
Right.
rate.
I mean, so if we see that number running that way, at 6 months, you shut them off.
Mr. Chair, one point,
Yeah.
when I would say though, it's a little bit different in the sense that the 57,084 was amended out to be able to be raised. Now, I'd argue free cash was going to be, her preference was to use free cash. So part of the $15,000 reduction, which just gets us back down to what we started with last year. It's our last year number, kind of like the road, bridge and sidewalk. It was a conscious decision that, we cut that down as somewhat of a response to what we kind of saw at town meeting. That was explicitly one item that was cut. So I hear you and I agree. I fully agree. I understand where you're coming from on that. But just that's a piece of it too. We did want to be responsive to the people while we're making these adjustments.
Yeah, but
So can I ask our board, is there any way that we could reduce, that we would recommend or perhaps discuss cutting somewhere else? And again, I feel like I'm advocating for myself here, but I am also not terribly comfortable cutting that because I'm risk averse. I say that a million times.
That being the FinCom, so
I know, Bob, you were kind of the opposite side of that fence.
I made my suggestion, planner cut back to 5 hours,
Yeah, so we talked about.
15 hours.
15 years.
Grade 5.
The grade 5.
Yeah.
So that would take us 3/4 of the way up to the 100.
And I think we all agreed that was close enough.
I think that was general consensus, whether we do it or not, but that was one where it was a general consensus that would, any other, finding the other 4,000 or so, it's like, whatever. And,
if we were,
and I just one thing I'd say is, Michael's made this point a few times, but the key point here is we can't assume that these cuts are gonna come back. We particularly looking multi-years out, and where our heads are from a finance committee is, this is what our operating base is next year, that we're gonna have to either adjust down, or manage. And so taking 20,000 out of your last safety net becomes a problem. So, it becomes something we're concerned. Would be indefinite at that point.
Mr. Chair, I would make this over the finish line. Operation this year, if there's something to stay under the number, maybe the first thing we'll add back into the budget for next year, not knowing if we'll get there because we're talking about potentially these being permanent, start there. But this would be the first thing that we would look to replenish. Second, only to, or first.
Or to Mr. Metz's point, cut services or cut money that you hope you don't actually need. That's kind of how do you explain that? I'm gonna cut your position to save money in a fund that we might not need.
Yeah. Because, agreed, because at the end, ultimately though, this is the one and only one, right? This is literally, okay, I don't want to cut my gas spend for next year. So I'm going to cut into my savings, my emergency savings account to cover my gas spend for this coming year because prices went up, instead of, no, sorry, you gotta drive less, right?
my kids needed to go to the doctor, I had to drive, I drive them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for that you would, certainly. But for the going out to the restaurant for dinner or driving to, carpooling to work instead of, certainly. There are the cases that you would absolutely do. I agree.
And I think this is great.
Essential versus not essential.
Well, I think this is great. We're at that point because from my perspective, there is no restaurant money.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, I agree
The
too.
FinCom reserve is for when your kid is sick. That's
Yeah.
what it's for.
Yeah.
Because those things do come up.
Hey, can you remind me, please, what's the balance in the reserve? fund?
100,000 each year. So it gets wiped each year and goes to free cash if it's not used. And it gets replenished with, right now with 100,000. So this would bring it down to 80,000.
Yeah, it's not a fund, it's a budget line
It
item.
goes into the general fund and then.
And typically never used more than 60 except for 1 year.
No, we've used a couple of years, we've used all, right?
You said 100,000 1 year, 80,000 another year.
We've had like.
We used it all last year. And the way the budget is tighter and tighter, I think we need a little bit more buffer going forward. Not this year.
I think
But I think in the future, we're gonna have to.
under the circumstances though, where it's kind of everything's on the table and I again appreciate what, but the 80-20, that wasn't by mistake. I mean, I didn't know the exact percentages until you gave them to me, but I knew that there was about 50% on the salary and wages and other things that were structural changes we were making. So 80-20 makes about sense. 80-20 rule, right? Like that, you know,
Yeah.
it's something that's, you know, I think to your point, Mr. Chair, you know, there is that also, you know, we're a service driven industry and, you know, at the end of the day, yes, we need to make sure we're solving financially, but everything's compounding in the moment on the town.
You made a point, Michael, that these aren't coming back.
I mean, I'll make one again. Yeah.
But see, that's where I have an issue.
Dave, 1 second.
Yeah, question on the FinCom reserve fund and historically, what has that budget line been at?
So it's been $100,000. Well, in the 13 years I've been here, it's been $100,000. Yeah, there are a number of years we haven't used it.
Yes.
There is a number of years where we have used all of it. I mean, I can think of at least 3 years in the past. Yeah, it's all, you know, that's a little.
It's been
too precise.
$100K as long
Yeah.
as you can remember.
Yes.
But I'll give you an example, for instance, like, earlier in this fiscal year, when we had, the generator at the library fail right at the beginning of the fiscal year, came to you fully knowing it wasn't going to be funded because it's early in the process. Let's see where everything shakes out. We're going to be able to probably absorb that in the operating budget, which is great. But it was more like a heads up, this might be coming later on type of thing. Something like that, we might not have a generator. And if we don't replace it for those 3 months until next year, we won't be open if the power is lost. That's the impact. It's not catastrophic, right? So if you drop
That one is, you're right.
but if you drop it, I mean, if we have a front end loader and the engine blows up, I think my first year, that's something that happened. We pieced together some chapter 90 money, pieced together some reserve.
And we use.
And we use a little bit of FinCom reserve. There's 3 sources.
A rent run like we used to.
It didn't blow
Well,
up.
it didn't like explode. It just failed. It's not working. Anyway, but the point is like, these things that pop up typically, I can say that definitively, but some of these are things where we can just stop the service that we're providing with that piece of equipment, or, you know, elevator fails. Maybe we're closing COA for a period of time. Those are things that we have to that we're well aware of.
So what we're learning is there is no black and white. Everything is a level of gray.
Right. But on the flip side, if someone comes in and says, okay, I am taking that, I got married, I'm switching over to taking your health plan. You know, those are the ones, you know, that becomes concern. So anyway, those are the 2 things that are causing enough members here to push that I'm concerned about the ability to recommend.
So we also, I was just gonna say, the other thing too is we can operate the heck out of it. We do that every year. You know, if we find ourselves halfway through the year and things are trending really poorly and we can use up the reserve fund, maybe it's another layoff in a place that we don't have identified, but those are the other things we consider as well. Like the budget's the budget. We operate to that and below because we need free cash generation, but we're being squeezed incredibly tight everywhere. And like I said, a lot of what this salary reserve does is for things that we just won't be able to provide the service, just like we're already preemptively cutting things where we're composting, things like that we won't be able to provide that service anymore. That's more defined in the moment. We're cutting that. These are assumptions if something comes in, but I can't think of an example in my 7 years where we've come to you where it's available to us. If we want to keep operations going, yes. But if we said we just can't come to you guys, we don't have any more money left, or we want to keep some of that 80 there for a free cash We might just say we're closing the COA for a month. You know, those are things, it's all sacrifices. This is just the unknown sacrifices we'll make versus the known sacrifices.
But isn't it when but you've got a position that you're increasing the salary by $17,000. So why not just keep it at the current
What position
salary?
is that?
The planning position.
That's
going
not
from
true.
grade 5 to grade.
It's a $7,000 variance at most.
And you know, if we were gonna have a big push on the planning board positions,
She's not
I would
accurate.
instead move that we take that money, equivalent amounts out of Conscom and Board of Health, because they're way more heavily funded just for their own department. Never mind this other person that's gonna serve two departments.
I think appreciate that, Mr. Metz. I think it's not necessarily appropriate to sacrifice on two other places to fund the other one because they're already minimally staffed, half the admin, one full-time. That's minimally what we should have for the planning and zoning. All we're asking for is to do a half-time.
Yeah.
So,
I agree.
so I wouldn't take away from the other two to fund that. That's why reserves in here and other places.
Well, I'm not saying we take away from the fund, I'm saying we retain what we have in there. And if there's so much pressure, we feel like we can't retain what we have in for planning zoning, then we look somewhere else.
We lay it off. If we hire someone at a grade 719, 6 months in during their probation, we realize it's not working out for one reason, only because of financial reasons. That might be something we have to do. I don't want to say that right now, that's what we're going to end up doing because it's going to hurt you personally, potentially. But we still have to build we had a conversation with Select Board the other day. Typically, if a position's been created, we create a job description and we go. We are going to have more involvement. Select Board indicated they wanted to be a part of the job description. We don't typically do that, but that's fine. And I think everybody on the Select Board wants to be a part of that conversation. I know one individual brought up, but everybody's independently said they are.
So ultimately, the goal here is to get 4 people at FinCom to recommend positive action, right, on this. And what I'm hearing here is I don't know that you have 4 votes just like this. So I'm going to turn to FinCom and say, what convinces any of you? I mean, what Kevin just said about managing it, to me rings, okay, I can understand some of that, about managing tight to that.
Tell us whose job it couldn't have.
But before we get to that, because I want to respect your role as an advisory,
Right.
I don't want it to be seen that you're giving us the answers you want to hear.
Yeah.
The 2 things I've heard are street lighting.
No, we're good with that. It was no and I.
No, increasing the street lighting cuts
Supplement what you guys
to
want.
decrease.
Oh, I don't think we said that.
No.
We just acknowledged street lighting as no one here, I think, was recommending touching street lighting either way.
You want to decrease the amount that and put that into the reserve fund. So instead of being 80,000, it would be 83,000.
No. Street light was the only option we suggested, that was suggested anywhere here, was the 16,000. And there's a conversation, obviously, there's a back and forth on what that number.
50,000.
The planning, job 9 to the hours and the increase in there from 5 to 7.
So
that was the only.
Yeah. So that was my second one.
Yeah.
Then, all right. So
so that was the only thing.
I don't think it's 16,000. I think it's 6,000 net of the other things that have been moved. So let me ask the Select Board, sorry, Kevin, but is there support to do the changes to get that down to the 515? That would mean putting 5,000 or something back in consulting for that net change, and then the 80,000 reserve becomes 86,000.
Well,
Straw poll, not an official vote here. I just want to get a sense.
Question for you. So Catherine just said that she thought it was 670.
she does,
That's
right?
what Linda Wright said.
Right, no, and it's actually 6,000 the net number. Does that change your FinCom's opinion if you know it's only 6 versus 16 or 17?
Not for me. It's not about that. It's about the 20 coming out of the FinCom reserve.
Okay.
But this only gives us 6 back, so,
Right.
right, I mean, ultimately, so.
And we're cutting a department with half a person, as opposed to other departments, other groups serving departments half, one department instead of 2, that have 1.5 people. I mean, how do you justify that at all?
Because the Planning and Zoning Board said they could do that. The other, I don't know that the other department heads, and this is different because they're not department heads, they're one's elected, one's appointed. But the department heads, I believe, are the ones behind the recommendations.
So we're
Or,
talking about doing it in making the adjustment in one of the override columns? Is that what we're talking about?
right now, I'm.
So
stuck
for those
all in
with your
one.
backs, Billy, and on the thing, I will say the boards didn't say that, their chairs said it.
Okay, fair enough, and that's a very important distinction. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. I was
So
afraid-
I wouldn't have said anything, I don't normally do that, but everyone here was laughing, so I wanted to put
Thank
it
you.
back to, thank you.
I dispute the figures.
I can, I mean, if you give me 10, 15 minutes, I could probably show you what that looks like. If there's enough interest in that, we can look at it. I mean, I just, like I said, we're talking about position, it's funding the line, a piece for those boards, committees. That's what it's funding. How we divvy that up, if it's a grade 5, 19, grade 7, 19, grade 7, 15, that's management, right? Like that's what, and like I said, when it was brought up the other day, I said, we'll all do it together if we want to, that's fine. When we put the job description over, and we've had, I know Mr. Metz, you've had conversations with the board chairs as well about looking at the job description. This is gonna be the most collaborative job description ever created.
But I think in terms of simplicity, this is the simplest way to say it. This is what it was last year. Now this is what it's gonna be this year. No change.
And I just emphasize Mr. Metz's point, because we looked at those presentations, it was stark. It was really telling what resources are provided to every other community in Essex County that's relatively like size,
So-
as well as to our existing
Yeah.
departments.
But ultimately, to get, and I'm speaking for people, not necessarily for myself, and I hope people here will allow me that, and if not, will correct me. You need 4 people that are sitting here to say, we recommend positive action. You don't need 7, you need 4. And let me, or you can choose to go in without, you all have that control and that responsibility. What I'm hearing though is that 20,000 is, of all of them, is the one that getting that number substantially down.
So what
Probably
would you
get-
cut to offset it?
So, so this conversation about the planner, let me be blunt on this, has been an ongoing conversation.
Planning
for-
support.
or the planning support for the past 6 months. And it's been one that we've never been able to get alignment across the board, meaning, the two, frankly, I don't know what the right word is, but the 2 parties to sit down with everyone else observing and say, yes, we agree with these numbers. That's just what we don't have that. So I don't know.
2 parties being,
Planning board members and the town.
so grade 7, 19 hours was requested of the select board. Select board put that in the budget.
Mhm.
Any conversation after that, I can't speak to, but I know the select board heard the chairs when they came in and responded. We've now adjusted back to 1 person, which is what they've always had. It's reducing that additional person, a head count. We heard the community, we heard everybody, we're in that place right now where that can't work. But I would say that was, I would dispute there's even dispute, because we've done.
No, you can't do that, because I can say with certainty, the dispute exists.
Well, it's not forward, no one's come to me and said that this is something that directly, it's maybe some indirect emails being sent, I can't speak to that, but I also know that a member of the planning board did speak up over my shoulder, that I can't see. I'm saying that an individual might have referenced it, not necessarily the whole board. How's this sound? Would the board feel comfortable, right now it's in 2 of the categories, one of the things we did is we spread it across. That means if 2 or 1 or all 3 pass, you're hedging your bets a little bit. And I hear you on this. It might make sense to spread this because right now it's in the town and the mask overrides only. Would the board feel comfortable if we took that 20 and just shaved it and somewhat close to evenly spread it across the 3 buckets, giving some more flexibility that it might be 14?
I want it right off. Personally, it's my personal.
Where would you find the money to do that?
I don't know, Bob. You guys are closer than I am, Bob.
So,
I don't know.
I don't either.
so I hear you.
You gotta come up with-
That's just
Yeah,
my
cut
personal.
a position. Pick one out of a hat.
But what, Michael, which one? I mean,
Pick one out of a hat.
that's not how we do business. I know
No,
you.
we just had a discussion. that we think it's irresponsible to make that change. We're gonna permanently reduce the FinCom reserve, your margin of safety, permanently to balance our budget this year. We think the belt tightening has gone too far. We're through the meat, we're at the bone. We gotta bring it back. There has to be one structural cut to make a change and to offset some of this belt tightening.
So you would lay somebody off, take away their income, take away their services, just to restore an account that you probably won't spend, that you don't spend most of the time.
Nobody's getting laid off. They're giving up a position.
He just said, cut a person out of the hat.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I just was responding to Greg. Yes, I would lay somebody off because I think it's a $20,000 reserve cut. We've also made $42,000 of cuts on top of that are just squeezing the budget. They're not
Sure.
spending cuts.
Sure.
Snow and ice is a good example. Legal fees is a good example. Professional services is a good example. We didn't commit to cut spending. We're just squeezing the budget. We're increasing our financial risk by $60,000 to $70,000 forever with no line of sight to bring that back. I think we got to make a structural cut this year to solve the problem. Because if not, we're getting in trouble next year. Last year, we had no free cash. This year, we had no budget room. Next year, we're going to have neither.
Wait a minute, last year we had no free cash.
No free
Yeah,
cash.
remember the timing
issue.
on the
Timing.
cash.
We had no free cash.
Wait, so 1.8 million certified versus 3.2.
Everybody go, yeah, million and a half plus.
So the reality, on the free cash side, just to be clear, we barely had enough last year to cover our financial policy commitments, and we actually had to pull from stabilization accounts because of the free cash, where the cash was. Next year, we will not be able to meet our policy standards.
Correct.
We will not, our commitments that we have written into our policies for free cash and for offset the levy and for OPEB.
Not here.
We will not have that.
We're going to
next
breach
year.
our financial
And
policy
stay under
standard.
this. So this is part of the struggle is that free cash is going to be a problem.
So I think we're kicking
Agreed.
the can down the road to a year where we're going to be in worse shape.
Michael,
Agreed.
you said it before I left earlier, and I appreciate your.
Done. We don't need to fund OPEB at the level we're funding.
Agreed.
We're ahead of other communities.
Agreed. Understand.
No,
But that's our policy, nonetheless.
So, but all due respect,
That can
like,
change.
when I left earlier, I think I heard a lot of recognition of some of the significant adjustments that have been made structurally. 80% to your number
80%.
is structural. At the end of the day, though, there is, and I hear you and your point, well taken, but there has to be some level of a balance on it. Ends up being a $38 million budget at the end of the day, all in. We're talking about a $20,000, which we can spread across and hedge our risk factor. Yes, maybe it's 10% or 14% less, or maybe it's, if all three fail, the town's spoken, everything gets tight, right? And I hear you, trust me, I think about the free cash literally every day, because I know as well as anybody, including with you guys here, that ultimately, if we don't have any additional money raised and the town decides that, and that's their right, and if they do, we'll respond as best we can to it to still provide the services. But then it comes up to me and my team to manage the heck out of our budget to make sure that we do still find ways to generate by reducing further services. It is a budget, but it's not written in stone that this is how it's going to end up being. And like I said earlier, I've already committed multiple ways around this, hopefully to give you some comfort level around how, and hopefully after 6.5, 7 years being here and your town administrator, you've seen what we've been able to do with what we've had. And I don't want to make it personal, but we have a great team, and when there's directive every single time we put budgets out, no override, no override, no override, no override, no override, no override, no override. This year we couldn't do it. And last year we said it's probably coming because we've cut so much of them to the bone. But the fact of the matter is, select board and myself, we still have to manage the services we provide. And 80% of our cuts are going to affect that at the end of the day. One way or another, stuff somebody likes in this town is not going to get what they want if these all fail. And I'm telling you right now, we can't ask for more than $80,000. That's what you guys give us. And if it spreads around, hopefully one, maybe two, maybe all three pass. And this is a conversation, important conversation. But
I would just say, Kevin, I think in the last 7 years, it is your incredible work that has gotten our budget so tight, and you have managed it incredibly well, that I just think there's nothing left to manage. I think it's just too tight, and it's not just the free cash. I think we're going to be a worse budget position next year.
I agree.
When we know we're going to have an elementary
100%.
school override, a worse Essex Tech,
100%.
probably a Masco override, and I would bet probably another town override driven by just health insurance. and pensions.
Correct.
So we're gonna be dealing with this again, but in a worse financial situation because of the decisions we're making here tonight. And I don't think that's responsible.
I'm with you. I just don't think the 20 necessarily is gonna get us over that finish line on this. And I'm with you. I hear you.
We're talking about the 20. I think we need to offset more than that. That's just I may be one extreme, but I think it's more. I'm with you. I think we need a structural cut to make a change this year, or we're gonna be in a really, really bad place next year. And to answer your question about, yes, I would lay someone up to do that.
I know my team and I spent a lot of time trying to identify where, because we've done a lot of structural changes. When we redid, when Park and Cemetery Highway we combined that, eliminated department head, backfilled it with a part-time admin. Like, those are significant savings over the years, other revenue sources we've created. And I appreciate your comments greatly, because when you're in the weeds, people don't necessarily pick their head up for a minute and say that, because we work really hard. We got a great finance team, great department heads, try to make it all come together. And they sacrifice because they want to deliver the best possible services every single day. They got teams of people behind them that are doing that.
What I'm hearing is everybody's doing a great job and nobody likes to be where we are. Okay, we got that. We're saying we've got different recommendations. The 80,000 is still a problem. I think we've got 5,000 or 6,000 on the planner. I'm sorry. So not planner. You disagree. We have how much then?
At least 10,000.
10,000 on the planning position if we don't backfill with the consultant. Okay, so let's call it 8,000 on the planning position.
Just why 10, if I can ask?
$16,000.
Yeah.
Pay difference.
Yeah.
He had 2,000 in for contract services.
Yeah.
Now he's telling me that's not enough, so I said 5,000. He still says it's not enough, so I tried to do let's split it 8,000. It's arbitrary.
So this is on the line item budget, where is at the end of the day, I understand the salary drop from a 7 to a 5 in the number of hours. That's your 16.5. What are the? 16.5? No, that's a 16.5.
Yes, that's correct. The difference between.
That's a gross number.
Right, now, tell me I'd like to understand, what are the things that you net out?
Where do they show up?
Drop the position down to 15 instead of 19. It's 7, again, this is
position?
the position that's in the budget right now.
Take it off. Take it off.
No, they need help.
Take it all. You're not gonna run that department with no support. That's crazy. We got 2 other departments.
You can make all the same points.
Okay,
Just,
so.
I don't think there's any support to cut it off.
So let me understand something from my side. The 16.5 is not, that is the entirety of the position. So is that the difference? That's the difference in.
39 is, we have to
719.
add back in consulting fee that we've had historically.
So before we do that, let's just let's gross the position change. So currently, it's been 23,000 for a grade 5, 15 hours. The difference goes to 39 for 19 hours at a grade 7. Right? So that's the $16,000 difference. It's not adding or doing. So now we start with the 16. Now, what are the things
back stuff in? We have literally go to print tomorrow. I appreciate this, and I know we're getting very much in the weeds of one particular line item that's not going to make or break. I guess my question,
to be clear, to interrupt you, if we don't get 4, it does make or break, in my opinion.
So my question is it zero sum that there's no contribution on the reserve from the finance committee, or is there a number we can get down to? Because now we're talking about targeting something. Is it 20? Is it 10?
Yeah.
Is some number, and then I can back into that. If you give me an hour, 15 minutes, I don't know, some period of time, I can look at and see if there's, and you're not going to love all the things that come back, but I'm going to scrape here and there to get us to that number at this point.
Why are you holding on to this position?
I don't know I just suggested dropping at 7,000.
So
I honestly don't care. I know that I've seen firsthand from emails coming to me with frustrations because we haven't been able to provide those levels of support, not at those boards because they're fantastic. They volunteer just like you guys do. But the way we operate is a little bit different than a lot of the towns I've referenced in that
No, we understand.
survey. And so people are used to going to communities and what support systems they have as they work through their process.
So,
I don't get why the zoning board and the planning board is like these groups that we just dump on, and then the other groups, the gold plated with the same staffing they've always.
so I think part of the reason here is that you have two of the chairs of those two boards who are the ones that are standing up and causing us to go, they're the ones that are standing up and saying, we don't need it. I'm not saying that all the board does, but they're the ones that, I wouldn't have I received an email this weekend from one of them.
Which I didn't receive. So again,
Yeah.
you talk about conflict.
understand.
I don't necessarily aware of the.
But ultimately, the point being is that it's not that I'm picking on them or we are picking on them. It's that if someone's saying this on that side, we're asking why.
So I think if we take the 7,000, it's still 7 or 16, you disagree with the 16. I think we understood where the net number, it's a net number. Straw poll, could we put that towards the FinCom reserve?
If we reduce I'd have to look at the total amount.
I'm asking, sorry, my board. Straw.
19, great. 19 hours, 15, 7 to 5.
It's not, I just want to emphasize, it's not, we can't figure out what the position is going to be right here. It's
The amount, okay, the amount
how much are we
associated
going
with
to
doing
fund the line item for these these boards and committees. And then once we have that, we're going to back into what we can do with that. Is it grade 6? Is it grade 7? Is it grade 5 again? Is it 15 hours? Is it 19 hours? It's not going to be more
What
than
I'm
that.
talking about is it the simplest way. This is what we had last year. This is what we'll have this year.
Right.
What is the net if we do that?
The net increase.
7,000 is what I heard. Compared to what we have right here, that's an extra 7,000 that perhaps we could apply to
Does it say? Because we read.
FinCom reserve.
Yeah, I think you're.
Right?
My comments, we need to make a real change. I think this whole conversation was $7,000, talking about $357,000 in overrides. Correct. I want to see like a $50,000 cut.
We have them.
We did, I mean,
Where?
More, I think it's more.
No, those are sums of like 50 cuts.
Michael was talking about us.
We're gonna see a structural change.
we've been doing
in a
that.
better position
80% of the
going
dollars is structural.
Hold on.
No,
You said it earlier. Your numbers.
50%, 80% are real cuts. I wouldn't say they're structural cuts.
Define the difference, please. Not examples, but just structural cuts means something that is.
An organizational change.
Yeah, like an organizational change. You're
Closing
changing
the
stuff.
library on Friday.
It's not, like, this is an extreme example, but it's like, oh, we're gonna cut the town hall maintenance budget by $2,500. You don't you should never cut the maintenance budget. If you wanna cut the town hall expense, you gotta get rid of the town hall. If you're gonna have the town hall, you gotta have the maintenance. You can't just reduce the maintenance budget,
Kick it
because
down
that's
the
not a
road is
real
what you
cut.
do.
You're just kicking the can down the road.
Right now.
So to that end, and understand where you stand on that, and trying to get to something today. The 7,000 or the planner was the first position that we talked about. It's because with the two things we spoke about as the areas, as a group that we spoke about that were a problem for us, separate of everything else, and recognizing that next year we've got to do this over 5 months, not over 2 weeks. And we've got to have some substantial cut because we know they're going to happen. Is for the planner or for the reserve finance, FinCom reserve is the example, the suggestion was looking at bringing that position back. Bring it back to where it was. And then figuring out what that number is.
Just go around.
Yeah.
And what does that mean? And does that then change? We've got the answer is probably no. Does that then change the minds of some others?
Mr. Chair, if you guys.
Wait, I'd like to hear the answer.
Yeah.
To this, sorry.
No, that's fine.
This is very important.
It does for me.
I mean, I'm ready to support this as is. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make or figure out structural organizational changes tonight.
Okay.
I know.
Which I agree with, but I think it's getting.
So one of the things was I'm not I am trying to answer your question. Well, one of the things was, you were saying, what would it take for you to recommend the motion as it was? Aside from the fact that there's some legal housekeeping that needs to be done to rescind what it was, the budget that's being proposed before any cuts for overrides is 28,454,186, partially funded by transfers and overlays, so it's 28,341,754. We compare that to last year's budget, it's a 2.72% increase, 751,629. Now that's just based on, I've been working with these spreadsheets. Okay, so it's 2.72%, a little over 2.5%. I would recommend positive action on that budget with the understanding that the public has the opportunity to reduce it by $353,000. And if what we're doing right now is talking about whether it's 3,000 or 6,000, I would like to see what the public on town meeting floor is going to do to move these line items. Because I think it's a little unfair for people to say they know better than what the finance team and we who've been doing this over the course of a year. At some point, we have to some degree, trust the administration. And without this labeling of gold-plated or anything else, I think at this point, you're itemizing what's going to go. And if people say no to it, then we're going to reduce it, and it'll be a 1.4% increase. So
Okay,
that's my
so
take on it.
I'm gonna shorten this based on that. That $6,000, $7,000 gets you your fourth vote.
Under planning and zoning.
Yeah, that gets you your vote. Now, maybe there's another way to do it, but I can just based on what I heard here.
Don't care.
Yeah.
The only reason, the one and only reason that any of us have ever focused on that position is that they keep standing up here and saying that they don't need it and that it's a $16,000 and $17,000 increase.
Well,
I swear to God.
They keep.
I'm
We heard
telling
them
you.
say emphatically that they need more than what they have been given.
It's just not what we've heard.
And now.
So I'm telling you, Lynn Bermudez.
Lynn doesn't represent them. She's no longer an employee of the town.
But understand, but
Yeah.
Mark, the chairs, so. Yeah, it's okay. So ultimately though, just where we are right now and at 9:25 and when we still have to write our letter, my comment is, that $7,000 gets you your fourth vote.
That was
Six, whatever that number is, gets you your fourth.
So we had an override request of 260,000. We cut the budget to 123. Bare bones. That's we talked about earlier, Mr. Chair, narrative, what are we looking at? I understand we now have a list that we're reviewing.
Yep.
But pulling up out of the weeds for just a second, whatever the cuts look like, it's going to affect us. It's going to affect our free cash. It's going to affect all the reserve counts, everything. So yes, we're talking about the FinCom reserve is historically, it's in the operating budget. Town puts it forward, but we've always had that agreement. It's 100,000. So we brought hearing you loud and clear. Most people don't want to touch it. We've done some significant structural adjustments already. I was hopeful we get 6 or maybe even 7 people to support because of the work that the select board did and my departments had done for the purposes. And we're dwelling on one item,
Take that as progress, right?
I hope that's, but my point being is it's fine. It's part of the process, but that is not going to, what the email receipts is not going to solve even the FinCom portion of that if we reduce it. I am not for reducing it. I think they need the support. That's me personally as an operator, seeing it every single day, knowing they did come to us and ask for that.
Like I said, I'm not stuck on the planning thing. I don't care.
So you just want
I care about FinCom. I care about the FinCom.
What's the magic number? Will FinCom contribute 10,000 towards these and be at 90,000? If you give me a number,
I would be a yes with that.
if I can come up with 10, whether it's reducing that line item or another one,
Yes.
that one.
So let me say is my vote on that would be dependent on what those 10 actually are. Right, they'd have to be true structural cuts, not assumptions, but you have to be able to say, this is the change that this is. We are not going to order 10,000 reams of paper and this because of that new law or whatever. It has to be something that is true. And all,
Bob
points.
It's all budget.
You know, I think Heidi made a great point. I think Tom made a great, you know, not gonna come up with structural changes in the next 20 years.
Yeah.
You know, I think if we really believe what Michael is saying, even though he's not listening, then we should say to ourselves, we gotta do this in a smart way. And let's form a little commission to work over the summer and fall and say, you know, these are the recommendations in case we have a problem.
Just a reminder, budget season starts in September. So maybe not over the summer, but that is the entire budget.
What I would say is that we've never been faced with this situation where we've had to ask for anything. We prided ourselves for 7 budgets not to ask for a nickel more than what we were able to do without asking for an override. We're here, we're talking about it. A majority of communities in the Commonwealth are probably having very similar conversations. If they're not asking this year, they're probably asking next year for the same reasons we are. And we've made structural changes in what we're proposing here if these fail. We hear you on the reserve. I don't necessarily, and I appreciate you guys greatly. I was hopeful that we could say, you know what, there's enough structural, we can commit to this over here on the reserve. Hearing you guys loud and clear. Like I said a minute ago, it's important that we walk through that door on June 16th. The vast majority of us aligned, hopefully everybody. And that's a really tall task when you have a lot of people around the table trying to figure it out. But that's my goal. And I hear you guys, the majority, even if I get 4 votes, Mr. Shea, I want 6, I need 7, I want that. So if I hear 10, get knocking 10, give me 15, give me 10 minutes. And I'll try to find that.
But just to be clear, their job isn't to tell us that. Their job is to recommend. And we would love that feedback, but that's not their
If the
job.
select board directs me to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
There you go.
thank you.
Thank you.
It's
I agree.
important just to-
Yes, that's a very
It's a
important.
joint meeting,
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
then you alternate chairs to call on people to speak.
Yeah, what's up?
We don't have a policy on
Michael's
that.
point, Michael made a very, very good point about the overall situation, and I think he's absolutely correct. That we really should be looking at a structural change now, and I can suggest one. It's never easy. I don't admit that. But we have an opening in the highway department.
Oh,
I told you, it's not easy.
I wouldn't go there. I mean, that's not one where I would sacrifice, because that's one of our CDL drivers. They drive
I understand that, Ken.
during the snowstorms.
But what Michael said, and I totally agree, I think we're really headed into a tough financial situation. And if the taxpayers say, screw you, we're not gonna give you another override, then we've really got big troubles.
I think we're all aware of
So
that.
I don't know what the answer is.
Again, I just emphasize budget. Like, it's important. We got to manage the budget and better, because we need to create the free cash, and it's tighter and tighter and tighter. But if in the event we're heading towards, and this is gonna be a really tough year to manage, right? Because we don't have the resources built into the budget. We might have to, during the mid-year, make those types, reopen all of the different locations where we could find structural changes, because I appreciate that and I agree with it. Right now, I think we're within $10,000 of hopefully getting support. And I know you want to write your letter. If you guys give me 10 minutes, I'll come back with something. Maybe it's more palatable. It's not a lot. I mean, it is a lot of money, because every nickel and dime counts,
I
but
think we really have to face reality of where we're headed into, and it's tough. I share Michael's concern. I'm really, really concerned.
We've got concerns for now. The
Correct,
next 2 weeks.
absolutely correct. Two different.
Next year, they're all bright red right now, right? I mean, we understand that, and I appreciate that.
We need to walk into June 16th. Have FinCom's recommendation
Exactly.
of action, otherwise.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll not pass.
yeah, the reality is that you're gonna get a couple of people who are not gonna be that, but we had that on Article 3rd last time as well. Recognize that, I mean, there was, you know, but that's the benefit of, and what I love about FinCom is we represent the breadth of the community. So getting 7 is not gonna usually happen on this article. Getting 5 is good, it's very.
How many now?
So, right now, if I had to guess, I think I have 4.5.
And can I just say, thank God we're not Ipswich?
Yeah.
Can I just say, thank God we're not Ipswich, where the school committee also votes on every budget item? and
Yeah.
every line?
Oh, because it'd be awesome. So the point I would make, and why I'm coming down on, okay, with this, I can survive and do this and gets that number up to where it's there, is we're gonna have to make some really ugly plans for next year. And this is not one or two people. This is structural changes to how we deliver services and what services we deliver. Overnight, nights, days, weekends, all the things out there, and that requires, in my mind, us to really have the numbers and look at it. Reducing fire, oh, great, overnight service, oh, wait, what about the revenue you get, and if we don't do that assessment and say, oh, that would be good versus this, then I'm fearful of where that leads us to. I think that all of the choices we're making are not today are not solving this problem. They're at least giving us a bridge to the time to be able to solve it, but solving it means less.
Right. I think that's the thing. This is gonna get us the bridge to be able to answer what we need to do for next year.
Yeah.
But
And we only have so much time.
right.
Can I ask, we've heard an idea, I'd like my board, if you have another idea, otherwise I understand Kevin might be able to go away and find a way to put that.
My team and I would just take a little bit of time to regroup, kind of take your feedback, and then maybe come back with a proposal that might hopefully get most people.
And actually, we don't need to adjourn or anything. If you want to do that, you can do that. Stay here and continue to discuss.
I think you'll have an easier time. I think you have an easier time with a base budget, $28,097,200, and then put your overrides on top of that. It's understandable. It's
So,
easier.
I
understand we're past it, but
so then
yeah, okay.
9:30 at night on, yeah, I hear you, and I would love to have seen that, but that's not where we're at, so. Thank you,
Couldn't hear that.
sorry,
Sorry.
I think an additive budget instead of
Go the other way.
constructive budget.
Oh.
start,
The way we, like the way we did it last year.
build up, not.
Then you can vote on the base budget.
They said, get the base budget, you're done, you're clean.
Okay, all right, while they're doing that, can we pull up, if the board is okay, can we pull up the letter and at least look at the letter?
Awesome, Michael.
Yes, yes, yes,
I worked very hard on that Friday night, Saturday morning.
yes.
It's really good.
So,
Well, I didn't anticipate the number of cuts when I made that table, though. Now it's gonna be like,
Well, but I think that's it.
You gotta condense to the important ones.
mhm.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to find it right now.
I sent it out at, I think, 8:49 Saturday morning.
5:49?
Eight.
Oh, I'm still on.
You're on,
I'm
you're
still on
already,
Phoenix time.
you're on West Coast time.
There you go.
I'm pretty sure we'll get.
Yeah.
Oh, and side note,
I don't know what time he's on. I got an email from 2.5 weeks after. he
Yeah.
sent it.
Doesn't sleep.
yeah, thank you, Rick.
Is your order paper, assuming that your letter was only going to be 2 pages double-sided?
So it is, our
That
page,
could work, that could work.
as of right now, our letter
You
is
gotta do
3
your part too.
pages long. I don't mean double, I mean
7.
1, 2.
No, this is already.
No, extended,
Rip that off.
extended table. We're not,
And it's like gonna be a mission.
Yeah.
I just need a minute to do it.
no, for this to have any chance of being successful, for any chance of this being successful, this has to be,
You're 100%
Simple.
correct. You and Amanda want to go in the room and you can.
If you're good with me, we're gonna bridge that.
to-
Sitting in this room, having the same conversation. We should have made the structural cut 9 months ago.
Okay, but guys, all right, hey,
No, we'll probably still have it.
We're back no matter what. It's just a matter of.
So just-
We're gonna have to cut to get to know everyone.
That would be ideal.
Eventually, though, with 2.5, if you keep doing structural changes, at some point, you're gonna have 3 people in town hall trying to keep the lights on. That's just how it is. 2.5 is not meant to be a target. It's meant to, at a certain point when things grow,
Start the
come back
discussion.
to the people to
Yeah.
deliberate and have conversation about why those additional funds are needed.
Andrew Fraser would be so happy. Would be so proud of you.
Yeah. Now that we're in it, now I gotta.
oh.
And I just, I appreciate the comments earlier, and it's true, we work our tails off trying to avoid asking even a penny. There was a couple of years ago where the entire FinCom slip were like override. I was like, we can do this. We can get there without an override. I'm the only one not taxpayer in Topsfield. It's like, give me this stuff. And you guys trusted me, we did it. We didn't have, we went another 3 years without even ask, so we'll get there. Just give me a few
We
minutes.
are where we are. Yep,
Okay,
go ahead.
so. All right, this is the letter that we have right now. In it includes, some specific cuts listed and just, I'd still like this way and just listing out those cuts of what the major things are that would be in here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
would just
we can
list, condense down to here are the other items, but here are the key bullet ones that people might care about.
100%.
And then the fundamental and then that next to. So.
Yeah, so that was the one section I left totally blank, which we
Yeah.
also have not discussed tonight, and I'm fearful to even mention it, but like the Masco debt situation. I didn't know, it's not in the warrant, so I didn't know if we're talking about it. I shouldn't say, are we discussing it in our letter?
I don't,
Probably not, because it's not gonna be at town meeting.
It
But
is in the
about-
reports.
Oh, it is, okay.
They're gonna have time to speak.
I don't think we should put it in the letter. We don't have enough time.
I didn't know, I left this one
that's a
section.
good, that's, let's, you know what? We're gonna do what we're doing right now. We're gonna kick it down the can down the road. Just a little
Down the
bit.
can.
Let's see where we are after we get through the rest of this.
Okay. They're going to.
There,
Let's get up.
about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Fellow residents has proven to be exceptionally challenging, forcing this, it's important now more than ever for residents to actively participate in town government. I almost want to say this a little differently, but which is participating in government. I love when you guys ask, what would you cut when you did it?
Raphael also advocated for this in his Memorial Day speech.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
I did.
You mentioned voting.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes, you did.
I almost had adjourned.
But ultimately, solving this problem is not telling us what's wrong. Solving this problem is saying, this is what we need to do. And somehow I'm gonna get that when I give my report, that's what I'm gonna emphasize. Because I am seeing, and I get it, people are frustrated. They don't like what they're seeing. But the answer isn't, oh, go cut. The answer is, cut what? Or go do this. And I think that's something there. I don't know that we want to put it in here from a letter perspective. I don't know what your thoughts are. It's light? No? Okay.
I think we get to it.
Okay.
In the, as I've labeled it, the fundamental question
Yeah.
for voters.
Current situation, a town meeting on May 5th at town meeting. Oh, and if anyone has comments by section, because you all have seen it, but we weren't going to comment. Okay, before I do that, sorry. Anyone have anything structurally, majorly around this besides her accolades to Michael?
David said he had no changes.
I couldn't believe it. I shocked myself.
Nice job, Michael.
It's that Masco education.
So structured, any,
No, I sent Michael my comments and they were largely, keep it as is.
okay,
I
okay.
did read your stuff. I did.
No, but I didn't even send it once I heard this because I
Yeah.
figured.
I actually read your stuff first. It got my mind working.
All right, so from that perspective, this is where we're at. I'll go through section by section. Is there anything anyone wants to change in it? 27 budget process has been exceptionally difficult. At town meeting, a budget was approved, contingent on passing 2 overrides. Both of these overrides failed.
I would change that.
Okay,
At town meeting on May 5th, the town budget was approved that was contingent on the passage of 2 overrides to support the cost of the town's operations and Topsfield share of the Masco and Essex Tech budget.
That's all.
And that's it. No numbers.
okay, so get rid of the,
Delete the 2 sub bullets for sure.
okay, so keep everything else, but get rid of the,
Yeah, I added some words there, but at town meeting on May 5th, the town budget was approved that was contingent on the passage of 2 overrides to support the cost of the town's operations and Topsfield share of the Masco and Essex Tech.
to support the cost. Where are you there? Sure, to support the costs of the town's operations. I'm keeping them as bullets for now. We'll have that question after, and the next one is, and Topsfield share of both Masco. Okay, so you didn't really change the share of students. Okay, all right. Bullets or as one sentence?
Chairman's choice.
Author's choice. Author left it this way. You good with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'll tell you, when I originally wrote the letter, I actually had the entire thing in bullet points.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to be like, but then it seemed a little informal, so I turned it into sentences.
Yeah.
But you can see how I have the spacing. And
Yeah.
those are just bullet points.
Yeah.
That's MBA style.
At the town election on May
That's what we're
6th,
doing.
both of these overrides failed. Botsford and Middleton subsequently voted to approve the Masco budget at their respective town meetings, compelling Topsfield to pay its portion without adjustment.
So I just would say obligating instead of compelling.
Okay.
And Topsfield to pay its full assessment as opposed to portion without adjustment.
I feel like portion is clearer to regular
Okay.
people. Do you
That's
think?
cool.
When we get to
To
assessment,
regular people.
I shouldn't say it like that, I'm sorry.
To non-financial geeks like us.
Quarter of 10 on
Layman's terms.
date night.
Compelling Topsfield to pay its portion. Without adjustment or portion?
I only added without adjustment to make people think you're not voting on Masco's budget.
Right, it's that.
It's,
Yeah.
It's due.
the time to weigh in on that was done.
Yeah.
That was my thought behind without adjustment.
The loan sharks are coming to get you.
The majority of towns within,
Why don't we say required?
Compelling is sort of a. Compelling is,
I for sure use the synonym tool, on that, but you can choose a different one.
it is an obligation.
okay,
On this, I've since learned it's not the majority of towns, it's 2/3 of Essex. Right.
In our case.
And I don't even know, have they all voted on it? It's just at this point.
It does, Essex Tech only has to vote as a committee,
Okay, yeah, right.
and then they send us a bill.
Oh, very sus. It's so shady.
Especially having those 4 towns super weighted.
yeah,
Yeah.
That,
It's,
I never knew that.
Well, there hasn't been a big budget until recently.
That's right.
Used to be just
You have to
something.
be following that one.
so 2/3 of towns within the Essex Tech School District. You unplugged me.
Oh, get out. Replug. I really damaged you there. All right.
next year? $1 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I did check.
Oh, I could tell.
Yeah, maybe.
Wondered
I
though.
went far.
Is that you won't.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Read you.
Sure.
Yes, I'm gonna leave it like this for the minute. 2/3 of towns within the Essex Tech
Business for all these over.
voted, not subsequently, voted
Just think it's like, there's nothing.
obligating Topsfield, keeping it.
2.5%, yeah. No point,
Yeah, well, it's just a cut every year.
You say 2.5%.
Obligate, okay, over here, Topsfield to pay its portion without adjustment. All right, next step, due to the differing results between town meeting and election, the town does not currently have an approved budget for FY 2027, necessitating both another town meeting and election.
I know it's not technically true, but
Yeah.
I think it's.
Well, I mean, ultimately, they could have put what he's saying is they could have put a budget together that didn't have any overruns.
You don't want to do that.
No.
I understood, but I mean, it's just. Another town.
I've heard feedback from my wife, who's like, people don't understand in town why we're doing this all over again.
Yeah,
Didn't we just vote on this?
yeah, this is where we spoke to the fact that while they object, and I don't know how to put it, but it's there, while they objected, while the result of the election was, with objection of the existing budget, of the proposed budget, no budget was approved. Hence, we don't have a budget. And at the end of the day, the problem is no budget was approved.
Because you appropriated, you didn't fund it.
Yeah, but I don't want to get into the details.
Right.
Very confused.
Right.
Okay. Massachusetts property overview of the challenge. There is a check on municipal tax increases by requiring citizen approval through an election for increases to tax levy above 2.5%. Keep it simple. I agree. Don't get into all the growth and all of that.
Yeah, no new growth.
Yeah.
Reserve levy, listen.
Yeah, the cost of running the town with its current level of service is increasing significantly above 2.5% per year, with budget line examples such as health insurance and pensions increasing 12.9 and 7.7% this year. This creates a structural deficit where it is challenging to balance the budget within the confines while maintaining the same level of services. Do we want to say this wrong?
Downright impossible.
I originally had impossible,
Yeah,
and I shouldn't
I-
say that, I'm gonna say challenging.
But I mean, at the end of the day, this gets,
It is impossible.
mathematically impossible, mathematically inconceivable. Impossible.
It is mathematically impossible.
Unless you just start cutting everything every year.
Right, but then you wouldn't have the same service.
Right.
True.
I feel like we need some commas in that previous run-out sentence.
The sentence above?
The cost of running the town. Maybe it's all above that.
No, this is the cost of running the town with the level of service.
Maybe the one above, the sentence above that. Seems more. No, sorry.
No. Do you want mathematically impossible?
That's because we have our stats. The budget was so much.
Yes or no? Yes or no, mathematically impossible?
Yes. I'm a yes on that.
Okay. Available options. Town has 4 levers with which to shape the impact of the budgets on taxpayers. The levers remaining for consideration at this point, in the process are number 3 and number 4.
My wife also thought levers was confusing. It's just a term of speech, but.
Yeah. But I think it's a good, I mean, at the end of the day, you're steering. These are the levers that you have to move some.
Do we want to add?
Yeah, please, this is. No, but we're shared and truth right now, so don't.
We need help.
What do you want to add?
I was gonna say, maybe in number 3, it's not available now, but review or maybe changes to local financial policies, because we will be doing that next year.
Level number 3 or in?
As a number 3 and move 3 and 4 down to like a 4 and 5.
Oh,
does that make sense?
But I don't think changing the policies either reduces expenses or increases revenue, right? It doesn't change your funnel at all.
Right, it does help to shift money around though, I guess.
It's more of increasing
What's an
revenue.
example?
Well, like if we looked at maybe the OPEB policy, right, and we didn't fund it.
So that would be off, well, we're gonna,
Free cash.
that's a free cash
Right.
as opposed to operating budget.
I suppose, yeah.
You know, I agree, I hear.
Yeah.
We'll deal with that soon enough.
True.
I wouldn't say encourage new residential, I'm just saying.
Yeah, that was something. New residential, I don't think is the right, unless we did smart residential. The problem with residential is a 4-bedroom home costs us more than the taxes that it incurs. Yeah. You have 2 kids, you're paying we're paying $50,000 a year.
For the average. Not the marginal. You could definitely add 1 4-bedroom home and not see it back to your budget. The question is how big could you?
But if you scale that, you don't,
Yeah,
right?
it's a
And
step function.
Right, it's a step function, and the problem is that ultimately on the step function, in order to make a material difference, that $15,000 that it's solving could have solved our FinCom reserve, but that's not gonna, for this year. So it's a step function on both sides. And ultimately, the reality is that a residential, I use this all the time, and most of you have heard me say this, but my daughter's been out of school for 4 years. We were only in this school district for 7 years. She's been out for 4 years. My house is a little bit above the average. I've just paid off her school. I haven't paid for the police, fire, or anything else I've used for the past 11 years.
Yeah.
Because all the taxes didn't cover her school until now.
But we can talk.
Yeah.
I know, but that's not going to
The stories we all.
But the point of that is that, a residential housing isn't necessarily encourage new smart development or something like that.
I guess what I struggle with even on the commercial side is you drive up Route 1, there's all these office buildings with for lease signs out front.
Yeah, right.
When I think-
Good point, where I'm gonna put a frickin' Walmart in up there.
Same.
Like,
Yeah.
just.
I think encourage responsible economic
Run for
development.
select board on that as your message.
Encourage what?
Responsible economic development.
Not Walmart.
Trader
Yeah.
Joe's at the Petcom.
You'd have to have $100 million of development, like $100 million of new development to get what, $1.5 million of revenue? Correct. So you'd
As
say,
long as you kept the commercial rate the same as it is now.
yeah, so you'd save $600 on your taxes, which is good, but to have $100 million of new bills.
An excellent point.
So Walmart's
It
not
won't
gonna
solve
cut
our problems, the bottom line.
So we do need the nuclear
Good
power
target.
plant.
Waste management plan, the nuclear waste management.
Yeah.
But encourage responsible development. No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sure.
Mother, we built one in Wyoming.
Well, because the responsible development means the character of the town changes.
Right. I mean, things like, yeah, but like, for example,
Then,
that big, beautiful public storage thing, it's right again.
Right on the line.
Right on the line.
I know.
Yeah, yeah.
Built by.
By who?
Masco Grad.
That's good.
Oh, really?
Public storage? No kidding.
Hey, Danvers did right on that.
Very good at putting them on.
They
the
put it
top.
right on our border.
Yeah.
Does any of that, Mike, does any of that touch?
We have one corner of it.
We get a line.
All right, so encourage responsible, is that, impact not available requires long-term planning?
Yeah.
Impact on FY 27.
Yeah.
Cost saving efficiency, deliver same level of service at lower cost, largely not available. Years of belt tightening to avoid town overrides has resulted in a very tight budget. Serious change would require long-term planning would be, and will be considered.
Yes.
We'll see.
That's, should be considered. I guess we are doing our advice thing rather than,
Could be considered.
yeah,
Yeah. All right.
right. Increase taxes, reduce services. At the end of the day, I think the FinCom to a person agrees that we are at the point where there is no easy efficiency to be found. And cuts have been made to bring budgets and actuals so tightly together that there isn't flexibility. So it is, your choices are adjusting services, reducing services, or increasing taxes. Okay.
One of them. Dan's still on that.
Yeah, but again, that would be, some would argue that would be a change in service.
I understand.
Right?
Heidi, do you have these numbers for the next section? What the budget is exactly right now,
That's,
pending Kevin's sticky notes.
Amanda does, but we can get them in. I mean, we're gonna need the numbers.
We stopped spending so much money on paper.
That's what was
I think we're all so used to what happened.
What is it? 28?
It's like, my God, what year is it? Everybody shows up.
With everybody.
this is 269.
Give them that eye. I saw your eye.
26, which is,
Tell us when's a good
how
time.
much? 100?
We're not talking about.
No, we are. They're getting numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I left some blanks.
Yeah. Well, I think,
137.
Did we put in anywhere the average cost of each item per household?
Yeah, my, next table, I included a column for that.
The reduction is driven by the removal of the 2 fire departments.
You got an extra zero or black in your comma.
Okay, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want to put, do we want to put the dollar amounts in, or do we want to just say,
That's what the 137 is.
yeah, I know, but do we want to
Oh,
actually
my God.
detail those out of what they are?
See, I didn't even,
Do we just say, guys, my question is, do we want, for the removal of 2 new positions in the fire department and planning? Right?
Yeah.
And then a change of a budget assumptions around employee health insurance. Do you want to put numbers associated with those or just have the word? Do the cuts. I know, but do you want, so each one of those is set up now to have 83,000 for this and 60. Do we want to put that in here or do we just leave it?
And we should leave it alone and just put that in the original, I can't see the.
Yeah.
That were part of the original budget.
You know what, we can do that. Take my minutes over there. Are these dark?
So that would be going like this and taking out that. And taking out,
It's only those two things, right?
Yeah.
It's the positions and the.
yeah, I don't care. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm
The
asking.
only thing I was trying to break out here was the difference between cuts and budget assumptions.
Yeah.
Maybe that nuance will be lost on readers. I don't know.
Removal of two proposed positions,
Requested, yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
it's debatable.
I think
That second one needs to change, but
To what?
change of, I don't know, it's like too vague. It's like, what, if someone's reading that, like, what are you actually saying? It's like, I don't know,
Yeah.
decrease in margin safety,
amount.
I'm
not
reduction in.
Budget for health insurance.
Okay.
Okay, we were almost done with this, so. And I know everyone wants to go home and we can.
That's happening?
No,
Oh, that is, yeah.
Yeah. he's still
healthcare
on
adoption
European
plans,
time.
that doesn't sound,
No.
no.
Reduction in. It's like margin of safety, but that's not the right term either. It's like,
Budgeted amounts.
Estimates of healthcare costs.
Yeah.
But it needs to be clear that it's those two types, right? Because otherwise people are gonna be like, but you just said that the health insurance cost is what blew everything up.
Right. They are estimates of
Yeah,
expectation value.
yeah.
reduction in utilization of employee benefits or something?
Assumption of new. I don't like it.
Yeah, too much,
Reduction in
We're
assumption.
finalizing this tonight.
Trying to, but we can, let's,
For like final wordsmithing.
yeah. For final wordsmithing, you're right. We can do that. We can, actually, frankly, you guys can give me the authority and I can just go do that.
Done.
All right,
Second.
so I'm gonna suggest we pause here, let them do their stuff and then we can come back to this quickly.
Okay.
You know, and meanwhile, I'm gonna pull some of, while they're talking and doing that, I'm gonna pull some of the other figures that we had said into their cut / impact.
Oh,
I'm gonna go type some of those out.
okay, because I can also condense those tomorrow. I'm happy to do it.
Okay,
So moved. Oh, wait, I'm not on your.
yeah,
We're just,
all right,
there's just too many now. I can.
What's that first yellow column? Dollar.
Oh, that's the impact on the average household.
But it doesn't say it.
It's just got cut off. It's on the page above it.
Oh, okay. We need it.
So this is the total override, impact to average taxpayer. I think that's our,
Paragraph, indent, keep with next.
oh yeah?
Yeah, too complicated. Big part.
This is a table.
Yeah.
You keep the table together? Oh, all right.
that's, where is that?
Just highlight that black.
So that help.
Oh, never mind.
which one?
If you just highlight the black, it's on the paragraph.
It's gonna be balanced no matter what.
I'm way better at PowerPoint than I'm worried.
Proposed budget, yeah, it's not contingent, yeah. So one minor thing here, and then we can jump into it. The proposed budget will be contingent on 3 overrides on the election. Will be dependent on, I mean, the right wording is not contingent implies it'll pass or not. It's going to pass, but which one passes?
The proposed Topsfield general operating budget will be balanced by the passage of any or all 3 overrides,
Be
in the election
impacted.
ballot, or by the proposed reductions in services as specified in attachment A-XT.
Will be balanced
Because it's gonna be balanced no matter what. By the
by the
capacity.
results of the three overrides. In the, keep it simple to start,
Yep.
results of the, okay. All right, stop looking up there and doing, okay, leave it here for me, we'll come back. Why don't we do this, pause over here so that select board at least can finish their stuff. What do you got?
All right, so we took 20,000 of reserve income out. I want to
So it's back up to 100?
back up when you come up with 20,000. So I want to just show this to everybody, because there's conversation earlier, I couldn't do it in real time. What's the real cost of the grade 7 planning support versus grade 5? It's $6,000 difference. And the way it is basically it's 15, it's 719 is the 39, 23.5 is what 515 represents. Up and at 5 hours, which was a request from those departments, that both the chairs and the person who supported them at the time, was $4,500. And then the consulting line that we talked about, that's what we've had for a review of internally reviewing certain things, was 54. So it comes out to 33.4. It's about $600 difference.
6,000.
Hey, hang on a second. The 4,500, why is that, aren't you double counting that?
Yeah.
No, because it's, sorry, maybe there's an extra hour in there. It should be 4. On the
Well, you've already got it up there. The 39,000 is.
the original budget version 1. And then when the select board put in this position, that went away. That went away. So that's why there's a net value of 6,000.
Okay, so hang
Get it out
on.
of
So
here.
what you're saying is that the 39,000, the 23.5 is where we're at.
That's where we were.
Yeah,
Plus that
if
would
you
be-
take the 39 out, the things you're gonna add in would be 5 extra hours to bring them up, or 4 hours to bring them up to 19.
Five,
Okay.
so that gets you to 33. That's for the 6,000.
Okay,
For clarity
okay.
purposes. I know there's a lot of debate on the number. 6,000 is a
No,
number.
no, no,
It's
so-
all baked in. That,
So, just to make sure, just people understand, I've
it's
got,
irrelevant because we're gonna cut it anyway. So just at the time, let's just keep going if that's all right, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do is basically under the planning, $10,000 reduction under that line item. We want people to support it. We don't want motions on the floor. We're hearing emails coming to people, not me, but to the FinCom and Select Board. But I'm hearing it now, so we're making the, finance team's making the adjustment. So reducing the 10, that basically, it's that 39, which is that grade 7 planning support. And then the difference between that is 15.5. Then we need to add back into consultant line item, which you said, Mr. Craig said earlier, which is 10,000 total value, what we can cut out of there. So we need that consultant line item in there for going back down to a grade 5, potentially, because you need that technical expertise. So that's what the 10 comes from. Cutting at 10, it should suffice on what I believe an email that went out, like I said. You don't want motions, we're stripping it down to what the chairs have said. I want to emphasize, not the entire boards, but the chairs have indicated. So we're hearing the chairs.
yeah, so just to be clear. And make sure I get this, and I'm looking at others to make sure that they're nodding their heads as we do this. The position turns back to a 15.
I'm not giving you anything right now. All I'm doing is.
It's budgeted for.
The budget, okay, the position is budgeted now for a 515
With consulting.
with consulting added in.
There's enough in there to do that, which is
Yeah.
what we've always done.
Yeah,
We're laughing
yeah,
here, we
and then adding
But
consulting.
we
And just
heard,
to be clear, more appropriately, with consulting put back in that was originally cut.
Okay,
so we're basically still way underfunding planning and zoning. I feel that. I know Mr. Methu shared passionately earlier. But it's good. At the end of the day, we're trying to make this is intuitive. We want your support. We want those two boards hopefully to support as
And you
well.
have my support if you stop there.
Well, we're gonna go deeper.
No.
Because we're gonna cut another $10,000 so we get
Why?
the entire reserve out of there, because my hope is that when, remember Mercer Lynn said earlier, we do want FinCom support on the.
I don't think
Let
that
me-
changes anybody else's mind.
Let me ask the FinCom a question.
Okay.
Why is it that every department in town has to run themselves more efficiently except you? You're the only one that gets to be untouched.
Because we're not
You can have that, thought that's been in there. Yeah, no, you know what? No, that's fair. If you keep it 10, or the 1.5 out of FinCom reserve, you're out of FinCom. That should not be there. You are absolutely
I'm
right.
talking about the reserve. Why is it that the?
That's for us to come and ask them for emergencies.
That's
That's
not-
not their
That's
budget.
not on that. The only control is there, it's by statute, by giving it to by statute, by giving it to FinCom, it allows you to approve money movement outside of a town meeting.
Yes,
So it gives it to a representative of the town meetings, or
and we want that.
unelected, but it represents, closest thing to elected representative town meeting, and not require you to go to a town meeting to vote.
And we want that.
And that's the only reason it's, that.
You used it last year, 100%.
The FinCom 1.5, I absolutely agree. Get that. We're never gonna have a sorry, we're never gonna have a secretary.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I just do that as free cash.
Yeah.
You're taking out one pocket and putting it in the other.
Okay, so we're at 11.5. Let's keep going.
All right, so electricity, we talked about that. That is a fundamental change based on how much we're gonna save. That's real. It's not gonna, it's all free cash though, when you cut budgets, that's what.
So, when you're doing, before you pause on this, just, can I do, in the interest of time? I know where I am now, and I'm gonna support it. Do the rest of these things change, other than the 1.5? Will this change your mind?
Might as well just read them off real quick.
Yeah,
Again, but yeah,
okay.
electricity 1,000, trash another 2,000, 10,000 we talked about, vaccinations another 1,000. We're gonna take the basically the remaining amount of the rec, spread it over the last two columns. That'd be 2,000. ACO 1,000, 1K out of the bus driver on the COA. We talked about vets at 500. It reconciles the contract basically to the dollar, and the FinCom is 1.5. That gets us to 20,000.
Yeah.
We don't have to say we used any reserve. When it's spoken to on the floor town meeting, we don't have to say there's any reserve baked in there, because I know that's something that people feel about. I appreciate the feedback.
We can take that line right off.
Reserve out.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's cleaner.
Right.
Okay.
No. The reductions to the reserve are
Right.
gone.
Well, you have the
Yeah,
100,000.
there'd be 100, reserve would be at 100.
So anyway,
Thank you.
All right, now.
So, having said that, I'm gonna just say, well, let's see what we're at. This is not the final vote. This is, but I'd like people to actually straw poll this. Can you support this?
Yes.
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 Okay,
I'm gonna think about it
okay.
overnight.
And 2 no's? Maybe, and,
I don't know, I see you guys working really hard. I mean, it's a horribly written article.
okay. So
But I
that,
might support
sorry.
I agree.
Yeah, so, sorry, backing away from this for a minute, because that's the outer piece of the vote.
Yeah.
The choices of what was removed, can you support that piece of it? Okay, versus the article, I know you've already said that you have a problem with how the article's written.
Yeah.
But I just want to be able, that becomes, you can still, after it's accepted written, you can still say, no, this sucks, but this is what we support,
Yeah, right.
you know?
I want to play in the world of reality now.
Dabble in it,
Yeah.
just dabble in it. Okay. So that puts us at either 5 or so or 4 or 5 that are saying yes. Which is reminder, that's where we were on Article 3 3 weeks ago. The vote was 5-2.
This is the same thing that the select board just voted 3-2 on.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, with these modifications.
We haven't voted on, we have not officially voted on these numbers.
I just didn't know if we're trying to get to unanimous from everyone today. Like, didn't we just not have
Yeah.
unanimous with?
I'm not,
Yeah, okay.
that's why I emphasized we were 5-2 previously. You know, everyone's gonna have different reasons they can or can't support it. At the end of the day, 2 people saying no, or 3 people saying no, doesn't mean 3 people agree that this is wrong. It means 3 people have different areas they don't like. And and we're never gonna solve that.
but I mean, it cuts are cuts on, and I get a little bit, it's your older. I know.
Yeah, respectfully, there's one of your.
Yeah, 100%, I expect, and that's okay. I
Yeah.
appreciate that, you know.
Yeah.
But again, just want to emphasize, 260, we cut.
No.
right at the top. I know not all those
Okay.
initial cuts,
No, I get
like
what you're
for health
saying. I get
insurance,
what
everyone agreed upon. We'll come to a lower number for the town to consider. They might pass, they might not. If it passes, these aren't getting cut, those other line items are getting, if it does, they're getting cut. And that's what the matter of fact is. And the schools will see what happens there, see how deep it is. But I hope with all of our efforts and collaboration, there's a way to get this a supportive vote on this from the finance committee, because
I think you have it. At this point right now, you have a supported vote. The question is, are you going to, unless something changes, you're going to have it.
We have to vote. So the select board still needs to vote on the numbers, which is the attachment A. And we don't have the filled out attachment A because we're doing this in real time, right? But I think we want to have the numbers in two different places. The select board needs to support it, or we're back to the drawing board. Right? Support it or not. So everyone's looking at me. Yeah, it's the moment of truth, select board, okay? We need to take a vote on these cuts. I'm gonna make a motion to approve the numbers as presented.
Second.
Seconded? No, discussion.
So we have a 15-hour admin in planning and zoning and a $6,000 consultant.
5,500 it looks, or 5,400 it looks like. Right? Or
55, something.
55?
55.
All right, 5,400.
Yes.
So between the two, is planning support.
Where's the trash come from? Who's any cash?
At least one of us. Thanks for taking the. Yeah, we've been making these comments for weeks. That's what we put in the category of not.
Vax is
vaccinations.
So you're reducing the even more.
So there's another vaccine clinic.
recreation department.
Not happening.
I guess that would
Do
still
we
be.
have a recreation department?
If everything fails, we'll have no recreation. No recreation coordinator and no money to fund. We have like $1,000 left. It's an emergency.
That's buying an app.
On the website.
Like, yeah, it's like, we have, part of it's like the software to manage online our field rentals, like that, there's a cost associated with that.
That's the
We
rule.
don't have that money to do that. People have to come in with written applications, we want to add that to the list, Mr. Chair.
You won't have the software?
We won't be able to invest in the software if we don't have the money in the operating budget. Unless we find another way through our website or something to do it, but there wouldn't be, the standalone rec software has been identified for like a couple of years that we haven't pulled the trigger on. So we've gotten close to building it out, we would really not be able to make that investment, it would be paper, come in, drop off your paper copy or email it, you have to.
And I love this level of detail. I want to take that as encouragement, because that's where we are.
Yeah.
Our pencils are super sharp.
Can I just say one thing? I guess I would, I know you just said that obviously they're gonna be folks that are not gonna support this, but I would be curious, folks would be willing to explain why, because there's been an enormous amount of reduction. I'd just be curious, like what would need to change for you to change your mind?
So,
We discussed that between now and 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, significant structural changes are probably things that we can't do until we start planning for next year. This year is get us through this year. And we all know, we recognize that something has to change here. This is the message.
thoughts? You got, what, so it's Michael, it's putting you on the, look at on the hot seat, Mike is putting you a bit on the hot seat, and it's putting David, who is on the other seat.
What's the base budget right now?
28.83. So FinCom guidelines was 28.31.
But, and this, as this is written, what's the base budget?
Okay, it's high, it starts high.
28,454. There is no base budget because
So just, in the interest of time, share what.
Yeah, you need a base budget. It's like, this is what we're gonna spend. This falls within guidelines of 2.5. And then, I mean, I keep going through this, but I'm out there. Wait, you need, this is what you have, this is what you can do, and here's the extra stuff you wanna have on top of it.
So you're about the language. But
Yes.
the way it's presented, all
But the
right. I
reason
got
we're
you.
here
All
is
right.
we didn't get a base budget out of town meeting last time.
I got
Yeah.
We got a budget, we didn't get the.
Didn't get a base budget out of town meeting.
So-
Cleanly voted.
Translation is, had we started from a base budget and said, here's your minimum, and then added the overrides, then we would, you know,
We are where we are, so.
I understand, but you're making a mistake again.
okay,
Okay.
Mistake.
okay, that's yours. Concerns?
My concerns,
Yeah, from where we are now to why, with both the language and the numbers, I mean, you expressed them, but ultimately, what would get you today to, it's a cut of a position?
do we need a unanimous vote on this?
No,
This
No.
like vote
She
buying
asked.
seems very strange to me.
Yeah.
To me, I'll be honest, I don't believe we're gonna do an exercise over the summer to make any structural changes. I don't think unless there's a gun to our head, we're gonna make a hard decision because those decisions suck. They're so hard. And we should have made them this year. We knew in September that we were gonna have a $multi-$100,000 override for the town at the beginning of the budget process. It was obvious. This is my first time doing this and it was obvious. And we didn't address it. Nobody in this room addressed it.
so.
I don't believe it's gonna happen again. We needed to find another 20,000. Kevin just left the room, trimmed off another 20,000. It's gonna be the same thing next year. And I just think it's gotta stop at some point. I don't believe my vote is going to
Yeah.
force it this year.
Yeah.
But that's where I stand.
Thank you. Thank you.
We got a hand up.
Yeah, but I don't want this to be a debate back and forth. This is not, it's a little uncomfortable for the FinCom members, but it's not meant to be altering votes. It's trying to get out there so we can impact today, tomorrow, next month, next year. So I don't want this to become I don't want to put you on a spot, and I'm putting everybody on a spot, and it's not fair.
No,
It was that.
it's more about is there something that we could do tonight that is.
Yeah. I don't
think.
No, okay.
Yeah, I don't think so.
This is about as good as we're gonna do. With a 24-hour window to print.
Yeah.
Less than 24.
Yeah. And so I think from that perspective, I mean, I think.
Dave?
Dave, do you want to share
Dave said he's
anything or do you
sleeping
want?
on it.
No, he wants to think about it.
I don't blame him, I want to.
But we were with the select board trying to get a vote. I forget, did I?
You made a motion, I seconded it.
Yes, so we're on discussion. All right,
Wait, these are total numbers, they haven't been distributed yet. That's gonna take a little more time and energy to put it into the categories. But it gets us to basically can assume that these are gonna backfill the reserves in column 1 and 2.
correct, that is absolutely assumption, so all those in favor of approving, I will, all right. All those in favor of approving the budget with the additional changes, recognizing that those changes will go back to funding the FinCom reserve at the full $100,000 by roll call vote.
In override columns 1 and 2.
We've already made the motion.
Yes, but
Chairman Donald, motion to approve the numbers as presented. Vice Chair, Michelle Mercier, seconded the motion carried with the roll call vote as follows.
Yeah, but the as presented doesn't indicate whether it's
Represented being
override
column
column 1, 2, or 3.
Well, I just said, so it's on the record, I said it'll be in 1 and 2, it replaced the reserve.
Because that's the only place the reserve cuts are in.
Which one goes in A and B, or 1, 2, I just gotta have, I can admit, you can assume 10,000 gonna go not in the first one, but the second, because.
Because there isn't 10,000 in the first one.
first one, right. So 10,000 in trash going that one and
Yeah.
a wreck,
Yeah.
another and the rest.
Everything else is yours.
So again, we're at the roll call vote point. This is Ms. Mercier Link, Mr. Metz.
Aye.
Mr. Ruggles.
Aye.
Mr. Sereno.
Aye.
I'm an aye.
Aye for now.
Right. So from our side now, we're at a place that I do want us to do a recommendation on this. And so we can get to the letter. We have before us a proposal for for the overall warrant article with the associated cuts that have brought the inclusive of removing any cut to the FinCom reserve. Are you all okay with going forward with the vote right now? Anyone
I
objecting to that?
David wanted to wait.
That's all right, go ahead. Are you? Okay. No, that was just that before I do it, to ask if anyone was gonna object. All right, I'll take a motion. Yeah, well, so first thing is, anything we do today, if we have to revisit or more information comes out, we can revisit it tomorrow. Frankly, we can revisit it up until we walk into the town meeting.
But we are printing tomorrow.
But we are printing tomorrow, so this is what goes on print. So.
Go ahead.
So I need a motion.
How does it need to be worded?
Recommend positive, vote to recommend positive action on Article 2nd of the June 16th special town meeting.
So moved.
There you go. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Is there any further discussion? All right, I'm going to do a roll call vote. I'm going to start to my left. Heidi?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
David?
No.
Aye.
No. No. Aye. 4-3. Last time I was a tiebreaker was a very different
Yes, it was.
experience. A couple years ago. Doesn't happen often. So we have a positive motion on this. We can continue that and move forward with this. The only thing we have left to do today is to do the letter, finish the letter.
And
I think you all
The
are.
select board does not have any other new business or new business.
We are not.
I heard a motion
Yeah.
for the select board and a second. Any discussion on adjourning from the select board? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Mercier Link, Mr. Metz, Mr. Ruggles, Mr. Sereno.
Aye.
I'm an aye. Select board is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
You can stay.
I wouldn't feel right staying at the table.
Why not?
Bill was a shared one. All right,
Gave it to him, so I had to buy it.
you borrow, what are you borrowing?
Belt sander. Belt sander, rubber mallet, and he ripped a couple boards off.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Still soft?
It's still soft, yeah, no, it's still soft.
What are you building?
Well, I started to change the screen about 4 inch and then it
Yeah.
I know how those go.
rotten wood.
Stretch that project out.
I really milked that one. So,
Okay, all right, so I need, does anyone need to get a break? I'll take back into.
You ran it well.
Right. Thank you. Trying to get through it. So. Next thing, so the last thing on this would be, what are the cuts and impacts? This is where we were at with the letter.
My God.
One way of thinking of it is if you want to make it just visceral, you'd say, you're gonna cut this, and not worry about the numbers behind.
Yeah.
No porta potties, no this, no that, there.
It's a good idea.
And then it's cleaner. And it's cleaner to this, just.
Yeah, so just put each of these here.
It's an idea, I'm just not, yeah.
Yeah, no,
I think we need to be about what we choose to include as the examples.
Right, library, healthcare for your kids.
Healthcare, if you were trying to write an opinionated letter.
Yeah, agreed. But we're on the reality is these are the things that are being cut. Police funding for
Town events.
town events.
Yeah.
Speed car.
The only point I would make is that police for a town event is $3,000 out of $357,000 of overrides. It is not a driving plan.
But it is 3,000 out of their 21,000.
which still is only 8% of the override.
Yeah.
Police is not even, elementary school is clearly a huge drop.
Yeah.
Half. Right?
So the problem with
Maybe there's no drivers beyond that, which is sort of my point, but.
Yeah, right.
So the problem with elementary, because it was done this way, 16, how do you put this in here?
Don't know.
Well, so maybe they have to itemize it then. I don't know.
What if you categorized by that, column and said,
Yeah, you could say a little bit of elementary and a lot of this.
well, elementary should be its own line item.
Elementary, yeah.
And then to the general town budget, actual cuts and then budget reductions.
So I think, and this is, as you suggest that, this, I'm going to back us up for a second. Inherently, what's in this table here is not important for town meeting. It's important for the ballot.
Yeah.
Right? And there, but my first, I gone, wait a minute, this is town meeting. Should we be speaking to, and I think we should, but maybe not to the same level. I'm not sure.
Should we be speaking to what?
To what if you vote no at the ballot, what you're losing.
That's where it kind of can come into some advocacy one way or another.
Right.
Like fear mongering.
Right.
Well,
But if you say no, if you don't do it, then you're also advocating the other way.
Yeah. I don't
That's right.
think that
I think you
balance.
gotta do it, but you gotta be careful with your examples. Right.
So we
Because
see just-
for someone, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
I was just saying, for someone that knowledgeably vote on basically the one article of town meeting, I think you should know what the overrides are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's one big package.
So if you go back to the list of cuts, what if you sum those by column G? So you've got how we've categorized them and kind of collapse the categories, like just put it into the different buckets. The elementary school is going to get cut this. We don't know what they're going to do because it's their own budget. They'll choose. And then you've got services, reduction in services for X number of dollars. Here's some examples. And then just budget tightening.
Oh, now I'm thinking maybe we don't need the examples. Maybe this is just facts. Police is gonna be cut 21,000.
Yeah.
There may be other forums where you can know what that means.
Yeah.
But these are the facts of the overrides.
But then don't we have the whole table?
Yeah, the whole table will show that.
No, just elementary, police, fire amount.
Oh, and then town,
What?
like.
So what category, how would you, some of these you guys, so.
Well, you can put them in all three.
So elementary is one category, fine, you get that there. Select board conference, where would that go? Legal, professional services, town maintenance, those maybe,
Oh, I see.
or do you do it by dollar amount? I mean, let's face it, if none of these pass, recreation is gone, that's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact. Yeah, recreation. Yeah, but how would you get that? It's like you can show the dollar amount, but no one's gonna know that's the whole.
Right.
That's the whole thing.
Right.
Or you can show percent 100, but then if you show it for police, like it would be tiny.
Yeah,
Like, oh,
yeah. So that's where, I mean, I am still, I get it's the advocacy, don't want to advocate, but at the end of the day, what we want someone to decide is, I want my taxes to go down, not go up as much, and I'm willing to sacrifice the rec department for it.
Yeah.
We want them to know that's what they're sacrificing,
Mhm.
or that we are sacrificing the extra speed car, junior police, community, maybe it's police community services or some police, you can say something like that. We could generalize it. And then someone else can explain it.
I guess as the question comes up on the town meeting floor, like, what are these?
Exactly, Tom.
Right, and then we're gonna have to talk to it.
Well, will there be an overhead projector? You just throw up a spreadsheet there.
There you go.
That was the biggest challenge of the town meeting.
Yeah, so, okay.
Can we as a board or as a committee at town meeting present this spreadsheet?
We have reports, we can do whatever, pretty much whatever we want on it. There is going to be this time, so the Masco is being given the opportunity to get up and explain their
Debt exemption.
debt exemption.
Yep.
So that means projector will be there, screen will be there.
I don't think we want to show this level of detail.
Well, I don't know.
I like the idea, but I
Yeah.
think that's a rabbit hole you maybe don't want to jump down.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this should be socialized throughout town beforehand.
100%.
Yeah.
So I'm playing a little bit of devil's advocate to you on this. I'm not sure that I agree with what I'm about to say. Okay. But one of the arguments that was stated was, then I've stated this a few times, so it's coming somewhat from me, was one of the struggles or problems with town meeting this past time was we didn't give them an option. We gave them a carrot. We gave them, one shiny thing, less taxes. We didn't explain what less taxes would mean.
Yeah.
That's all, so we have to be careful here, I think, and I think I look back and say we should have explained, in order to get less taxes, this is what,
Right.
there is being proposed cut. Now, on the floor, added to that, on the floor, if we don't explain this, right, or if we do explain it, then that informs people who may
Say it.
choose to make amendments, proposals, right? But
Yeah.
they're more informed.
Yeah.
Did you do the handout?
Yeah.
It's so hard to do without people having this sheet, but I don't a handout. I don't know a good way to do it. I mean, it will for sure be socialized
Yeah.
for 2 weeks,
But
but
you could also do it as a handout at town meeting. They have copies of the warrant and.
who hands that out?
Just have it at the table.
Yeah, but right?
Who's gonna pay for that
Yeah.
and make sure it hands out? We can't do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and the town, and they can't do it. It has to be
Independent.
I mean, we could get someone to do it.
No,
I mean, print 200 copies of
maybe
market.
we can get that on board.
Have a spouse wrapped on the table.
that won't help. I hear you, but at the end of the day, I mean, I'm
So
sorry.
not yet.
How do we get it in people's hands? Board docs is great.
We put it faster than Facebook.
Yeah. Gets into some
It's a
people's hands.
public record. If you're that interested, then you.
But that's the problem.
Well, but in this.
That's that intellectual.
For docs, we can make Facebook posts with links to it.
So what's not there is this column.
Well, can't we add it to ours?
We're not on board docs. We can put it in our
Or we
meeting
can put it
minutes.
in our meeting minutes.
Yes. You can
Or we
absolutely,
could just post it.
yeah. And we could share it.
Yeah.
I think this will be socialized. It's not gonna be by us, but like, this is going to happen,
Of course.
right? I don't know if this is our problem to solve.
At least not tonight. Let's just figure out what we want to put in the letter.
Okay, yeah, so what do we want in the letter? I mean, I think ultimately we were saying here that it's either we take this out or we have to put something in here that means something. Doesn't have to be an advocacy, but it has to be balanced and accurate. Or we take this out.
It's cuts to wages and salaries for X%. That's, what that means as far as what services,
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Why'd you do the top department down? Police, fire, boom, that's it. The departments that are gonna get the biggest contribution, I wouldn't put the dollars in.
I agree with not putting dollars, but I mean, to me,
Let's say what the impact is.
yeah, it's impact in my mind, and I'm only one. You all can say, no, you disagree, but it's either impact or get it out.
You have to get it up. There's too
Can we
many,
just- are we just-
too many small impacts. I don't know how you.
Are you looking at tie out the 123?
No.
Everything? All right, so we're just highlighting a few of them.
Yeah.
So can't we just say, here's some examples of what will be cut of this 123?
So
And
general.
just take out some of the big ones.
Okay, so. it added,
Library.
library.
Yeah, library. Take out some of like the sexier ones, the library,
Police,
police and recreation.
And bridges and,
I mean, yeah, like, yeah, you can do at least like list, like, let's say 60% of it and just list. those
Elementary's
topics,
bigger than
right?
most of those.
Yeah.
We mentioned it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, elementary.
Road and bridge.
Elementary should show up in all.
And recreation.
really 100%.
so I think elementary ought to be an explanation, because the 10 questions going to be asked.
Wow.
Why is elementary in this?
Who's gonna answer that question?
It's a town department. It is. At the end of the day, it's a town department.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we have obligations to our secondary education. Overrides failed, everything's on the table.
Everything's on the table. Every department's pretty much being impacted, including the elementary schools. It is a town department.
They are proportionally being impacted.
Yes.
All right, so what do we want to put in here? How do we do this then?
See, so for the town, I would say road and bridge, elementary, recreation, and then other things. And then other stuff of,
Public safety.
yeah, I'll sprinkle through other areas, but. I mean, I'm just thinking, list the top hitters.
Yeah, I don't think we have to put dollar amounts on
Pareto's
those,
rule.
right? Maybe?
Yeah.
Cuts to road, bridges.
The 20% sidewalk has 80% of the cost. Or for the highway department, elementary.
Sports field maintenance, really get them there.
Or libraries.
I was joking.
No, but it's sports field maintenance, that's across all of them.
Yeah. Sarah Guido's gonna be at the mic so fast.
This is what.
No.
Okay, so let's start here. Let me highlight the ones we want to do. Elementary schools is one.
No games, serious.
Just
Select board comes to no, legal, no. Treasurer, no. Salary, wages, accounting, do we want to highlight that? No.
Spread them out.
yeah, some administrative stuff for town hall.
That was my fun.
We could do
I
library,
don't like
rec,
the elementary school, I mean.
road and bridge, field maintenance, public safety.
Composting,
It's actually like, yeah, that, I mean, it's not a huge number, but that's a real cut.
yeah.
It's a big deal.
That's a big, it outweighs the number attached to it.
Okay, yeah. But just put it all in too, I'm just, cause it's,
The call support, and I don't know if that,
I mean, we could make a guess, we could estimate what we think would affect people.
It's not our job.
Okay, all right, I'm trying, yeah. Right.
Betting pools to be established separately. outside this meeting.
so,
Poly market.
so which of these do we want to put in for the first one? So. Elementary schools. Recreation coordinator. Problem is with them across
We're gonna lose
three.
all the composting, I guess, if you compost, that's gonna be a bummer.
Do we have to limit? Yeah, we can add 4 and 5. We don't have to limit ourselves to 3, right? So
Everybody gets to pick their favorite. Yeah.
Just a thought. Do we have to break them out, or could we just, the far right column in the table, could we just combine it into one?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So you just say across the,
Across all the overrides.
Yeah.
These are
I
the,
think that's the best way to.
similar to my
I agree.
previous comment, is I think people view them as one.
Okay.
Because my kids were screaming in the back.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
What did the headers say? I'm getting confused.
Oh, yeah, they're on the,
No, I have, no, I'll do that though, yeah. Yep, yeah, right. I will.
That's somebody.
what do we want to say about police?
Police community.
Yeah,
community policing.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Community policing initiatives.
Yeah.
I've run it 10 years.
Actually, brand new to a lot of people, right? At that point.
How about police community initiatives? Because it's not community policing, because that's actually that's a term for how you approach your community.
Yeah.
I get that. Yeah.
Okay, just checking the other ones that are over there. See, there's library. Library was one.
Yeah, we say library. Snow and ice.
Library, can we say library staffing hours?
Staffing hours, yeah.
No, it's the library staffing, because it's not even necessarily hours. It's just library staffing will be impacted.
128.
Cuts are spread across a wide range of departments and activities.
Well, public safety, yeah, I was trying to,
You thinking there? It's already the police.
well, I'm talking about the public safety, the problem is they call them different things, reserve and call, but part-time staffing. Public safety. Thank you, Kevin.
I can do this if you really want to look at it.
But $47,000 in public safety.
COA knitting club does me to see this. Guys, thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Overtime for all you guys. So,
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good night.
Time and a half to zero is.
Well, and I'll send out the updated attachment A. Amanda's working on that. I'm gonna work on the SCM no later than tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Have a good night, guys.
See you tomorrow. Elementary cuts to road, bridge and sidewalk, recreation department, composting, police community initiatives. Public safety, part-time staffing. It's a better, I don't know a better word than that. I don't love it, but I don't. Okay.
Should we say sports field maintenance? Or is that all fields?
It's more than, I think,
What fields do we have?
Oh,
Fields
it is
there?
sports field.
Is it sports field specifically?
Isn't it a?
Is it?
Yeah. It's only sports field maintenance,
yeah, because it wouldn't be the only,
for field maintenance.
well, we're not gonna seed anything around here either, right?
No, what they're cutting particularly is Clark Park.
Yeah.
That's where Gary was doing most of the work on improving the grass. That's where most of the cuts.
I'd leave it a field, that way you just covered.
They're gonna figure it out.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, I just didn't know, like, do people know what that means? Field maintenance, like, what is this, in the front of the farm here?
Yeah.
Most graves.
Yeah. Same with composting, like, should we say like composting center or like
You can say composting and field maintenance.
just?
Yeah, if you say composting, people might be like, oh, you mean the composting program where they come and curbside and collect it?
Yeah, so you get
Like,
like,
yeah, it could get confusing. Maybe we say like,
composting's no longer an option.
That's not really compost. It's really just taking your old brush up there.
It's lawn waste.
Yeah.
but I would say the compost,
Yeah.
the closing of the compost facility.
Yeah, composting.
You want,
But like, I can't drop like old pumpkins up at the highway.
That's probably good.
Really? I thought it was like brush and. I don't know.
anyway, so, hey, focus, let's get this
What is
done.
the header for this column? It's just
Right.
impacted, not mass.
But impact,
Yeah.
but I can't throw my trash.
Should we write
Yeah, so maybe just yard
major
waste stuff.
impacts if not passed? That way people know there's additional impacts,
That's a good point.
you know what I mean?
Significant.
Or significant,
Yeah.
Okay.
significant impacts.
What percentage is porta potties versus fertilizer?
Porta potty things. Bad. Especially if they can't participate.
We need to check our local board.
Most
Most of the time.
Well, a lot of youth leagues will step up and take those.
Really?
Yeah, like, at least I know where I'm in Newburyport, like some of the recreational, yeah.
The reduction is driven by the following, I think that's good enough from this, so we need the impact, or do we pull that column out?
To buy household.
Yeah,
I,
do you want it in there?
I think at the end, there's a summary that we can just, the bottom line is a summary.
I'll say, I like it. I think it's important. I think it brings it home to
Okay.
like, what is this?
So we need Amanda to tell
What
us
does this mean?
what the number is, I want to get it right.
And usually that DLS calculator.
But the DLS calculator is to look back, not look forward, right?
Well, it just sort of says, here's your current thing, if you add up some assessed value of $1 million, it puts this much on there, and just type in the number you want to put in there. That'll do what the estimate is.
Yeah, I think important, Amanda, so we're consistent. I don't know if I think they have per household in some of their.
Is
communication.
attachment A gonna have fiscal year 26 as a column?
Oh, to show the increase.
I mean, that's what I'm saying for the summary. So,
You know, but if you're, I'm happy to have Amanda do it too.
Yeah. All right, yeah, we need Amanda to do those numbers.
If it passed, if everything passed, it would be a $324 increase.
Is that true? Where's this like 158 number coming from?
157, I calculated 177, so I don't know what the number is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's it, because the 3 overrides total 157. If nothing passed, it would be like 166.
Oh, the average household
Yeah.
will go up by this much in total. Half from the overrides, half just.
I calculated the
Yeah,
standard.
it's gonna go up. I mean, you know,
350,
top 2.5 allows us to do it.
I guess I would just show the impact from the.
I mean, it's that amount divided by that number of houses, and that's 93% of the space. What'd you say the number was? Oh, I'm in Abington right now. Oh, thank you.
At least that's what I calculated, you know? So it's like, that's the increase.
$57,000, right?
I'm just cleaning it, making it so it fits to 3 and we take advantage of the pages.
Mhm.
So that's gotta be fixed. What's going on there?
$157, based on this.
Just from the overrides.
But yeah, from the override. $157.22.
All three.
Average single tax bill
All
in
three of them.
for all three of them, yeah.
Oh, because I changed the margins.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I had cheated on the margins for the table to make it fit.
Yeah.
That's 10 marks. I think people are responding frankly as they large override last year.
And 2 years before that.
Jay, can you take that box in the little bottom corner and just bring it? Like minimize it, like if you carry it.
See, the problem is what that does is it brings this side
Can you
over
do it the other way and then
try.
not, and then just move that shift the whole thing over?
Yeah, I'm trying to, I won't let me grab it.
Oh.
It's not letting me grab the box.
You gotta control Z a couple times though, because the table's all.
Well, right now I gotta be able to move the table. I can't get to the left-hand side of it to, over here to pull it, to slide it over. It won't let me grab the table and adjust it. Me?
It's great. I mean, who's the awesome was?
Yeah. Thoughts?
No, I don't particularly like it, but. We don't have the rubber.
Put the margins back to where they were and see if it.
Go to.
Do you think you guys would like to get there?
Yeah. There we go. That's the one I was trying to get to. Now I can.
Do it from the bottom right.
No, I lost it.
Now you lost a little.
Oh, just get rid of show comments.
Yeah.
That'll start with that.
Okay, yeah, oh yeah, there you go.
All right. Item, the headers moves from the top into the table.
Oh.
No, now you get those back.
Your friends are here.
Thank you, Jay.
You know, like a human oxygen.
Just a big oxygen converter. My brother?
Yes.
Yeah, he's an animal. He's in such good shape.
Just.
Who's that? Oh,
He's just like
Such good shape.
you know, wire and oxygen.
yeah, he's nothing.
Right. I was in the MERC, I was doing the MERC, I was in the same session. as
Oh, you
he was.
did? Yeah.
No, I didn't do it, I did horribly.
So I didn't do it this year.
Okay.
I couldn't get a good time. I knew I wasn't gonna get a good time, so I didn't do it.
It was not fun. For you to, oh, you'd love, well, I didn't even, I mean, I took up a half hour early, and I still didn't finish in an hour and a half.
Oh, wow. So my best is 32.
Really? Minutes?
Yeah.
For 2 miles and?
Yeah.
Oh, Moses.
Not unbroken.
But I just, yeah.
3 years ago, I did 30,
Yeah, so
32 and change.
So I ran a mile first, and then I did the mile and then 35 minutes, and didn't get done.
What is, this thing is,
There's gotta be some setting that's throwing us off right now.
You do what you have to do in life, I guess.
We do.
This is also the kind of thing, Jay, I'm happy to go home tonight and play with this at my desk and send it right back to you.
okay.
So we're not spending the time on.
So you keep,
Yeah,
keeps
you just
jumping
try to
around.
center it, right, and make it small enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again.
Formatting. It's right there, you got it.
It's a dynamic one, that's why, okay. Now, here's the problem, though.
No markups, there we go.
Watch this.
What is happening?
Because I know, I don't remember what you gotta do here, but I know what's going on. The,
Oh, table's flipped on top.
yeah, the table isn't actually embedded.
Thank you. Right.
I don't know how to fix that. But,
I can figure it out.
yeah, I know.
I mean, I don't know how to fix it, but I'm happy to play with it.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be a super productive day at work tomorrow.
I just found out today that I have to be in Phoenix at 9:30 Thursday morning, or no, 10:30, 11 o'clock Thursday morning.
Trade check.
Good thing you're on Phoenix time still.
Yeah,
Trade check.
No, fine.
Okay.
And I have to be home, so I am flying out at 5:30 AM.
Okay, yeah.
My flight home leaves Phoenix same day at 11:30 PM.
I used to run that for a hand center up there.
Yeah.
And I don't, Phoenix Airport's nice though.
Go, no, you suck.
Hopefully everybody.
Just let him fix it tomorrow.
There we go. You got it.
Why was that one so easy?
Because I got lucky.
Where'd Amanda go?
I don't know.
I scared her. I scared her.
She's probably talking to Kevin, yes. Oh, is there someone still on? Yeah.
People still on Zoom.
Are they really?
Well, there's us, the library, and Sam like go home. Oh, Sam's the host.
Sam's right here. That's Sam.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right. Current situation. Next steps, overview of the challenges, available options. Of course, that.
And then let's just listen to budget proposal. Let's just make sure that one is.
No, they're 3 pages.
Catherine, we have to change your. Your
Shift or six.
You were Catherine. Oh, no, I typed an H in there by mistake.
Last year.
Oh, yeah, I spelled my
We were
misspelled
just starting
Catherine.
the letter, I think, at 11 last year.
Just one before the
But I
impact.
think I took the day off that sentence morning of the early meeting tomorrow.
Right, and yeah, the budget will be balanced, see that one, the proposed budget.
I don't know that we have to-
The overrides on the
I
election.
thought we were gonna have, review it overnight.
It sounds like
This?
they have to pass in order for it to be balanced.
Are we meeting again tomorrow?
So. If yes, we are, but the intent, because they have to print, the problem is if we're doing this, they have to print right away. And so the dilemma is if we have a quick change we need to make, great. But if we are doing this, they're all gonna be standing right there going, we need to print. So we need to have this effectively done today, so it's checked tomorrow. And the reason we're checking tomorrow, honestly, the other piece of this is they have to wait until the 4:15 or so to confirm that there are no citizens petitions. If there is that, otherwise, that's what the issue is.
We would need.
Tomorrow's the deadline.
So then we would need to vote on it. So we're meeting at 6 in case there are any citizens petitions. But if there are none, then the goal is that this starts printing at 4:16.
Okay.
So if there are no citizens petitions, our meeting's canceled tomorrow?
We can cancel, or we won't have anything to vote or assess.
You don't have to.
But, but we have to be available
Yeah,
until at 4:16, I can tell you if there's a meeting.
right. I hear you.
What's the deadline for the citizens? Is it
4:15.
Oh, all right.
4:15 PM is when the window closes for the citizens
So
petition.
we haven't heard any whispers of citizens petitions?
I didn't take any papers out. Right?
You don't have to take papers out for the citizens petitions. You just have to walk in and show, having written one and gotten the signatures. So,
Can't you agree that anything that comes in after 4 o'clock tomorrow will be pending further information or something like that? They got a print.
yeah.
What else are you gonna vote?
So that's the thing, so that's what,
Vote now, anything that comes in is gonna be pending further information. It's up to you.
yeah. I mean, but the other piece of that is the select board could conceivably come and vote something different
Right.
tomorrow in their meeting, because they're meeting.
It's a different story.
And that one, if something comes up or something, I need us to
Yeah.
be available for that. But ultimately, I'd rather that we don't meet. And that's what I'm gonna try and set us up for.
Okay.
So to that end,
They haven't done attachment A.
so they did,
Not the new one.
they did not do the new one. They have to get that out to us. If you wanna review that, I mean, ultimately, so we can assess it, come at 5 o'clock.
I don't know, whether it's
Yeah.
a legal issue or not. It's
Well, we were informed what it was,
correct.
right?
Okay.
And worked with them on it. I would rather have this done earlier, but it is what it is. So on this right now, the only things left, so I would just want to walk through this one more time. Fellow residents, years to come, a town meeting approved the contingent to support the cost of town operation, the town's operation, and Topsfield share of both the Masco and Essex Tech budgets.
That's fine to say, shorthand, Masco and Essex Tech.
Yeah. At the town election on May 7th, both of these overrides failed to pass. Buck failed. Were rejected.
Oh. That sounds harsh.
Voted down, town election meets.
Failed to pass. It's 11, what?
Yeah, half is great.
Yeah.
It just failed.
Yeah, that was the only thing I was saying. Overrides failed.
Okay, that's good too.
Yeah. Total failure.
Failed. Boxford and both of these override requests. No, it's good. Boxford and Milton subsequently voted to approve Masco's budget at town meeting, obligating Topsfield to pay its portion without adjustment. 2/3 of the towns within the Essex Tech School District voted to approve the Essex Tech budget, obligating Topsfield to pay its portion without adjustment. Due to the differing results between town meeting and the election, the town does not currently have an approved budget for FY 27, necessitating both another town meeting and election. Massachusetts Prop 2.5 serves as a check on municipal taxes increases by requiring citizen approval through an election for increases to the tax levy above 2.5%. The cost of running a town with its current level of service is increasing significantly above 2.5% per year, with budget line examples such as health insurance and pensions increasing 12.9% and 7.7% this year, respectively. This creates a structural deficit where it is mathematically impossible to balance the town budget within the confines of Prop 2.5 while maintaining the same level of service.
Oh, health insurance is no longer increasing 12.9%.
Because they've dropped those.
Pulled out those plans.
That's okay.
The premium increase was,
What is the,
Okay.
we could calculate this, but
So we just pull out the omnibus back
just,
door.
All right.
Well, that's why they were able to reduce the override to 260 to 123.
Without adjustments?
It's just,
Yeah, I think just be vague because it's still a monstrous increase. In the bill.
Or
It's
per
probably
year,
12,
or with health insurance and pension increasing more than 30 and 20% over the past 3 years.
Okay. Are those accurate numbers?
Yes,
yeah,
more than accurate. Between last year and this year alone, we're at 27%.
And in the warrant, though, he puts 46%.
Yes, I'd just say more than.
approximately or something.
Cost of a family plan,
Yeah, $28,000.
that's our cost.
It's 40 total.
They pay
Yeah, they pay a third.
40,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hard to comprehend.
Yeah.
And this is the problem when we have bad people.
Right.
We were told the pension's going up 6.5%.
I mean, even if you just
The
leave it the way
omnibus
it
is up
is,
7.9,
before
why?
making these adjustments. I
Additional
mean, that's
people.
why we were able
On
to
the
cut it,
pension.
because we adjusted it.
That's
down.
exactly what
Still
it is.
12.9% increase. We just had to cut it.
Yeah, I guess I know I stopped this. I guess it's still accurate. That's what the budget was, right?
Yeah, and then
That we were trying to balance. Yeah.
before cuts, before adjustments, as in that other sentence that you.
Adjustments.
The change of budget assumption on employee health insurance, that. Was 12.9%.
I think we should just leave it.
Yeah, just
I
leave
think
it.
so too.
Okay.
well, I mean, based on the latest omnibus, right? That's what it is.
Yeah.
I suppose we get a new omnibus.
We should hope somebody reads it. and
So,
support it.
oh
Yeah.
my God,
Amazing. If
That would be
question that.
that's why it was cut.
Discrete to structural deficit where it's mathematically impossible to balance the town's budget within the confines of Proposition 2.5 while maintaining the same level of service.
Your words, mathematically impossible.
Those words.
Town has 4 levers with which to shape the impact of the budget on taxpayers. The levers remaining for consideration at this point in the process are the only levers, or is it the only levers remaining? Kind of like that.
Yeah.
The only levers remaining for consideration at this point in the process of number 3 and 4.
Now the AC comes.
Cost efficiency. I think we want to put this in here. Just to tie it. So I'm putting in the 137,000 in there. Because we say the revised budget for consideration totals this,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk.
just to link it, to keep it tied together.
We take out those 2 policies, it does shift the percentage for it.
Yeah. 3 policies too.
It's also misleading.
Okay. Okay.
And that's, but the,
Although,
the third policy.
but technically, yeah,
We only took 54 out of the.
We need a Q times, right? What's the actual, what's the unit cost?
the proposed budget will be balanced by the results of the 3 overrides on the election ballot. Based on the results, not by, based on the results. I don't know if you want to keep it though, but that's just a little more precise.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, but.
Did the elementary increase the number of people, or is their health insurance number of apples to apples?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now, the only thing we need here is to turn this not yellow. Not sure how to do that either.
Click on the down arrow next to the highlight.
Yeah, so when I try this,
There you go.
you know, it's already on clear.
No, it's not, it's not a highlight.
Oh, it's filled, it's filled. There we go, okay.
So, do you have the tax calculator up,
Yeah,
Mike? Do you have the tax?
I did have it up, yeah, it's 157.
Yeah, but individually, the 123 is, I think, $55.
Oh, do I have it back up now? Well, you could just take that and you could just scale it. All right, then.
No,
Now, it comes out a little differently when you do it individually. It comes out to 148,000.
Ooh, rough, okay.
But
If I still have it,
I'm looking at the wrong thing.
might have crushed it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I got it. Oh,
Same group.
123,000, I think it's about $55.
let's see, 123. Okay, here's the yes. Survey says 55.49. We don't do pennies anymore.
55.
Yeah. And
49 cents. All right, what's the other one?
143.16.
Oh, 16.
316.
316. Okay.
Like 55, a little over 55.
Okay.
59.
Here we go. 64.7. Okay, 143,316.
140.
Oh.
316.
Yeah, say that's not feeling.
Yeah. Oh. This is how submarines can go down. 55.49.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then
140
316 is about the same.
should have been, no, it should have been,
Yeah, it's.
123 is 55.
Yeah.
And 140 is 10% more.
All right, what's 123?
123,
It's 55, which is what you have.
yeah, but then he said 140 was 55 as well.
Yeah.
The one's 55.49, and the other one is, what was the other one?
140316.
Okay. 140.
Everybody stop here.
Yeah. You know, 58,
It's feeding me 55.49 again, but you're totally right on that. Okay, so this.
Then your first one was wrong.
No, it's not. When you do them individually.
Oh, look at that. So this thing's the suspect.
It's on like $2 trillion worth of assessed
Okay.
value.
Maybe we should just take the whole big one and just break it up.
Let's have Amanda do it in the morning.
Yeah, okay.
We'll vote. You get to coordinate Mike with Amanda.
Yeah.
And
I'll put this on the calendar for
We could just do $1 million and then just do it all proportional. $1 million is 425.43.
till my parent teacher conference.
so, or do the sum of these three. So that's 123.
357.
Yeah, that's about 157 total.
Ooh.
But if people choose which ones they wanna,
All right.
we're gonna change anyway, because the total
Yeah,
assessed
so
value is
anyway.
gonna be different.
Yeah. How about that? Wow, that's a little freaky. You could do the number of partials, or just have Amanda do it and just here, check this. But I don't even know if the partial number's correct here. It says Topsfield has,
Yeah, I don't trust any of those numbers.
oh, you don't? Okay, that's tough when the standard of reference is,
Well, the reason I don't trust those is that I'm not certain that I don't know. I haven't worked with enough, but I'm not confident that they're forward-looking.
Yeah.
As opposed to, there we go. All right, so we need those $3 amounts. Other than that number, or actually, I mean, are we good with this?
So you're saying that it's based on the outcome of the election.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean that, I mean, I know what it means, but are we saying that based on the results of the overrides, well, if they fail, we're still gonna be balanced because
Yeah.
we're gonna make the resulting cuts.
Yeah.
We don't wanna emphasize that we're gonna be balanced no matter what.
I don't
If they
think
pass
people are
or
gonna
if they
care.
fail,
Whatever you
that
vote.
there'll be reductions. So that's, I mean, you're right, being more general like this, it's true, the results are gonna determine what's gonna happen. But somebody might be thinking, what? And if I don't pass it, do we have to come back again? Or is it gonna be reduced? Is the budget gonna be reduced?
Yeah, it's gonna be blown up.
Will be reduced.
We're seeing bumps. So. It's 16 months.
I think it's good enough
All right.
at this point. You guys good with this?
Yeah.
Thoughts, Mike?
What?
You good with this?
Sorry, I was asleep. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's good.
All right, so actually, instead of you, I'll take this from here if you want, and I'll just do the three numbers. I'll get those from Amanda. And then, put them in, if you guys want, because that way you can just give me we can vote it and you can give me the authority to.
Oh, we gotta vote this too.
So the vote would be, I need a motion to approve the FinCom letter as written today, or as amended tonight, or adjusted tonight, having been written by Michael. And I need a motion.
So move.
With
To be further amended tomorrow.
to be, with the ability for me to make minor changes.
So moved again.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Actually, technically, I'm supposed to do this the other way. All in favor, are you, roll call vote, because we're on Zoom.
Okay.
Aye.
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 And roll call, just because I didn't do that, was Michael, Catherine, David,
It's late.
Really?
Forgive me.
Yeah.
Heidi, yeah, I know. Mike and Jay, aye. All right, so on that note, before we call it, tomorrow I will put this out, get it to them, monitor and stay close tight with everyone, keep you guys updated via email on what's going on. And if we need to meet, we'll meet. If we don't, great, we got away with not having to meet. And we'll go from there.
Do we need to get together with some details on the special town meeting? Who's gonna make the presentation, things like that, Joe?
So I'm gonna do the report.
Right.
Who wants to do the article?
I think Tom does. Tom's wicked good
I
at it.
already did this once, it didn't go.
Yeah, you seem like that.
It went awesome.
Yeah.
You did a good job.
Yeah, I'm fine with reading it.
Okay.
Yep.
Tom will read this and be there, and we'll adjust from there.
Okay.
Okay, and we will have a free meeting before the town hall. It'll probably be faster, but we'll have that and we'll go forward.
At some point, do we want to put together a proposal? You know, to look at the town structural changes, anticipating, not tonight, but.
So I think
All right, David. Come on, Jesus.
I think, well, hey, come on. You said you didn't believe it was gonna happen. He said, let's start it now.
Yeah, happy to work on it. I don't know if it's our role.
We don't try.
It's not our role.
I think.
No, but we can encourage you, say.
Can I make a suggestion on that?
Yeah.
That joint meeting,
Perfect.
let's corner them there and say, hey, when and how do we start this process for next
Great
year?
idea.
That's a great idea. Just before the STM?
Yeah, we're gonna have a meet like we do in that other
Good
room.
idea. You
And we
know,
just say, look, we're not gonna solve this then. Who's involved and when do we start this? And I can give them a heads up that we're gonna be asking that directly then.
Yeah.
I think it's important that we have an answer so that when we are in town meeting, we can say, we have started the discussions.
Perfect, Jay. And that goes right into your, maybe, I think it should be in your presentation.
I will have it on the side of the presentation, assuming that goes successfully. Going in, I can add it in on the fly, right there. Or I can have it set up so I can rip it out and complain if it's not.
But I think that also addresses, the short time frame and the way it had to be handled.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, I have one more motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a first, a second, roll call vote. I'm going the opposite direction. Mike?
Aye.
Heidi?
Aye.
Aye. David? Catherine?
Aye.
Michael? Jay? Aye. Good night, everyone.
Say one more item.